Welcome to Belgium, a country at the very heart of Europe, where history, culture and motorsport all collide. Just over an hour's north of the Mariembourg circuit lies Brussels, the capital not only for Belgium, but also of the European Union itself. But we're not going to talk politics, we're going to talk racing, because, like we mentioned, just an hour south from the capital lies Karting de Fagnes in Mariembourg, Belgium. We are ready for the second half of today's qualifying heats, which will all conclude around this fabulous circuit that opened in 1987. Event record still being held by Aaron Garcia, that 54.7 not being beaten despite the dry conditions today. Closer look at the track, 1,365 metres in total. It's 145 the start-finish straight. It's 270 the entirety of that length, including the likes of turns 12, 13 and 14. It's around 8 to 10 metres wide. Then elevation change of 1.5 metres. It is slightly undulating in that second half of the lap. But the track itself spans 14 turns, 8 to the right, 6 to the left, and that does include 2 hairpins out there. Each and every one of those corners provides its own unique overtaking opportunities as well. We've seen them in towards turns 1, 3, 4, also turn 2. We've seen them in towards turn 6, 8, and as well through the likes of turns 10 and as well as turns number 12. Plenty of places to get overtakes on throughout the lap. We're certainly looking forward to seeing what the second half of the day can bring, because we'll be heading back to the senior categories. Of course, top speed, they'll be reaching that down into the braking zone at turn 1. In fact, I don't even think it's a braking zone. They kind of carry all the speed they can, around 120 kilometers an hour into that corner. Very fast, very fierce, and very exciting racing we are going to be seeing over the course of the next few moments. Again, self Anthony Jordan and Guillaume Alvarez in the commentary box. We're ready to go racing. I'm sure you are too. Guillaume, looking forward to this one, because that first morning part of the day, very, very exciting. It was very exciting. If you were with us guys live on YouTube and on Motorsport TV, we had 10 races down, 3 yesterday, 7 this morning, 17 to go through this afternoon. A lot of them on schedule all throughout Sunday, 36 in total, heading to the superheat and the finals. A lot of spectacle, great racing in all 3 classes so far. In dry conditions, and let's keep it that way, despite some light raindrops here and there. It has been cloudy, but it has been good weather, a little bit of wind and dry conditions, allowing the drivers to go for the slicks, unlike what we had yesterday for the seniors. You were talking about weather apps and all of this and seeing if it's going to or isn't it. I don't need a map or a weather app or anything like that. Then? I look at the cows in the fields, and if the cows are lying down, that means it's going to rain. If they're standing up, it means it's not going to rain. So we'll keep an eye on them. Victor Louis on pole position for this one. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. He's had some up and down ones on this one. Doesn't sit at the moment inside the top 8 in the HB classifications. Right. A cow watch. They're lying down, which means there's possibly some precipitation on the way. That is factual, that is. It's not a wives' tale. It is very, very true statement in that one. It does say it's dry. It's 70 degrees. Actually quite a nice day today. When the sun comes out, it warms up quite considerably. But then there's a lot of clouds around and everything like that. And they're going to bring, well, as the cows say, probably some rain. So we're going to be getting ready to go for what is set to be the 3rd rotation of qualifying heats now for the seniors. This will add the points up to a possible maximum of 150 points. But we've not had any double winners. There's been multiple different winners throughout, which means we could see some very interesting scenarios when it comes to championship points later on in the weekend, because that championship fight is still on. Multiple drivers are still involved in that, but most notably Aaron Garcia and Danny Carinini. Now, once again, Marshall's out on the circuit. They've had their lunch break as well. They're back out there ready for the next few races. And once again, we could not go racing without that fabulous Orange Army, Guillaume. Orange Army, always passionate and dedicated, very much on the action and ready to act whenever necessary. The green flag is waving. That's a signal for the drivers to make their way onto the track, back on the Karting de Fagnes. Here's the grid info. That is Victor Louis on pole position. He'll be joined by Ruben Moya once again on that front row of the grid. Luca Lestra and Bertram Sash go from row 2. They'll have Roxanne Antinga and Kevin Backer on row number 3. Charlie Gloom and Danny Carinini go from row 4. They'll have Luca Montebello and Mark Granada on row 5. The first half of the field sees Morgan Knudsen and Florent Dreider on row number 6.
Then row number 7, we have Yanis Billet and Luis Mas with fresh boots on his car. That's important. Floris Panis and Rory O'Connell, row number 8. Row number 9, Aaron Wida and Esteban Walgrave. Row number 10, Isaac Sea and Matteo Kubrick. Oscar Guccio and Adam Elbassioni on row number 11. Then we have Romain de Salais at the back end of the grid. The sun is out, and that's about time to get us started for the afternoon. 17 races, as we said. Welcome along once again if you're joining us for the first time live from YouTube and Motorsport TV, live from the karting des Fagnes of Mariembourg. Beautiful, picturesque scene here. Race control very much ready with Johan Falcao and Sam Fisher, having all eyes on what's happening on track with the help of the marshals, the judges of fact, and the officials. A lot of people busy in the background, making sure that all racing procedures are going as fair as they can be. And so far it has been pretty good, despite 1 or 2 double attempts at starting procedures. You can see still in the sky above our heads that we have some heavy clouds on the horizon, but would it be a sign of rain? Is it part of the picturesque scene that we have here in Mariembourg? A little bit of both, but for now, let's keep it dry and sunny, shall we?
All I know is that the cows lied. It's sunny now, so there we go. I'm never listening to them again. You saw there we were briefly on board looking backwards at Roxanne Lantinga. Luca Lestra holding on to that live onboard camera. We'll be watching him from multiple different angles over the course of this one. Good to see how he gets on. And right now, he's in a good, strong position here. 3rd place. He'll be on the inside row, be right behind Victor Louis, who had a decent start to his race earlier on. Had the fight on his hands, though, of course, in that one. So we'll keep a very, very close eye on how this race progresses. Eyes on the field then as they make their way into that final sector. Let's see if we get a first-time start. This time around, Moya going nice and slow on the outside there. You can see the field really spread out. Victor Louis miles ahead, actually not in his side of the track. We'll go on board with Luca Lestra there, looking backwards. There is Roxanne Lantinga right on the rear bumper there, who's currently sitting in P5 as we enter into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are racing. It's a good start for the field. Keep an eye, though, on them going through the likes of turns 1 and 2. Moya around the outside has taken the lead of this race. There, though, is Bertram Sash, who had drama in his first race earlier on. Now it's drama for Danny Caronini in the background. He's gone to the back of the grid, and there are 2 carts tangled there on the exit of turn number 2. Drama there for
Esteban
the field.
Walgrave.
It is Walgrave who's got heavy damage. There's another one there, and that is Florent Dreider for the Automax Racing team. He is out of this race. Well, they've both got restarted, but they've tumbled down. His NASA panel is broken. That will have to be a technical flag. He'll have to pit. That's really unfortunate for him. Eyes on the front, though, here, Guillaume, at the end of the first opening lap. It's a good getaway. Bertram Sash this time, though, looking way more positive in this race after the drama he had earlier on. He's on the rear bumper of Ruben Moya. Looks to the inside. It's a late move, though. Moya committed to the turn, but Bertram Sash keeps his nose, but not for much longer.
Yeah, let's see how this thing is going to play out between the two, because Bertram Sash, indeed, after the trouble in this early race, ready for the fight, ready to try to climb as many positions as possible, because he needs the points, he needs the confidence. And 2 places up to 2nd place now. On board with Luca Lestra, currently in 4th place, with Charlie Glum from RSD karting team just behind, giving him the chase. Mark Granado just behind as well. Look at how close that is as he just made his way past Bertram Sash with Victor Louis in the process as well. It's going back and forth indeed. Contact! Bertram Sash, by the look of it, just went, yes, it was. We're gonna need to see that again, but unfortunately another drama for Bertram Sash, as it seems the Enzaka driver from the Falcon Racing team is nowhere to be seen. Yes, he is tumbling down the order after contact there. And it's currently, tumbling down. Where is Bertram Sash? Still on track with us or not?
Yes, he is. He's right at the back, though, and that is absolute drama for him as the 2 RSD teammates go wheel to wheel. Glum and Louis, they are wheel to wheel here, and now Roxanne Lantinga has split the 2 apart. as she is now on the charge. She's there in 4th place. Make that 3rd place down the inside. That's an almighty send from Roxanne Lantinga. Beautiful stuff. And now it's bringing in Marc Granada, Kevin Bakker, Panay is there as well. Marcel Basoidi and drama. It's broken, says the 216 of Marc Granada. Mole Racing driver out. And what happened there? It just ground to a halt. He's furious now. Is that mechanical, or was there drama between the two? Because it just spun out of the order there.
Yeah, it looked mechanical by the look of it, but we're going to need confirmation of that. But Marc Granada is out of this race, unfortunately. Well, a lot of drama, a lot of trouble into this first of the afternoon. This is the 3rd rotation of qualifying heats for the senior. Don't forget, after this one, for those groups respectively, there will be 2 more races. So time might be running out for some of them. Even Louis Mas, who was starting P14 on that grid, chose to put on new tires to climb through the ranks, and this is exactly what he's doing, up to P8 after climbing 6 positions. So fresh pair of boots for Louis Mas. We're going to keep an eye on him, as in the meantime, the 325 on your picture. This is further back, Florent Panes and Louis Mas, as we said, on the picture, battling for what will be P7 in this race. The Pirelli machine just in front of the driver behind from MDC Racing, Louis Mas in Spain. As we are only in the early stages of that qualifying heat. Lap number 5 it is. 1.4 seconds. We lost touch at some point with the lead, but Moya and Leistra split by 1.4 seconds. As Panes and Mas still battling along for 7th place. Mas just made his way past Panes for 7th. The Birela driver holding on to that place, trying to switch those positions. As Roxanne Lantinga in the meantime is putting the fastest lap in the race. She's P3 currently, 7 tenths down from Luca Leistra, so she might have a shot at 2nd place in this one.
Excellent, a perfectly positioned photographer there in front of our camera, but getting the good shots, I'm sure indeed, as we watch this one. Still all over the back. Florent Panet not giving up that spot too easily, but yes, as you were saying, Ruben Moya clear at 1.4 seconds from Leistra, who's still there in 2nd place. But I think eyes will focus on whether or not Roxanne Lantinga can close in, because right now the gap is at half a second, as she has just closed down even more, setting the fastest lap of the race. So that fight will be getting close very, very soon, but eyes still focus on the Louis Mas Florent Panet battle for 7th and 8th. This is a little further up that road there. You can see the likes of Glum, Louis, Bakker all there as well, all fighting for position. Now, this is the Bertrand Sash moment. So, comes down the inside. Oh, and it's just he's clipped the rear wheel. That's a very unfortunate one. This is the outside view from it, so you can see, yeah, just as they go through. That's such a tough one there, and I think is that Charles Guillaume or Victor Louis, yeah, who was with. That was a disaster, and this is the Marc Granada. Oh, I don't think it's a chain, but yeah, no, he hit a lot of curb there, and as he's gone through, now it's just died. So he hit the first curb initially. It might be a chain that's come off through there, but that's definitely mechanical in nature, and that is disappointment for our man there from Mole Racing. Marc Granada out of the race and finishing now in 22nd place. Right. Battle for 2nd place is on. Roxanne Lantinga has joined that fight.
And you have the 2 views on the inside each. There she goes, the crop promotion driver, beautifully made in the hairpin of turn number 6. Roxanne Lantinga made herself past and pick up 2nd place. That would be a best result so far this weekend, but what a pace she's been demonstrating. Roxanne Lantinga, we've seen her brother, Kevin Lantinga, doing wonders at the wheel of the crop promotion chassis for a while. Up until recently, Roxanne was driving a TK machine. She decided to go to Croc as well for the material she's using, and ever since that happened on Seoul here in Genk for the Benelux Championship, she's been flying for the past few weeks, and now you can see that she was able to unlock the pace that we knew was within her. But now, with that new machine, she's really being put on the effort. Is really improving her pace now, and she's fighting at the forefront. Ruben Moya still 1.2 seconds just in front, so maybe a little bit late in terms of time remaining for her to give the charge to Ruben, but she's up there, 2nd place in front of Luca Leistra, as Yanis Bouillet is putting out the fastest lap in this race.
Certainly so, and we'll keep a very close eye on that gap, because, well, Lantinga's closed it down to 1.1 now. from 1.4. That's a significant drop in time already, and that's over the course of just this one lap. They'll cross the line now. What will it appear to? This is looking back again from Lestra, and you can see now as well that Charlie Glum is starting to close in as well, followed by Victor Louis, who is just behind. So let's see what happens as they get themselves squared away at the tail end of this race. I don't think that Roxane Lantinga is going to have enough time to close this gap. It's a great effort from her in this race, but Ruben Moya just that little too far ahead. Big send down the inside from Charlie Glum to get that move completed, has done so. Luca Lestra now down into 4th place. Victor Louis and now Kevin Backer are right there behind. There they go, down the inside. This is good fighting, but Luca Lestra back through now, and he looks far more comfortable on that machine than he did earlier on, and now he looks way more in control here. He's holding on to 3rd place, but it's going to be an almighty fight to the bitter end of this race.
Penultimate lap of that qualifying heat as we are on board with Luca Lestra being chased by Victor Louis. Charlie Glum. Oh, that was a close call, and I think that Kevin Baker is going to be able to make his way past on the way to turn number 3. Yes, he just got past Charlie Glum. Victor Louis, the other one from RSD, might be next, but Glum is counter-attacking in turn number 4. You can see this from Luca Lestra's on board, but a quick look over the shoulder for Victor Louis. He may still have something to say in this race and getting ahead of Luca Lestra for P3, but Louis has to look over the shoulder as well. Charlie Glum is back where he was in front of Kevin Baker. This is a battle for potentially P3 between those 4, as the final lap will be about to be completed, will be about to be started by Ruben Moya in front of Kevin on Roxane Lantinga. Kevin, we're going to have to wait a little bit later in the next race or so. Last lap it is, 6/10 of a second though. Well, Roxane is on the charge.
Yeah, she really is. I didn't think there was going to be enough time here, but I still don't think there will. But she took 4/10 out of Moya in one lap alone on a previous lap. She's only 6/10 off the back here. It'll be tantalizingly close by the time they get to the checkered flag, but I've just got that feeling it's going to be the case of, oh, you know what, if I had one more lap, it would have been perfect. And unfortunately, that's just not worked out. Ruben Moya, though, has done a brilliant job and will maintain his intermediate classification lead at the moment. Of course, there are still other drivers yet to race, including the likes of Ellie Goldstein that was matched on points as well. But out of the final corner, Ruben Moya, he claims a 2nd win this weekend. Across the line he goes. Superb driving for Ruben Moya. Lantinga, Roxane Lantinga, what a drive there. 3-place gain and cleared by 0.8 of a second to finish P2. Luca Lestra finishing in 3rd place ahead of Victor Louis. Charlie Glum rounding out the top 5. Very close race at the end of that one. But Ruben Moya, team change, but continuing his position, his poise, and everything he needs to do what he can in that championship fight.
Yeah, beautiful piece of performance from Ruben Moya. The 2nd victory into the qualifying heat. That one was maybe not the most difficult he would have picked up so far, but a couple of laps maybe more, and that could have been a different story. Outside of the top 10 we have Danny Caronini. Things haven't been going so well for the current championship leader. Yanis Bouillet finishing in 12, Aaron Ouida down in 13 from Oscar Guccio, still keeping a close watch on the Frenchman. He keeps on climbing at every race that he can, 7 places up to P14 from Bertrand Sach. The disaster scenario for the Falcon driver, all the way down to P15 from Romain Sales. And we have Luca Montebello, Matteo Kubrick, Rory O'Connor, Morgan Knudsen and Esteban Walgrave. The last one to see the checkered flag. 2 drivers missing out, Florent Dirda and Marc Grenada after that technical problem. And Florent Dirda with that CRG machine as a result of that contact in the early stages of the race. But yeah, a couple of big contenders facing difficulties. Ruben Moya, no trouble at all just to pick up his 2nd win so far. Roxane Lantinga, keep a good eye on her as well. Recoveries for Florent Banes, recoveries for Adam El Passioni. 13 places up is our best charger through the field in this one. And here's a look at how things unfolded between the competitors of the senior class. A pretty good getaway for everybody. At some point behind, you're going to see a coming together on board from Luca Leistra with the charge from Charlie Glum and Victor Louis. A contact there, and already some of the contenders. That's what led to the drama that unfolded further back with Laurent Dirda getting tangled together with another driver.
But it's Danny Carinini who loses out the most there. He goes right to the back of the grid. Now, he did recover, did Danny Carinini, back to 11th place in that race. Of course, there was the drama for Drider earlier on in that race, and Walgrave, but you know, they kept themselves going. This was Bertram Sash, really strong start to the race this time around. Unfortunately, later on, that contact with Victor Louis putting him out of contention once again in this one. Luca Lestra, really strong start to his race. This was that moment. There was a move down the inside, that unfortunate bit of contact spinning him, and that is so easily done. I don't think you can really put that on anyone. That's just two karts on the same part of the track in the same spot, and unfortunately, it's just rotated Bertram Sash, and very unfortunate for him. Roxanne Lantinga, though, what a drive. That big lunge there, getting her up into third, then second place, pushing forward. Drama, though, striking at the same time as that move. Unfortunately, Mark Granada, mechanical problems, out of the race. Still don't know what's actually caused that, because it rolled there, it didn't seize. I think it was possibly a chain. Yeah,
possibly. It needs to be confirmed, but certainly the result that he had not foreseen in his head, Mark Granada having to drop off of that race. As with fresh boots on his wheels, well, Luis Mas, the Spaniard in the MDC machine, was able to fly through the pack. 6 places gain up to P8 with those new tires that he decided to put on. As Roxanne Lantinga, in the meantime, kept on climbing as well, getting ahead of Luca Leistra. That was the move for securing second place for the flying Dutch woman of the senior field here in Mariembourg. And at some point, well, things started to heat up once again between the two RSD teammates of Victor Louis and Charlie Glum, with Leistra. Leistra defending his place as much as he could, with the likes of Kevin Baker as well, the fourth man into that full driver battle. A little bit of a push, actually. We missed that one on between Glum and Victor Louis. Certainly a little bit of heat in the debrief afterwards, after what happened. But those two were still able to see the checkered flag. But Kevin Baker just got himself into the mix. In the end, not able to split the teammates. That would finish 4th and 5th respectively, with Baker in 6th. But in the lead, for the second time this weekend, Ruben Moya was able to pick up the win, 8/10 of a second from Roxanne Lantinga. And the good news for you, Anthony, some of the cars decided to stand up.
They're undecided. Some are lying down, some are standing. They're about as useful as the weatherman themselves. So, yeah, they never get it right, do they? Right, Senior X30. I'm being really harsh to cows for some reason. Senior X30 qualifying Heat C versus E. That is the next one to head out on to the circuit. This one also should be an interesting one, because we've got Aaron Garcia, man who's trying to fight for the lead in the championship. He's just seen the dramas that has unfolded for Danny Carinini, who is leading the championship right now. He's falling himself down in the points, but Danny Carinini does currently still sit 8th in the intermediate classification, which means he's still going to get championship points at this stage, but he's still got 2 more races to go, of course, before that happens. Zach Green on pole position again for this one. Great run for him over the course of this weekend. We caught up with him after time qualifying. Well, final round of the IAME Euro Series in 2025 here in Mariembourg, Belgium. And Zach Green, fastest in the first group in Senior X30 time qualifying. Congratulations, but very, very close indeed. 4/1000 of a second separating you and Ruben Moya. Tell us, how was that session for you?
Yeah, it was very tricky conditions. The last lap I had a bit of traffic actually from Moya. So he did his best the lap before. So that didn't help, but it made it very close. Yeah. The setup was good. I made a good lap. Yeah.
Rain has came at the worst possible time there, I think, for everyone. A lot of dry testing, no real running in the wet, and all of a sudden time qualifying comes around and you're on those wet tyres. How was the track feeling?
Well, yeah, it was very, very slippy with the new tyres, of course. But I did my research from 2023 when I was here. Had to remind myself of the lines, and yeah.
There's a championship fight on this weekend, of course. Now you found yourself at the front of it. You're going to get stuck in and involved in it, or are you going to try and keep your nose clean?
Both.
A little bit of everything. Yeah. Well, congratulations. Well done. Fastest so far, and we'll see what we can do in those qualifying heats.
Thank you.
Indeed, not afraid to get stuck in to a championship fight. That's what I like to hear, and he's got right into it with this one, starting on pole position alongside Matthias Merschelt, Freddie Lloyd and Aaron Garcia there, row 2, Marlon Bayer and Matthias van der Kerkhoff rounding out the top 6 on row number 3. Row 4 sees Nicolas Simek of Germany and Clément Outran of France, allow Sam Woolley and Sam Mannerheiden on row number 5, Alexis Constant and Marcel Matievich round out row at number 6.
On row number 7, Luna Claret and Eglas Lehmann. Row number 8, Pietro Korecki and Fares Jalil. Row number 9, Ivris and Jonas Merkelbach. Row number 10, we do have Thomas Holtz and Dylan Patel, followed by Miguel Sarmiento, as well as Noah Nolken, Morgan Moore and Luke Taylor. 2 drivers that are not here on this grid, Luke Taylor and Noah Nolken, as we mentioned before. So a total of 22 drivers on the grid, as one of them has 1 win already to his name so far this weekend. Aaron Garcia on the row number 2 on the outside line, coming to turn number 1. The driver currently sitting second in the championship behind Danny Caronini. As you said, Anthony, well, now it seems to be going slightly the way of Aaron, if he can keep on going with those good results, while at the same time Danny Caronini keeps on struggling with Zanchi. And we've seen before drivers of the caliber of Danny Caronini coming back to the front at the right moment when it counts. So Caronini hasn't won a final yet this season. Still, consistency has been the name of the game for the Italian. He's leading a championship. We'll see what's gonna happen for the last 2 races for him heading to the final. So nothing is done yet, but for Aaron Garcia, all he needs to do is to keep piling up those good results and hoping for the best. Indeed.
Hopefully we can get these drivers all formed up. They look a bit shaky. There's a big gap there between Merschelt and Garcia. And Garcia wanting to go on the power now. There we go, into the tram lines. He look good. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. Good start for the inside row. Once again, the outside not getting the run they need here. It all seems to crumble as they go over the start-finish line. So it's a good start for Green, good start for Lloyd, who's there in second place. He had a bit of a troublesome race earlier on. There's yellow flags out at turn 2. There is a spin and there is a hand gesture there. Unfortunately, tumbling down the order, it was the 375 machine.
That's Alexis Constant from Days Racing, unfortunately.
That is a shame, right from the middle of the pack there. So he's gone to the back of the grid with another. We'll keep a close eye on that progression. Eyes fixated on this one here. You can still see the big movers there. There's Sam Woolley for the BMR team. And again, he was the BMR team have been looking quick throughout the classes. They were quick in the juniors, they were quick in the minis as well. Let's see if they're quick in the seniors also. Over the start-finish line, the field goes. Nice breakaway here, but it is Green leading from Lloyd. Garcia is there in 3rd. Merschelt from Van der Kerkhoff, Bayer from Outran, Simek from Matievich, who ran out the top 9. Sam Mannerheiden locking out the top 10. Guns Merkelbach's had a good start to his race, the same as Dylan Patel, same as Morgan Moore. They're all up 6 or 8 places apiece, so a very strong start for them. But eyes focus on this one because Garcia has got past Lloyd, and that is a change for P2.
And you've seen as well on the screen there's an investigation for Marcel Matievich, currently in P10 for starting procedure infringement. We'll get back to that. But in the meantime, well, the battle is very much on. Freddie Lloyd, last time winner in Wackersdorf, not a championship contender, but certainly a victory contender this time around, willing to make it 2 in a row in that class. Under the premium karting colors, let's see what he can do against Aaron Garcia, who fights for the championship, and Zach Green, another no contender, and he lets Aaron Garcia go for the lead. Textbook move on the inside of turn number 1, and there was an attempt from Freddie Lloyd to take the position back, but Matthias van der Kerkhoff was there to just get himself in P3, so switch for positions for the lead. Garcia P1 and van der Kerkhoff up to P3. As for the back, we have Matthias Merschelt in much better shape by the look of it from P5, as van der Kerkhoff is being put under pressure there and just goes for P2 in front of Zach Green into turn number 6. Beautifully done for the Belgian driver from Victory Lane. Not always the luckiest of driver. won one of the races to open the championship this season, don't forget. And it will be one to watch until the end.
Certainly will do. With him now in the lead of this race, Garcia steps up to second in the intermediate classification. Just 3 points behind Ruben Moya. This was that overtake into turn one. Beautifully done. You can see how Van der Kerkhoff has done it as well. He's got himself up to second place now, like you were mentioning. This is Lloyd now on the defensive. Machaut going through. Utron going through as well. So this has not been the start of the race that Freddie Lloyd was wanting. He was very quick out in Wackersdorf. Of course, he won that final. He didn't score many points in the heats and the superheats phase, but he still scored very well over the entirety of the weekend. And he showed some great pace. He's here now in Mariembourg, and well, he's doing what he can here. But again, he's only done one round of this 4-round championship, and he's still thinking he can get that kart up into a good top 5 in the championship, and I don't disagree with him. He's shown great pace over the course of this season.
Yeah, certainly so. As he's going to try to go around inside of Clément Utron, and there's a response from the British driver. Clément Utron has had nothing he could have done there, losing that P5. Under the close watch of Marlon Bayer from Victory Lane in 7th place, and we have Sam van der Eyden P8, 9th place for Nicolas Simic. Marcel Matijevic still in P10, just in front of Reimers Merchenbach, the recoverer. 7 places up as Van der Kerkhoff dives around the inside of Aaron Garcia. Well. Van der Kerkhoff is certainly there for the fight. That's another place, 5 positions gained for Matthias Van der Kerkhoff, putting that Car Republic machine in the lead in front of Garcia.
Indeed, very strong performance there. And like I say, Garcia, I don't think he's going to be a driver right now who thinks, right, okay, fine, let's attack, let's race, all of this. Because again, he's thinking long term now. He's thinking championship. Clean races, calm races, protect the car, protect yourself, and protect the points more than anything. Because that's what it's all going to fall down to. I remember a driver can win a grand total of 101 championship points over the course of a weekend, 25 for the heats, 25 for the super heats, and 51 for a final. That does include the 1 point for the fastest lap of the race. That only applies in the final, though. This one here, though, he's not giving it up too quickly, though. He has Garcia. As we switch back to the Lloyd Machaut fight, and Matthias Machaut there looking comfortable in 4th place, but Lloyd's not giving up. Utron just behind as well, so they're continuing that fight up. Zach Green's on the fight back now. He might be able to get past Aaron Garcia here. We'll have to wait and see. Significantly tighter entry line there for Garcia, carrying a little bit more maybe wear on the tyres through T1 there versus the others who seem to be taking a little bit of a calmer, smoother line through T1.
Yeah, maybe it shows as well a lot of confidence from Aaron Garcia in his machine and in his tyres as well. Trying to go for different racing lines, being more aggressive on the entry of some turns. Let's see if that pays off in the end, as we still have that battle on our hands between Freddie Lloyd and Clément Utron battling for P5. Clément Utron, the leader of Dream Racing, the French team, trying to shake things a little bit. There's Mathis Bersco just in front. Those 3 drivers pretty much glued together away from the top 3, as we still have the battle between Zach Green and Aaron Garcia. And it seems to me that Garcia has seen the lap times respectively, but is under growing pressure, as you mentioned, from Zach Green. And last lap is the fastest for Matthias Van der Kerkhoff, 55.0, while Aaron Garcia was in 55.2 almost, 1/10 slower than Zach Green. And we might see a change coming up very quickly. Depends where Zach Green will decide to go for that maneuver. It's very close on the outside of turn number 5. Could happen, bring him what he wants. And I have to wait, maybe wait for the last 2 laps, or the last lap before the ticket flag to try to surprise his opponent. And as for now, still a very steady racing line from both of them. And in the meantime, it seems to me that Matthias Van der Kerkhoff is not looking over the shoulder. He keeps applying the pressure on the pedal, just to try to bring that gap to the point of no return. There's 2 chasers. Let's have a look. Above 0.6 of a second now for the Belgian leader.
Indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on this one. Green not able to get his nose down the inside. This is still that fight just behind Lloyd and Michout. And now Clement Outron's going to find the way through, but not for much longer. Lloyd fights back on the exit. He's not going to be able to give that position up too easily. Lloyd holding on to P5 for the time being, but Clement Outron knowing that the time is very quickly running out in this race, looking to see if he can climb up inside that top 5. But right now, still just sits behind into this final sector. No real drama for them as the sun continues to shine here. It's looking like a beautiful day right now, which is very nice for the drivers in this one. Eyes on this though, fight for second as we go on to lap number 10 of this race. 9 laps completed so far. And that last lap board will be out this time to the field. And here though, Zach Green unable to get past Aaron Garcia just yet. Garcia though does need to think, if he goes for the move, does he defend it, does he fight for it, or does he think, right, okay, no, it's fine. Well, here's going to be your answer. Down the inside goes Zach Green at turn number 6, and Garcia does not fight it. He allows that to happen. He does not get his nose back down the inside at the next given opportunity. He stays behind. He's thinking championship here, Guillaume. He's thinking the long game.
The long game it is, certainly picking up the points, trying to find yourself as well placed as possible on the grid for the super heat tomorrow, because there will be championship points not only for the qualifying heats of today, but for the super heats ranking tomorrow and the final. A lot up for grab. It's not about time just to go for the mistakes or to go for any unwise move that could put the weekend into jeopardy. That's for now. Yeah, Garcia is playing the long game. A P3 result is certainly not one to throw to the bin, as Matthias van der Kerkhove with a full second advantage on Zach Green is on his way to picking up his first win of the weekend.
He is looking very, very strong out there in the lead of this race. Clear now by 1 full second from these two just behind. That sees Zach Green back there in second place. And let's see how this unfolds then. Out of the final corner, Van der Kerkhove, first win across the line. He takes it. Clear by just over a second from Zach Green and Aaron Garcia. Freddie Lloyd from Matthias Michout, Clement Outron from Sam van der Heijden, Marlon Beyer, Nicholas Simic, Marcel Matijevic rounding out the top 10. A very strong drive there though for the victory lane driver. Matthias van der Kerkhove, exactly what he needed. He is a driver in an outside chance of a potential involvement in that championship fight. But he's got some work to continue to do over the course of this one. And that puts him up to 3rd in the intermediate classification. It's just 2 points behind Aaron Garcia's 132 points now he has behind Ruben Moya. There's a look at your full results. Sam Woolley finishing in 11th place out of Morgan Morgheim's Merkelbach from Peter Gorecki, Faris Jalil from Idris. Then it is Alexei Constant and Tom Schultz who round out the top 18. 19th place downwards sees Luna Claret. Dylan Patel finishing in P20 and Miguel Sarmiento finishing in 21st place. Elias Lamar retirement from the race, the only one for the Spirit Karting team. Noah Nolkin and Luke Taylor non-starters, as unfortunately 3-second time penalty has just been applied to Marcel Matijevic, unfortunately, which drops him now to 14th place in that race. Here's a look at the highlights of it. Obviously for Matthias Michout, brilliant run in that race. Started on the front row of the grid, but like you say, just tumbled down to 5th place at the end of it. Zach Green at the start looking comfortable, the same as Freddie Lloyd, but again, Lloyd gives up that position to Garcia pretty early on, doesn't really defend it. Again, didn't look like the pace was fully there. Garcia getting through into the lead. That was a crucial moment for him because that put him very comfortably 2nd in the intermediate classifications, just 3 points behind Ruben Moya, but later would lose out on that lead. Van der Kerkhoff driving through, 5 places gained. He started at P6 on the outside of row 3, able to push through and take that win away from Garcia and from Zach Green, who again is still getting his nose involved within that championship fight. This was the moves for the race lead, beautifully timed through turn number 2. No time wasted there at all for Van der Kerkhoff, really showcasing some true pace out there for the Victory Lane team. This was the Lloyd and Michel Toutron battle. That was a good one to watch. Lloyd actually got past both of them at the end of that one to finish in P4, so still a good result for Freddie Lloyd in his fight over this one. Sam Woolley as well. We're watching him at some points of that race. Unfortunately, just dropping to 10th place at the end of that one, but a very strong start for him as across the line, Van der Kerkhoff claiming that first win of the weekend, increasing the number of different race winners so far this weekend. Cow Watch, there it is again, half and half, undecided, so just as we are whether or not it's going to rain at all over this one. But let's go from the back end of an animal to the front end of Guillaume Alvarez, who is down in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Anthony. As there's some engine in the background, as you can hear. And now it stops. Thank you very much indeed. Welcome everybody to the Parc Fermé under the beautiful sun of Mariembourg. Matthias Van der Kerkhoff, our first live interview of the day. There will be many for you guys on the stream. Matthias, first win of the day and of the weekend for you. Talk us through that race. A lot of difficulties for you since the start of the weekend, starting with qualifying, but now you kept up the pace and now it's starting to pay off.
Yeah, we're struggling during the quali because with a lot of fighting going on and then a couple of mistakes in my best lap, and so qualified P6 in groups, but still is okay a result. It's good to start at the front. First heat was quick, second heat was really quick, yeah. And now third heat was really good as well. Yeah, just got a good start, just moved up the positions and then build a gap and then just saved the tires.
This is the conclusion of what has been for you a bit of an up and down IAME Euro Series season, starting strong in Cremona with the win, then the next 2 rounds maybe not so happy for you, and feeling confident that you can turn things around and finish on a high on home soil?
Yeah. In Zuera was quick, but a couple of one DNF, one crash in the heat, and then the final started off not too bad, and then in 1 lap I lost everything, and then in Walkersdorf just had no pace. Still didn't quite know the why it was wrong, but here it's quick and we know why, and now we're trying to win everything.
That's the way to go. 2 more races for you guys after that, and certainly the best of luck for you, Matthias.
Yeah, thank you.
Matthias Van der Kerkhoff, everybody. Back over to you, Anthony, as we have a lot of racing on our hands.
We certainly do, Guillaume. Thank you very much down there in Parc Fermé. Yes, indeed. One more Senior X30 race to go to round out their 3rd rotation of qualifying heats. And it will be groups A and D that'll be next out onto the circuit. And this one will have pole sitter Kevin Lantinga on the front row of the grid. Mika Vetters joining him alongside. Both of these drivers had very good wins over the course of this weekend. Goldstein there as well on the 2nd row of the grid behind Lantinga is a driver who at this moment could match the points of Ruben Moya. So again, still lots can happen. There is Andy Rattel as well on your screen. He's got Francois Delati still there as well in the 341. A very close and compact front grid here. Very competitive names all the way throughout this field. So many drivers fighting for that top spot over the course of this weekend. But like you say, a championship and those finals, all the most important thing for the drivers. Fabulous trophies up for grabs for the drivers. And of course, at the end of this weekend, we might find out who could be getting that ticket to the IWF at the end of the season. A very important thing for the drivers. Of course, IAME Warriors final later this year, taking place in Valencia. Good to be back to Valencia for that one after, of course, last year's disasters there was moved it to Zuera, which unfortunately saw fog. Eyes on this one, though, is the grid for qualifying Heat A versus D. It's Kevin Lantinga and Mika Werters on row number 1, Ellie Goldstein and Annie Rattel on row 2, Angelo Melli and Francois Delati go from row number 3. They'll have Mark LaPiccolo and Alex Pinheiro on row number 4. Marcus Glum and Lewis Bird go from row 5. They'll have Otto Pukkanen and Maxime Blanchemont rounding out the first half of the field on row number 6. Rafael Linders and Luca Mular go from row number 7. They'll have Max Radic and Elvis Krasauskas on row number 8. Rafael Bular and Michael Gorecki go from row number 9. Emmanuel Leodikis and Oliver Meek go from the top 20 on row number 10. They'll have Maxime Prudhomme and Aaron Saraniak on row number 11. Tristan Butcher and Philip Svensson round out the field of 24 drivers, all 24 out on circuit, which is good to see. Current look at the intermediate classifications then with one more race to go. It is Moya who leads it with 144. Aaron Garcia second in the points with 132. Van der Kerkhoff with 130. Green with 124. Freddie Lloyd currently 5th with 120. Roxanne Lantinga with 118, sitting 6th ahead of Victor Louis with 117. And Clement Utron rounding out the top 8 with 113. So, still very close in those points. But can Kevin Lantinga match those points with the rest? Can Ellie Goldstein take another win in this one to match Ruben Moya's 144? We will have to wait and find out. Guillaume Alvarez joining me back in the box. It was a nice cycle to the Holden Bay there.
Yeah, definitely it was very nice. And well, you'll do a bit of that as well through the afternoon.
Depends if it's raining, I'll send you.
Yeah. I know. We have a deal about that, ladies and gentlemen. But I'll make sure you get your jogging and running out there as well under the sun and to breathe out the Mariembourg fresh air.
Sounds terrible. Right, I'm only joking. Here we go then into the tram lines. Are we racing Senior X30? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn number 1. Good start again for that inside row, but where's the rest of the field at this point? They're all cleanly through turn number 1, and it is still Kevin Lantinga who holds on to the lead of this one. They cycle through turn 2. The speed devilishly high, but it's still a good getaway. There, Ellie Goldstein has slotted into second place. I can see that Anna Rattel looking very strong in the early stage of this one as well. Mika Werters, though, has gone down to third place. He won't be too happy with that one, but he's still in a prime position right now. He has got Rattel for company just behind. There is everyone else pushing through. Francois Delati also looking very strong, but he's dropped down a couple of places at the start of this race. But crucially already, we're seeing a nice train breakaway here between the top 6.
Yeah, a couple of drivers out in the lead at the end of this opening lap. Good getaway for everybody with Lantinga and Ellie Goldstein. The fight is on. Watch out, he's going to come back from further back. But the change for P1 already happening on the entry of lap number 2. Goldstein in the lead, Lantinga just behind. Look at them fighting the teeth out just behind with Wouters, Rattel, Lopiccolo, Otto Paikkonen as well in the mix around the outside. But Rattel takes the position from the Finnish driver up into P5 for the Pantano Racing driver. Is going up left and right, back and forth at this point. The drivers need the points. They need to secure the results as Andy Rattel fighting with Otto Paikkonen up just in front of the Pantano Racing driver. As we said, Pinheiro, Delati, Angelo, Radek, that's for your top 10. A couple of drivers climbing through those ranks. Radek being one of them with 5 places gained up to P10. Under the beautiful sun of the Karting Define. So we like to see now another lap completed. Let's have a look at the gaps. Goldstein looking over the shoulder. One good look to see where Kevin Lantinga might be 3 tenths down. Being chased by Mirko Wouters. 1 win to his name already as well. Just like Ellie Goldstein and Kevin Lantinga. Then Marco Lopiccolo, watch out, coming to turn number 3. The first of the 2 hairpins of the track. No one dares to move just yet. As Alex Pinheiro is the fastest out there for now.
Certainly is for the time being. Keep an eye on this one though. And Waters under pressure from Mark LaPiccolo, who's all over that rear bumper, but so is Otto Pukkanen. Piccolo goes through and Pukkanen collides with Nico Wouters, and that's heavy damage to both machines. Wouters out of the race. Pukkanen will have to retire that kart. The NASA panel completely dislodged, and yeah, it's completely collapsed. He's got to go straight in. Is he going to? Yes, he is. Good lads, good lads. He knows he can't continue that one, but that is disaster for those two drivers.
Yeah, disaster it is for Mirko Wouters and Otto Pekkanen, two drivers that we could expect fighting at the forefront, but this incident, this DNF for Otto Pekkanen will be certainly very costly at this level, as the Eli Goldstein responds to the pressure from Kevin Lantinga with the fastest lap and pulls away from the Croc driver, almost 9/10 of a second now, as Wouters, by the look of it, is still with us. Yeah, he's still on track. You don't see him just yet, but at the back end of the classification, so pretty much all hopes done and dusted, unfortunately, for the one who won yesterday.
Wow.
Let's have a look.
Piccolo goes through, unsettles the two of them, and I think, you know, Rattel was just on the outside, sandwiched was Pukkanen there. Nowhere for him to go. This angle might give us a bit more story of it. Yeah, so Rattel's on the inside, just gets sandwiched in the middle. Three karts fighting for the same piece of track, and unfortunately Wouters losing out a lot there, but so, of course, Otto Pukkanen, and that is a big shame for those two.
Yeah, and thankfully you can see Otto Pekkanen coming back into the pits with a nose cone, about to really fly away at some point. It was about time for him to get back into those pits, otherwise that could have been dangerous for someone else just behind. But good as well that Mirko Wouters wasn't hit by another driver while spinning through on the outside of that turn number 6. As we're back here with the battle. Pinera, the fastest on track, and Andy Rattel claiming the chase with the Pantano colors just behind. Let's see what Rattel can do. Lost a place from the start. Maybe not the most happy of drivers since the start of that weekend here in Mariembourg. The long game is being applied, obviously, for some of the contenders here. Andy Rattel, who came to this race, currently sitting a little bit further back into the classification, P11 at the moment. It hasn't been the easier, Andy Rattel, for this championship. He'll come back stronger, that's for sure, but Rattel trying to shake up a little bit Pinera. Pinera focus as well on Lo Piccolo just in front, as those three seem to be losing slightly contact with Kevin Lantinga, who is left on his own right now.
And certainly so. Keep a close eye on this fight as it progresses. There's a look at the points. Goldstein there in the lead. Would be joining Moya on those lead points, which of course puts Garcia down in the points a little bit more, which brings him back into the clutches of Danny Caronini, who needs to step up in the points a little bit, but he has really struggled so far this weekend. But we'll keep a close eye on that progression. Really commanding drive here from Goldstein. Lantinga here, Kevin Lantinga now has Marco Piccolo right on that rear bumper, and he has closed in pretty quickly here. This is not the position that Lantinga wants to be in, and now through goes Mark Piccolo. That's one position down, and there you can see, yeah, you can see the body language from Kevin Lantinga. He's just thinking, I've got no power now at this stage. He is trying to push it forward, but the pace is good still. You can just see how one goes through, the rest goes through, and he goes from second all the way down now to P5. That is disastrous for him at this stage of the race.
Yeah, it's not the first time actually that we've seen Kevin Lantinga struggling in the second part of the race. Yeah, it remains to be seen if it's down to yeah, some mechanical concern or having something to do with the tire pressures that were not really spot on. But yeah, a couple of still unanswered questions at this point. But as a result, well, Kevin Lantinga, despite starting strong power, pedal to the metal at full speed, about 120 km/h in the breaking point of turn 1. And this is where Andy Rattel chooses to make his move. On the inside, no resistance or aggressive passing from Marco Piccolo, who felt it coming, shall we say, but is very much still on his rear bumper, decided to really try to switch the positions before a checkered flag.
Yeah, indeed. No real feisty racing at this stage for these drivers. They are cool, calm and collected at this point. While we are getting into those final couple of laps, a look further down in the order, some big movers still emerging. Max Radek, Elvis Koslowskis, 7 places gained apiece. Philip Svensson from the back of the grid. The Norwegian privateer is up 10 places right now. Is having a very nice little race. Eyes though still on those front runners. Through goes Goldstein now onto lap number 10. This is the fight further back. This is Krasauskis, Blanchemont, Glum, Roulard and Angelo. They are still fighting for position. And already we're seeing those overtakes coming in thick and fast. Elvis Krasauskis looking comfortable at the moment, but everyone fighting for position. They can see them going through. And all the meanwhile, Francois Delati is being, well, he's struggling a little bit on this one because he's dropped down another spot now. This is 3 spaces he's lost. Krasauskis is now up 8 places into P8.
Blanchemont making his pass.
Yes, indeed, and that is still a little further down as well. So he's also pushing his way through nicely. So big battle still happening throughout this one, Guillaume, but of course that main fight still at that front. Goldstein and Moya joint on points. They're 2 particular names who I'm very much looking forward to seeing go wheel to wheel at some point again over this weekend. On to the last lap of this race. Cool, calm and collected for our field in qualifying heat A versus D. They will round out their 3rd rotation of qualifying heats pretty well at the moment. Now we're starting to see some defensive lunging here. Andy Rattel and Mark Piccolo is saying, no, you are not going to get past me in this last lap.
Yeah, and let's see if he's going to be able to do that, because he's scratching a little bit on the back of Andy Rattel now. Into turn number 6 into the hairpin they go. And you might think that, yeah, still a long way to go. Well, not so much at the end, because after that there's only 2 more races before we get to the superheat. And Marco Piccolo has understood this message clearer than anybody else, and is trying to give a hard time to Andy Rattel coming to the last few corners. Rattel was there to shut that door, and he won't have enough time. In the meantime, checkered flag is waving for the 2nd time, welcoming Andy Goldstein as a heat winner. And that's a heat result that potentially could make a difference in the running of that weekend for the Belgian. As you said, put him on equal points, 144 to Ruben Moya. 2 wins for Goldstein, 1.8 seconds in front of Alex Pinera Rusinol. Andy Rattel picking up 3rd place, just in front of Marco Piccolo, split by just 400 of a second onto the line, as Philip Svetsson gained 11 places up to P13. Well done to the driver competing here from Norway as a privateer as part of the IAME Euro Series. Good climb as well for Max Radek from Victory Lane, picking up 8 places up to P7. Here's the classification in full. Goldstein, Pinera, Rattel, Piccolo, Kevin Lantinga again struggling to secure the results he wanted. P5 from Lewis Bird, Max Radek, Krasovskas, Maxime Blanchemont, François Delati. And then outside of the top 10, we have Marcus Glum from Luca Mourlard, Philippe Zwetsen, Emmanuel Liudakis, Angelo Meli, Raphael Lenders, Raphael Pourlard, Michael Gorecki, Mirko Wouters, all the way down to P19. Unfortunately for the GP driver who got tangled in the early stages. Oliver Meek, P20 from Tristan Butcher, Maxime Prudent and Aaron Serignac. 1 driver missing out in Otto Aikonen from Cork Promotion after the contact that he had earlier in the race.
Indeed, and very unfortunate one there. Thumbs up for Goldstein once again, putting himself on that top spot, having a very strong weekend here in his first appearance in the IAME Euro Series in 2025. He has been predominantly racing in the world of gearbox karting and been doing very well there as also. Right, eyes on the highlights here. Good getaway though for the start of this one. Kevin Lantinga once again, Guillaume, really strong start to his race. The setup is there at the start. Midway point, then everything seems to disappear. Goldstein going for the move. I mean, granted, this was on the 1st, 2nd lap of the race, but Lantinga's pace was still strong and it was sticking with Goldstein. It was only then it started to fall apart again for him. So, again, do I have to put this on tyre pressures again for him?
Yeah, that's really the interrogation point at this moment in time in the racing, and it's worth asking him if we get a chance later on. But came the contact between Otto Paikkonen and Mirko Wouters on lap number 3, leading to the Finnish driver retiring and Mirko Wouters finishing all the way down in P19, just outside of the hairpin, as Mirko was being stuck on the left side of the track with Andy Rattel making his move on the inside. He had nowhere else to go, and as a result, contact happened with Otto Paikanen forced to come back to the pits with his nose cone flying, as Rattel would give a hard time as well to the 289 of Alex Pinera. Certainly doing a good job. 6 places gained up to P2 against the likes of Marco Lopiccolo as well, the third one in this battle, as Lantinga at some point was still, so to speak, alive in this race before dropping a position, being overtaken by Andy Rattel, who would give the fight to Lopiccolo, with Pinera left on his own, so to speak, in second place. The result that he would finish, he would end up having in his hands. As further back, François Delati and as well as Elvis Krasovskas, Max Radek, Lewis Birds and Maxime Blanchemin all giving themselves a bit of a hard time in the later stages of the race, with Delati dropping a place to the 246, that would 296, sorry, of Marcus Glum. No, it was Maxime Blanchemin who made his move. We're very far away from your winner for the second time, Ellie Goldstein. Well, in the meantime, there is still a lot of interest from our neighbours.
Indeed. Cow update, they're all standing. Means no rain predicted probably in the next few hours. So absolutely perfect there. They're all in agreement, but they have moved away from the circuit. I think we're annoying them a bit with the PA. Plenty more action to come up. That is the seniors done for the time being. We'll see them out 2 more times right in a few moments' time. But we will now see the juniors out for their second round of qualifying heats. Their middle point of the qualifying heats phase, qualifying heat B versus C, will be the next one to head out onto the circuit, which will have Sid Rademacher and Dan Alleman on the front row of that grid. Oh, that is a fabulous helmet livery there for Sid Rademacher. He has got the flames at the front, showcasing how fast he is, and he showcased that speed in time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Stig de Rademacher, well done to you on home soil in Belgium, one of the fastest already in the junior class. This is a work well done in qualifying.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy about this. This is my home circuit too. I'm very happy. I knew I could take pole because I'm good here in the rain. And I hope I can set this pace further.
We've seen some good work on track with you and some of your teammates at Fusion. Did it pay off the way you guys drove together to improve each other's lap times?
Nah, I didn't really like. One of my teammates was like blocking me, kind of. We were like racing, kind of. It's not the best way to do qualifying, but I took the lead then of him and took pole.
Yeah, still paying off in the end and showing the good pace that you guys have here in Mariembourg. Well done to you and best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
Good to chat there to Sid Rademacher. There is Dan Alleman on your screen, the Swiss driver on the front row of the grid. Also one to keep an eye on over the course of this weekend. He doesn't sit anywhere with inside. Well, he does actually. He's second after that race win earlier on. He joins Archie Owen with those 50 points to his name. If he wins this one, maximum 100 points. If Archie Owen wins that one as well, he would take the lead though of the points because he out-qualified Dan Alleman. So again, still very close in it, but that's only after one race. There is Czech Peters, and Czech had a very interesting race earlier on. Good start, I think. Then he had some dramas, dropped back a little bit in that race, but still one to keep an eye on over the course of this one. He starts right behind Dan Alleman on that second row of the grid. Going to keep a close eye on the driver from the Netherlands. Other drivers that we'll keep a close eye on over the course of this one all fall down all throughout the order in this one, of course. Roch Pinheiro, a very quick driver, finding himself on the 12th row of the grid, not where he wanted to be at all after time qualifying. But the engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's go over that full starting lineup. Sid de Rademacher and Dan Alleman on row number 1. Aurelien Gostinelli and Czech Peters go from row number 2. Lilius Ebersdobler and the Grand Chris, they lock out the top 6 on row number 3. Row 4 sees Theo Poliquin and Antoine Duval. Then it is Daniel Oliver and Big Frank Schleindel on row number 5. Finley Lines and Jan Rodriguez round out the top 12 on row 6.
Following on row number 7, we have Max Yule and Maurice Verkruijs. Row number 8, Benjamin Westwood and Adrian Canal. Row number 9, we'll see Jules de Koen and Freddie Wood. Row number 10 at the back end, Jonas Pendis, Anton Boots. John de Vries, Arle Musk on row 11. Row number 12, Rock Pinera and Hugh Runner. A total of 24 drivers indeed that we have ready to hit the track now for the warm-up lap. After the warm-up lap to get some temperature into those engine tires, into those beautiful racing and weather conditions. As at least we can expect here in Mariembourg, where the weather can sometimes be playful with the nerves of everybody here. But now, Dan Halleman, 1 win to his name, 1 win to Archie Owen that we're going to see later in the next race. That means that still very close on equal points, still early into the stage of the weekend, unlike for the seniors that have more drivers, more races. So this is already rotation number 2 for the junior category. There will be only 1 left after that for all the groups. So not a lot of room for mistake in order to get yourself qualified and as high as possible on the grid for the superheat tomorrow morning. So it's a little bit now or never. Dan Halleman knows it, certainly, alongside Stig de Radermaker. If he can secure that victory number 2, well, that will certainly make a difference in the chase for pole position and the point for the championship.
Certainly will do. Here we go then. Priming yourselves ready for this race. Stig de Radermaker on pole position. Dan Halleman joining him alongside as the pace has slowed right down here as they get ready to go racing, as we go on board with Stig de Radermaker on the front row of that grid looking back. We are racing into turn 1. It's a good start from both rows this time around, but there's a huge contact and straight into the barriers. 3 carts off the road at turn 1, and that was a big moment there. Now, one of them, again, I think was a Jamie Green. I'm not too sure, but I'll try and figure out who that was
and
that's gone off at turn number 1. Yeah, more drama there. That has not gone well at all. Jules de Koen is one of them.
And Maurice Verkruijs.
It was Evers Dobler, Granquist, and I think it was Daniel Oliver actually that went off there. And there, Maurice Verkruijs as well as Jules de Koen. They have got caught out at turn number 2. So big drama there at the start of the race. They're out, not moving. Jules de Koen is going no further.
Yeah, such a shame for the PGM driver, and you can feel from here the intense frustration under the helmet after this DNF in the opening lap. A yellow flag is being waved. Well, 2 hairpins and 2 separate incidents as we are on board with your leader, Stig de Radermaker. Jack Pieterse climbing 2 places up to 2nd from Dan Halleman. Further back as well is Aurelio Gustinelli fighting his way through with Theo Policor just behind. 6th place for Daniel Oliver. Policor making his way past. Gustinelli dropping places as we speak. Policor up to 4th. Gustinelli all the way down to P8 as the start, as you said, was absolutely brilliant from Stig de Radermaker. Very good as well from Jack Pieterse. Dan Halleman very much still in contention for the win as the top 6 drivers is trying to pull away.
Indeed. Well, keeping an eye on this one. Radermaker has not broken away here. Down the inside. Beautiful move there. Daniel Oliver on the charge. Getting that move done on Theo Policor. Finley Lines trying to follow as well. To the inside line, though. Jack Peters and Dan Halleman both getting through. Stig de Radermaker down to 3rd. Slots back into 2nd place. It's still a good recovery here. Let's see how this one unfolds in the early stages of this race. Of course, these only 8 laps, these races. And, oh, Jack Peters down the inside. This is on board as right in the rear bumper there goes Finley Lines. The closing speed there was astronomically different. But you can still see only a tiny amount of contact made between the 2 of them there. There you can see how Jack Peters has just been passed now once again from Stig de Radermaker. Dan Halleman now looking comfortable. Big send there, says hello Daniel Oliver. Sends it down the inside. Beautiful shot there.
Yeah, incredible. How about the many opportunities and the maneuvers we've seen in the last sector, the most technical and trickiest of all. But still, drivers just go for it, allowing by the wide of the track. Running inside goes a 112 of Theo Policon, Chuck Peterson. Beautifully made. Dan Hardeman is pulling away 1 full second from Stig de Rademacher. Busy as ever. As going onto the grass on the inside is Chuck Peterson trying to fight against Theo Policon. And as well as Yule just behind. The 75 goes on the inside and takes a position, but goes too wide and put a lot of dirt onto the track and unfortunately onto the racing line as well. But miraculously he was able to keep going onto the track, dropping 1 or 2 places in the process, but that could have been a lot worse.
It could have been a lot worse, so thankfully all good there as again just fighting for position here, lines in the middle of it. Rodriguez trying to find his way through right now, not able to do so as they all concertina up. Jack Peters getting squeezed and nerfed a bit there at turn number 12. Keeping his composure though as he switches to the inside. Her defensive line, through goes Lines, and now this is allowing everyone to break away at the front. You can see that the top 3 now are clear by some 3 seconds from this battle for 4th place. Lines to the inside of Czech Peters. Can't make it stick on the exit. Now is having to go defensive from the rest of the field. Look at that train. It can't tell the difference between 4th all the way down to 18th place.
Yeah, and that could end up in... let's see how this will play out, because that could end up ugly if one of them goes too aggressive in the middle of the pack. But the more they fight, the more they've lost ground and time as well on the top 2-3 drivers, as Dan Hardeman, De Rademacher and Oliver Sanchez are, as for now, if it stays like it is, secure in their respective positions, even though the gap is still very short between De Rademacher and Oliver Sanchez. You're going to have to keep an eye on that. As in the meantime, Chuck Peterson is going defensive left and right, not quite able to prevent the overtaking from behind the lines. And he was trying to switch that line up into turn number 2 as soon as that second hairpin, not quite able to do so. Is going defensive, is a little bit all over the place, Chuck Peterson, I'm afraid, as Policon, Rodriguez, Yule, Wood and the rest of the peloton seems to be eager to get past, but Chuck Peterson is having none of it and shut those doors at every turn. It's about survival in this race, and there's another place lost, not quite so, as Policon was trying to get himself ahead outside of turn number 6. Chuck Peterson is resisting, but for how long? That's something, and around the outside door goes Policon, but he's opening the door while doing that, and Yule was only waiting for that and just took them both at once.
Yeah, indeed. Max Yule once again showcasing some great pace here at the end of these heats. Once more he finds himself up into P5, but eyes fixated on this entire train of karts. Hugh Rana, Rock Pineda are having great race in this one. 13 and 11 places gained. Harley Musk there, 9 places gained for Harley Musk for the Fusion team. Really pushing through in this race as well. But eyes focus still just on all these drivers fighting for position. It's an absolute medley of drivers right now, all tripping over each other a little bit here and there with these overtakes, but Yule holding on to the train here from 5th place downwards, I should say. This is on board once again with Stig de Rademacher. This was the Daniel Oliver lunge down the inside. I've got to say, great reactions there from Czech Peters to avoid any contact there, but that was a bold move from Daniel Oliver down the inside, which has held him there in 3rd place right now.
Yeah, that's the kind of move that we like to see, especially from the on-board vision, as it's not over yet. Watch out, run inside, goes Van Skadel on Yule. That was a battle for P5. It's not over yet. Dan Hardeman in the meantime, making sure that he will cross the line first with another fastest lap in the bag. The Swiss driver from Spirit Racing has been absolutely untouchable. As we said, he is a man on a mission, really determined to secure that 2nd place overall in the championship. Since Riley Graham is out of reach, well, after the first one, there's a vice champion of the IAME Euro Series up for grab. And for his 2nd season in the junior category, that's certainly worth fighting for. Checkered flag is waving, and Dan Hardeman is there to salute it for the 2nd time. 2 victories out of 2 for the young Swiss driver. Stig de Rademacher from pole to 2nd place in front of Daniel Oliver Sanchez. As further back, well, Finlay Lanes was able to cross the line in P4. as Theo Policon was first from that group of pursuers further back. Policon 5th, Bing van Schedel, great return from him in 6th place from Jan Rodriguez, Aurelio Agustinelli, Hugo Rana, Czech Petersen all the way down to P10.
Indeed, very strong performance then for the field. Rex 30 heading back into Parc Ferme. That is their second heat done for Groups B versus C, of course. The next groups will be out next. That will see the likes of Groups A and D. And, we've definitely upset the cows now. They're walking away from us. There we go. This is not going to get boring over the course of today, I'm sure. The drivers make their way back into Parc Ferme. Strong drive there for the field. But like we say, top 10 being rounded out by Czech Peters. Benjamin Westwood finishing in 11th place from Harley Mars, Rock Pinheiro from Max Yule. Then it is Jonas Punitz from Antoine Bus, Freddie Wood from Antoine Duval, who ran out the top 18. Two other finishers in that race, Sjod de Vries and Ludwig Granqvist running up the top 20. Retirements for Cruz, Canal, Ebersdobler and De Coin all out of the race at the start of that one. And that was a bit of a shaky start, wasn't it, Guillaume? That one right at the go in towards turn 1. Big contact there for the field. I think it was Granqvist that actually went up onto 2 wheels, and unfortunately everyone else just trying to avoid it while you're going flat out into turn 1 at the start of the race. Nowhere you can really go apart from try and steer it off the track. There is Dan Adaman. Job well done for him. 100 points to his name. Here's how it all transpired. Now keep an eye on the Falcon on the outside. Yep, contact there, and unfortunately Lilius Ebersdobler was on the inside line there. The German driver had a tough race earlier on. He just went straight into the wall there. Granqvist able to re-go in this one, and Antoine Duval also getting caught out. That was the view behind from Sid de Rademacher. Alaman, though, there in second place, not wanting to hang around. He got going again. There was the moment, unfortunately, for Jules de Coin out of the race. I think he tried to get restarted, and then I think the cart just broke again on him, which was a big shame.
Yeah, with us a couple of drivers into this race, Jules de Koen being one of them, but also Elias Ebersdobler, which is a shame indeed for the Opt Racing driver. Adrian Canal and Maurice Verkreus among those who didn't see the checkered flag. But there were battles up plenty as going around the inside. A 97 at some point. Czech Petersen was very much fighting at the front with Dan Hallerman and Stig de Radermacher before dropping through the ranking, unfortunately. De Radermacher being overtaken left and right at this point, battling with Dan Hallerman, as Petersen was the first one to lose that position to the Fusion driver. At this point, he was still holding on to that third place before things took another turn, and what a launch that has been from Daniel Oliver Sanchez from MDC Racing. That would secure him third place finish, as Czech Petersen couldn't quite keep up with that pace, unfortunately, dropping position after position, this time around against the 112 of Theo Policon, taking with him the 75 of, it was further back, Max Yule, who finished all the way down to P14 at some point, so something went terribly wrong for him in the last 2 laps, as at some point he was very much fighting at the forefront here with Czech Petersen, Theo Policon just behind, but the Frenchman looking over the shoulder, trying to make his move, but it was first Yule on Czech Petersen, and a little bit of a moment for him, and that's where Petersen was able to hold on to that place.
And a moment like that can really shake a driver, and unfortunately, it was at that point where he slowly started to fall back, did Yule. Lines having a really good race, actually, in that one. Finley Lines, 7 places gained for the young Briton, pushing his way through the field nicely in that latter stage of the race. There was drama in the latter stages. That was Freddie Wood. Yeah, he was having a good start to his race. Unfortunately, right at the end of that one, dropping down, but still up 1 place from his original starting spot. Cross the line, Dan Alaman, second win, 100 points, leads the intermediate classification. The ball now is back into the outright pole sitters side of the court. Archie Owen's turn now to see if he can match that and get another race win. Can he join Dan Anaman with 100 points to his name? Here's a look at what we've been through and what we're about to go through. We are halfway through the X30 Juniors for their second rotation. We'll go into minis after that. Then we're back to the seniors for their fourth and penultimate round of qualifying heats before they end the day later on with those last races for all the classes, junior, mini and senior. And that will determine who collects 25 championship points at the end of it. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Junior X30 in a few minutes.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Mariembourg supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching live coverage of the IAME Euro Series round 4 here at Carte de Fania in Mariembourg, Belgium. We are halfway through the day, roughly or so, with the Junior X30 qualifying heat A versus D that will be heading out onto the circuit next, which will see Archie Owen and Jesse Phillips in All British Row #1 lockout go for the start of this race. Of course, the championship still close for second, third and fourth onwards. It's around that race leader, of course, Riley Cranham, not racing, but still here this weekend. He is leading those points by quite some way, and I think he has taken a seat with the Fusion team there on the grandstand. Riley Cranham is there in the colourfully white shoes, looking down down his phone. There he goes. I think he knows we're talking about him now. Yep, Riley, we are talking about you in the grandstand. There we go. Yeah, we can see you in your white shoes. Perfect. Yes, yeah, he knows. Lovely. But he's watching this from the sideline. Safest place for him to be, really, because, we were doing the maths and everything like this. Physically, the only way you could have lost the championship is if he raced and got disqualified from the entire weekend. And obviously there is a risk in that potentially happening. Yeah. You never know. But of course, without him racing, he didn't need to worry about that. And he can watch it from the sidelines, knowing that at the end of the weekend, he'll be going home with a lovely big trophy.
Yeah, and the trophies will be awarded at the end of the weekend with the podium ceremonies and all that. So make sure to stay with us until the end of the weekend to witness that.
Indeed. Here's the grid then for qualifying A versus D. Archie Owen and Jesse Phillips on row number 1. Louis Bazeret and Didier Kriefs go from row 2. Alex Martinez and Laurens de Kock will round out the top 6 on row number 3. Noah Grenier and Gabriel Canal go from row 4. They'll have Max Endicott and Nilas Malik on row 5. First half of the field, we'll see Edouard Goffroy and Aurélien Lemaire on row number 6.
Row number 7, we have David Stefan as well as Zoltan Konyi. Row number 8, Matteo Melis and Mathis Mouche. Row number 9, Bruno Grilling and Flavio Chiera. Max Lacroix and Jacob Bachelot on row number 10, followed by Igor Ivachenko as well as Alexandre Point. And we have Veer Chopra and Lorenzo Villau on row number 12. And as you guessed, well, the young man that we just mentioned in the grandstand, not on track, Raleigh Graham. Watching closely from anything that's happening on track and keeping an eye on his teammates from Fusion Motorsport, the likes of Didier Kriefs and GC Phillips, as well as Laurens de Kock, all fighting at the forefront in the upper part of the starting grid. Now, when it comes to the point, Dan Harleman is your current leader in the classification with 100 points, 2 wins to his name. Archie Owen can equal that if he makes sure to see the checkered flag first. Stig de Rabermaker is second, 72 points from the lines. Yul, Lance Friedel, Oliver Sanchez Rodriguez, and Grant Kiss, your top 10. And how do we know that? Well, on the live timing from Apex Standing, the partner of the IAME Euro Series, that you can find on the IAME Euro Series official website as well, with the ranking being updated as we speak. Now, when it comes to calculation for the championships, there's drop scores for the superheat that will take place tomorrow and the final. So tonight will be, and also tomorrow morning will be about, you know, refining those calculations that, my dear Anthony, you were so good to come up first with before the weekend. So it's always a bit, that's that part of the season when there's a lot of points to take into account, a lot of calculations to be made, which is personally not my strongest asset. But when it comes down to you know, deciding who can lay their hands on a title like that, we make the extra effort, even though for this one here the champions is secured. But the fight is pretty much open, wide open between the contenders for second and third place.
It certainly is. Don't worry, Guillaume, maths isn't my strong point either, so I could be completely wrong with everything that I say. Right then, here we go into those tram lines. Revs starting to raise. Sun is shining. Lights are out. We're racing down in towards turn 1. It's a good start for the field. It's a good start for the second row. Louis Bazeret looking like he wanted to go for the lead in towards turn 1, but he's going to go for it down in towards turn number 2. And that's a beautiful overtake for the Frenchman, for the Victory Lane team. He sweeps into the lead and now controls the pace. There you can see Phillips is holding on to second now as they go through. There is Archie Owen. He's down to third, but still in the fight right now as he's got everyone there. Didier Kriefs having a much better start this time around. He's holding on to 4th place.
Yeah, beautiful start from Bazeret and good getaway for everybody into that field. Outside of the hairpin, the Victory Lane driver didn't have the best of start this weekend, but rushing through into P1 right now with the Fusion drivers giving him the chase. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold on to that first place for long. 8 laps to go through for Louis Bazeret. Contention not for the championship this time around, but for the Benelux Championship as well. But he has all the chances that he needs to finish second overall this season. But now, let's see what's going to happen behind, because Archie Owen, GC Phillips, Didier Kriefs and Martinez all pretty much in the mix, glued together to try to get themselves out of that peloton. And they need to do that ASAP, because Louis Bazeret is pulling the effort with the fastest lap in the race so far. And now he goes with the half of a second now that he has in front of Archie Owen. Let's see if Bazeret will be able to keep up with that pace, because he has a long trail of drivers just behind trying to give him the chase. Owen, Phillips, Martinez, Kriefs, Endicott, Malik, Noah Grenier, Laurens de Kock, as well as Stefan in his 10th place. There is Stefan Minchuna. Yeah. That's 2 laps completed into lap number 3 out of 8. still half of a second between Basire and Owen. With GC Philips down in third. Philips very, very close indeed, but not quite able to find a little bit of space to pick up that second place.
No, indeed, not at the moment. Looks to the inside, though. Archie Owen goes for it. Down the inside. And Basire gets squeezed onto the runoff area at the exit at turn number 3. And Lou Basire from the lead has tumbled down the order. And, well, really at this moment, out of contention. Archie Owen now back in control, is doing what he needs, but Philips is still right there, just behind.
Yeah, turn of event once again, as we've seen previously, not quite the same as we've seen before, unfortunately. But Basire is going to have to do it all over again. He has the pressure now from one of the fusion drivers. Loris de Kock is just behind him by the look of it. Let's look at the gaps. There's half of a second still with Archie Owen in the lead. Battle is raging now. But Philips, Owen, all run inside. There goes Martinez on TD Creve, third of 31. There was a little he could have done there just before turn number 4. As we have the two fusion teammates battling, one for the win potentially and one for P3. As Creve and Philips still very much glued to both Owen and Martinez. Undercut, Malik, Grenier, De Kock and Basire all the way down. As the gaps have, and the positions as well have slightly changed compared to what you can see on the left side of your screen. So as for now, don't take that into account. It's going to update itself, and now we have the update of the classification with Owen and Philips in the lead. Basire all the way down to P7. Lap number 5 we go. And still Owen, one win to his name already, leading the way in front of GC Philips.
Yeah, indeed, for the time being, Philips is piling on that pressure still here. Not able to find his way through just yet. Owen, setting the fastest lap of the race, is bringing Philips along, and I think Philips is going to do this classic sit behind, wait for the prime opportunity. There was a slight defensive posture there, I will say, from Owen, but he's held it through now, so he's all clear and dry for the time being, but we'll keep a very close eye on this one. I'm going to keep an eye on Martinez as well. In third place, he is there, 2 positions gained. He's looking strong, and he's only he's only about 7/10 of a second off the back of these 2. So that's going to be one to keep a close eye on. You can see the communications coming in to just say, keep working together, keep pushing. Don't go for the overtake just yet. Time is running out, but he's right there behind. He's got ample opportunity to get this move done, and he's done it. Through, down the inside, Philips into the race lead. Owen now will lose out on his intermediate classification lead. Aleman would take it. Owen knows this, and Owen, I think, will fight this one back at the end. Time running out for the drivers as now Nilas Malik sets the fastest lap of the race. He's just behind in P4. He's on a 6th place gain at the moment, but yes, with time running out, it's all down to what Archie Owen wants to do in this situation here, Gil.
Yeah, time is running out as for now. GC Philips, Archie Owen, let's see if he's going to be able, if he has what it takes to try to climb back and switch those positions again and pick up that win that he thought was his. But GC Philips had other ideas in mind, as always, went for the move. Now it's down to Archie Owen to turn into the chaser. Into turn number 3 is missing maybe half a meter to be within a good position to launch an attack. As we have the 51 further back of Martinez in front of Malik. Matteo Nellis in the meantime, fastest of this race. The fastest lap for the driver, the number 69. Currently a little bit further back into, yeah, he's P9 at the moment. But now it seems to me that GC Philips might have this race in the hand. But that being said, we've seen in the past in a couple of other races that it's never finished quite before the checkered flag, and that last sector, that last turn, number 12, has proven very useful for some of the drivers to launch an attack there. But let's see if some sort of last lap maneuver can happen this time around, and I don't think that Owen has what it takes. He's lost a bit of momentum, 0.4 of a second now, and finds himself under the pressure of further back. as Didier Kreeft goes on to Malik. Beautifully made from the Dutchman up to 4th place.
Yeah, indeed. Beautiful runs there. So Kreeft through past Endicott. Grinding to a halt is Louis Bazeret, and that is disaster for the young man who is fighting in that championship, second in the points, out of this race, and that's his second qualifying heat. Disaster striking for Louis Bazeret, not what you want to see at all. Final lap board is out though, and Jesse Phillips in the lead by half a second. We'll see that checkered flag. Jesse Phillips claims his first win of the weekend in superb style. He steps up to 3rd in the points behind Archie Owen, now joint on points with him. But Dan Alleman at the end of their second phase does secure the intermediate classification lead. His 100 points has not been beaten from the rest. Biggest mover in that race though, Bruno Grieling. That's a much better run for him from the first race he had earlier on. He had dramas at the start of today. Now he's looking much stronger, and he gets the biggest mover of the race there, and that is a good work and good job from him, finishing in P7 overall. There, the rest of the results then: Phillips from Owen, Martinez from Kreeft, Malik Endicott, Grieling from Stefan, and it is Mellis and Canal who round out the top 10 as they head back into Parc Ferme. Good run for them.
The car to stop at post 3, mechanical failure.
There you go. Confirmation then. Mechanical failure for our man Louis Bazeret, who has been a brilliant dominant force this season. Second in the championship, but struggling at the final hurdle here in Mariembourg. There's your full results. Aurélien Lemaire finishing in 11th from Lorenz de Kock. Then it is Jacob Maschler from Edouard Godefroy, Zoltan Koini from Flavio Carrier, Noguenier and Alexandre Point, who round out the top 18. 19th place is Veer Chopra, Max de Croix, Igor Ivanchenko, Matis Mush, Lorenz Villau, and Louis Bazeret. The only retirement from that race, and of course the non-starter of Riley Cranham. Jesse Phillips though, their first win of the weekend. Job is done with his last race coming up later on today. Who will take those 25 championship points? Who will take pole position for the Superheats tomorrow? We're about to find out later on today. Here's the highlights though. Guillaume, strong start for the field, but check out Louis Bazeret right at the start. This amazing lunge, under braking into turn 2. He pulls out of the slipstream and bosh, into the race lead.
Yeah, we thought for a moment that he would keep himself on the left, then went for the dummy onto the right, surprised everybody. The first one being Jesse Phillips to take the lead, with Archie Owen already putting himself in second, as Alex Martinez was doing similar move into turn number 1 to get up to P4. Once again, beautiful move on the 31 of Didier Kreeft. The Fusion drivers were a little bit shaken up in the early stages before first, well, Phillips took over from Archie Owen to take back the lead at some point, with Louis Bazeret unfortunately not able to keep up with the pace, dropping place after place. At some point he was 7th before coming to an halt due to technical failure, unfortunately, at the wheel of his Car Republic machine. So that's quite another sad turn of event for Louis Bazeret. Jesse Phillips picking up his first win of the weekend in front of Archie Owen. Here's what lies ahead, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a couple of races, as you can see, left on the schedule for this second day of racing. The next one will be the mini category for the second rotation of qualifying heats, as we're going to have some more interviews, some more interactions coming up.
We certainly will do. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Mini X30 is coming up next.
it makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the IAME Euro Series 2025 here from Mariembourg in Belgium. We are pushing through halfway through the day now. We're getting through it nicely. Mini X30 qualifying heat B versus C will be the next one to head out onto the circuit. And currently still very close in the championship. George House leading the way in the points ahead of Milan Baku, Harry Williams, Austin Newstead, Christian Kobe and Daniel Ferguson. They are the top 6 in the points. And Nihil Al-Gahoudi 7th in the points as well. There is Milan Baku, though. Great run for him over the course in time qualifying. We caught up with him after TQ. Here's what he had to say. Milan Baku, congratulations. Fastest in your group. How was the track feeling for you out there? The rain started falling at the wrong time, didn't it?
It was all right for me. The track was a bit slippery and Matisse was in front of me, so I have someone to look at and try to close the gap. And I did that, and that helped a lot.
Talk us about this weekend, of course. Championship fight up for grabs. You're fastest. George House was fastest as well. You two are 1-2 in the championship. Are you looking forward to the challenge?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice and simple. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Well, congratulations, Milan. Well done. Fastest overall. We'll see you out there in those races.
Yeah. Thank you.
There you go. Very sweet young Milan Baku there, who'll be starting this one on the pole position spot alongside Mason Hibbert in this one. Looking forward to seeing what they can do out on the circuit. But like you say, a lot of work ahead of them. There is Mason Hibbert. He is primed and ready. A little wave to the camera. Good to see. Primed and ready, I would say, Guillaume.
Yes, indeed. One last handshake with the mechanic. A couple of words just to help the driver get into their own bubble of concentration, as we had the likes of Daniel Ferguson and Mason Hibbert, as you've seen, winning so far one race each, and they will be both on to this grid. Mason Hibbert alongside Milan Baku on the first line, and Daniel Ferguson a little bit further back from third spot on the inside, coming to turn number 1. Now let's see if we're going to see another driver being able to get their hands on a heat victory. Shall we see maybe one of the two already going for victory number 2? That could help secure, or at least trying to secure the top spot of the qualifying heat ranking, being led on equal points, as you've guessed, by Hibbert and Ferguson at this point. As the sun is very much with us, and the time we have a bit of a briefer now, the occasion to have a better look at some of the fantastic helmet liveries brought out by some of the youngsters out there in the mini class. A lot of colors, a lot of creation, a lot of creative ideas when it comes to decorating your helmet. And we've seen a lot of them this weekend, and it's always fresh to see with drivers coming up with new ideas.
Indeed. Let's take you through the grid then. Qualifying Heat B versus C for the minis. Milan Baku and Mason Hibbert, row number 1. Daniel Ferguson and Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio going from row number 2. Eduard Berger and Charles Yorel go from row number 3. Mattis Pisers and Denver Boss go from row 4. They'll have Martin Rodriguez and Johnson Stewart on row number 5.
Row number 6, Luis Paternot and Kim Minjiao. Row number 7, Arthur Yassoni and Andy Stewart. Maxime Van Kan and May Enike on row number 8. Then we have Charles Cloud at the back end on row number 9 on his own, which makes it for 17 drivers onto the grid, ready to go for battle for 7 laps, B versus C. as Ebert will be alongside Milan Beku. And you can see a little wave to the camera maybe, or can you hear us, you think?
Probably
but,
not.
Very much focused on what's going to happen on track. The grandstand is very much full, that's what we like to see. And the gesture between the mechanic and the drivers, over the years, I've tried myself to learn and to be able to communicate the same way they do, but I tend to lack a little bit of knowledge when it comes to really being able to, do all those gestures from mechanic to driver, I must say.
The mechanics give me a lot of gestures, but I don't think they're as good.
Yeah,
right.
The same.
yeah, different ones. Right, we are moments away from getting this one started. To be fair, Gail, I'm a little bit upset, a little bit sad. Cows have walked off.
Oh.
They've left. They've left us alone.
Let me search
so
them for
we've
you.
got no more weather updates, unfortunately, for you now.
They may be hiding, but they will come back later. I'm
maybe,
sure. I can tell
maybe.
you. Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. This is going to be an interesting one, though. Of course, Milan Beku had a really tough race earlier on, didn't he? That first one. So let's see what he can do this time around. But he is surrounded by two drivers who have currently won a race. So this is going to be a pretty feisty one. Daniel Ferguson or Mason Hibbert, or both of them, are about to either win their second race or lose their first race. We don't know just as of yet. We are about to find out, though. As the field now head out of the final corner to the tram lines. Are we racing? It's early on the power, but it looks good to me. Lights are out. We are racing down towards turn number one. Good start for both rows. Better start for the inside line. And for Mason Hibbert, slots into second place, but he's on the outside going in towards turn number two. And that's going to be tough for him to hold on to it. And yes, Daniel Ferguson has got himself up into second place. It's a good start for him into P2 as he tries to hunt down now Milan Beku, who has held on to the race lead for this one and is now trying to break away from the field, but that is easier said than done in Mini X30 because remember, 8 wheels is always better than 4.
Yeah, definitely. So good getaway for everybody here.
Oh,
Oh, and as I said, contact, and one of them, the 82, the 482, by the look of it, Mattis Pearsons from Fusion Motorsport, unfortunately being switched around a little bit. We might need to see that again, but I think that results of a contact out there on the exit of the hairpin in turn number 6. But Mattis Pearsons finds himself at the back end of the field. Quite unfortunate as we're about to complete that first lap of 7. In the lead, Milan Beku, Daniel Ferguson in second, battling with your pole sitter, Mason Hibbert. Down in third, then a little bit further back, Edouard Berger climbing one place up to the top 4. From Lorenzo Di Pretantonio, Charles Ural, Denver Boss, Johnson Stewart, as well as Tim Mijau and Charles Claudio top 10. Here's what happened.
Replay then, and just on the curb, completely by himself. They are obviously graded curbs. They are FIA regulated curbs, but these are small carts, and when they hit one of those curbs, they do bottom out, and that's just very unfortunate. And for Pearsons, he is out. More drama there. That is Maxim Van Kroen, who had drama earlier on as well in the minis, is seeing himself having more drama here at turn number 3. And yes, he is all the way at the back now, borderline out of this race, which is a big shame. Eyes on this. Still battles happening further back. Now, Charles Ural has made some good moves in this one for the PB kart team. He has made several positions up in this race, and he's done it again now. He's up into P4. Denver Boss has followed. Edouard Berger has gone down to P6 now at this stage, but there is still a good fight at the front here. Beku, Ferguson and Hibbert, 1, 2, 3, are not attacking at the moment, but they are close right now. There they are, and Ferguson has just set the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, the driver in second place from BMR is going to try to keep the chase to Milan Beku up until the end, as he was lapping in a 1:62.3, 62.4 for the leader Belgian driver currently in P1. As in 4/10 of a second now, as we keep a good watch as well on the battle with 4 drivers, the 415 leading that pack. This is the Denver Boss from Di Petrantonio, Edouard Berger and Johnson Stewart, the drivers between 5th and 8th place at the moment, trying to catch up with the rest of the pack just in front of them. But 5 drivers within the same picture, and the driver from PB Kart, Charles Ural, is just in front in 4th place, under the pressure from Denver Boss. as the 418 Di Pietrantonio is under investigation, as you can see, overtaking after the red line. Ooh, naughty boy there. Is certainly something you're not allowed to do once you pass the red line just before turn number 12. Well, no overtaking allowed. And once the light go out and you cross the yellow line on the grid, well, this goes off and racing is good to go. Oh, contact in turn number 6 into the hairpin. I think that might be, yeah, Charles Ural and Denver Boss.
It is. Yeah,
yes,
that's
indeed.
a big shame for them. Just coming together there at turn number 6. And, you know, we did a track walk this morning. And when we got to that very turn, we said, that's a tricky braking zone. And it dips off quite a lot.
Yeah.
And you think if you go off there, you're pretty much out of it, and that's a big, big shame for them. It shows how dry it is, though, now, because that was a lot of dust that got kicked up there. It's not muddy, it's not boggy or anything like that, despite the rain that we had earlier on in the weekend. But that is a huge shame for them. Eyes on this, though. Ferguson has caught up to Milan Baku. They've dropped Hibbert, and now this fight for the race lead is most very on right now.
It is on as the race is about to get concluded very soon. Daniel Ferguson very much on the tail of Milan Baku, the driver that we've seen finishing on the top step in Wackersdorf, coming close to win it in Zuera twice on a very thin margin. And he's the kind of driver who's been used to fight at the forefront. Which is the case right now. Less than 3/10 now. A little bit of a gap that Milan Baku has been able to build into that sector number 2. But the 426 of Daniel Ferguson, 1 win to his name already. Maybe why not adding another one that would make him the leader, provisional still, of the classification, considering Hibbert is just behind, so he knows what to do. And look at the gap that those two were able to build, with Hibbert very much on his own. Pietrantonio still 4th, but way back, 1.5 seconds is missing on a top 3 finish potentially. The question now is where to pass. He still has less than 2 laps to decide, Daniel Ferguson, as here comes the response from the GP driver. Fastest lap this time around. Will it be enough, though, to protect that P1?
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see on this one, as the gap remains at 0.2 of a second. You can see how close they are. We saw there very briefly that the second train of karts, still a long battle happening throughout that field, but all the meanwhile, that's 4th place downwards, really. So Edouard Berger leading that train. Di Pietrantonio is still there, Stewart, Kim, then Clough and Stewart. Louis is there as well. Other Soin as well, also so very close. And now Boss under investigation for potentially causing that collision that unfortunately took himself and Charles Earl off the circuit. Milan Baku, like you say, actually, that fastest up, he has managed to keep a consistent gap, actually, between himself and Ferguson. On this final lap, Ferguson has not really, there's a car length between them. He's not got the legs, really, to get a move done on this final lap.
Yeah, it seems to be. Seems to be enough, yeah, indeed. Fastest lap now still in his hands. And Ferguson not quite able to shake him up just in that last lap into the turn number 6, the old railway hairpin. As Hibbert down the way. Look at the battle still raging. How many drivers do we have in that picture? Up to 6 or 7 of them into that last lap. And points will come double at this stage of the weekend. After this one, there will be one more qualifying race before the Super 8 and not much more. But Daniel Ferguson or Mason Hibbert saw themselves maybe picking up that win. But this goes the way of Milan Baku from RGP Racing Team on Omsol, taking his first win of the weekend. Milan Baku after Ferguson, after Hibbert. Milan wins in Mariembourg, and that will certainly give him the points and the confidence that he needs. If Ferguson, thanks to that P2 finish, is still very much your leader, 3 points away from Hibbert, but Milan Baku finds himself 3rd overall in the qualifying heat ranking in front of Pietrantonio, Clough, Kim, Uray and Berger, your top 8, with Chaklo, the biggest mover out of this race. 9 places gained up to the 8. Well done to the British driver from Excel Motorsport, within 3 drivers from the same team, with Stuart Johnson in 7th and P9 for Andy Stewart in front of Louis Paternot in P10. But Milan Beko did the job, and yeah, that response with the fastest lap, just one course from the checkered flag, yeah, turned out to be enough to secure that P1. Daniel Ferguson securing second place and the overall lead as we speak from Mason Hibbert, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Edouard Berger, Kim Minjiao 6 places up to 6th place. Johnson Stewart down in P7 from Charles Clos, Andy Stewart, Luis Paternat, as well as Arthur Igasson just outside of the top 10 in 11th, followed by Martin Rodriguez, Rosin May Henniker, Mathis Pinsens, as well as Charles Ural, who got into some trouble leading to the conclusion of that race. A race that wasn't finished in the end by Denver Boss or Maxime Van Kran. Quite unfortunate turn of event for these two young ones, as Milan Beku picks up his first heat win of the day. Another weekend here in Mariembourg. Let's have a look at the highlights, shall we? It was a good start and get away from pole position on the left side from Milan Beku, as some others were trying to align themselves into that turn number 1, as Mason Hibbert and Daniel Ferguson giving the chase already, with the door shut by Milan Beku into turn number 2. Before drama would slightly start to happen between some of the contenders further back. Oh yeah, that was the first unfortunate move. Was Mathis Pissens that got turned around unfortunately into that opening lap, and he was all the way down at the back end of the grid. Then the 478 of Maxime Van Kran, another driver who would not see the checkered flag of this race, as battles kept unfolding around the inside. It was one of the drivers, the PB driver. That was a good move, well done by Charles Ural at some point before he would lose everything. Coming towards the conclusion of that race, the 490 from Euro Karting, Edouard Berger making his way past up to P5 at the end of that race. And then the contact, unfortunately, at turn number 6 between Charles Ural and Denver Boss. Those two were fighting tooth and nail on the inside for top positions into that race before things went certainly not according to their plan. Even though Charles Ural saw the checkered flag, he was at the 15th and last place, while Denver Boss had to admit defeat and DNF into that race, joining Maxime Van Kran for the drivers who didn't see it through. Milan Beku, your winner in the mini class, joining the likes of Mason Hibbert and Daniel Ferguson as the top contenders to keep an eye on in the mini category. Before we move on to the rest of the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, let's get down once again to the Parc Fermé with you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, down here in the beautiful sunshine now here in Mariembourg. Milan Beku, great race for you there. Congratulations. Tough start to the day, though. That first race, what happened?
Someone spun in front of me and I had nowhere to go. And I slightly hit him, which put me back to P12 and still managed to come back to P7.
Yeah. So what happened after the first race? What did you do to get yourself ready for this race, which obviously worked because you won it? So what did you get up to?
Just try to do the same with the pace and just kept my head cool and push.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens then in your next race. You've got one more race to go later on. What do you think is going to happen?
I hope that it's going to be the same for me, but you never know.
Yeah. Well, the sun is still shining. It's still a fabulous day. You looking forward to that last race?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see what you can do later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for the racing. But like we say, plenty more to go. The sun's still shining. Guillaume, let's head back over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you to Milan Beku. Hartelijk bedankt. The driver from GP Racing Team, as we have now a couple of minutes to wait before the next race, the mini category for A versus D. This will conclude the rotation number 2 of the mini class. After that, we'll switch to seniors, then we have the juniors, and then once again the mini for the last race, and then last rotation for the seniors. So still plenty of action, plenty of racing to expect here on the Karting Define. A versus D of the mini class is up next. And Josh House will be on the front row of the grid alongside Mathis Brajo. Josh House not quite able just yet to win in the qualifying heats. He picked up the pole position yesterday, started from the front row of the grid, but not quite able to translate that into winning results. Maybe this is a chance, as Daniel Ferguson is now your current leader in front of Ebert and Milan Beku. There is the 422 of Colby Pattinson that you can see is going to be starting from row number 2, 4th place on the outside. Coming to the breaking point of turn number 1. He's going to have Christian Kobe by his side. Once again, thank you all very much. Merci beaucoup. Hartelijk bedankt to everybody joining us here on location on the Karting de Fagnes. Don't forget that if you find yourself in the area, well, why don't you pay us a visit? It's free. And there's a lot of action on and off the track, a lot of pleasures as well that you can enjoy here under the beautiful sun of Mariembourg. Josh House, you saw him briefly, not in his kart just yet. Each of those drivers having their own little gimmicks and little habits as well before getting themselves ready for racing. Some of them like to have a bit of a chat with the mechanic. Others like to, hang around, wait, stand up instead of being seated. And others will like to talk. As you can see here with Kobe and George House. Christian Kobe from Ireland will be just behind George House on the inside line of the second row. Always nice to see them chat because they might be friends off the track, but once the helmet is on and they are on in racing mode, well, they are no friends anymore. And talking about some of the cool livery of the helmets that we have, look at the one of George House with those teeth and this very teethy smile that he has on his helmet. Very impressive livery here. And as you can see, still a couple of minutes to wait before the next start of the mini race. Drivers onto the grid. Josh House, Mathis Brajo on the front row of that starting grid. Christian Kobe and Colby Pattinson just behind. Milo Cornel and Mikko Schouwers as well further back behind. At the wheel of the Parolin machine, Mathis Brajo from Spirit Racing, the young Frenchman. Mathis, who currently is doing his best to shine here under the sunshine of Mariembourg. Came to the 7, Mathis Brajo currently, I'm looking for him, P9 in the championship. Still, things will move at the end and change at the end of the qualifying heats, where points will be awarded for the championship, 25 for the leader and another 25 for the leader after the superheat, and another 50 plus the fastest lap in the final. But Mathis Brajo, that you've seen, had a strong start to his season in Cremona, as our race director, Mr. Martin Bean, heads up back onto the bridge, onto the Ganter, just above the start-finish straight, is the one who decides when the drivers get to go racing, turning the lights off. And if the starting procedures are deemed good enough, well, we've been quite lucky so far. And a little hi to the camera from Christian Kobe from Fusion Motorsport. Thumbs up, the smile that you can see under the helmet, the whistle, you might have heard it as well, the signal for the drivers to get themselves ready into the little machines. And this is now, from this point on, that the concentration starts building, that you have to be focused on the task at hand. One last check with the mechanic, and the drivers are left to their own thoughts. You could see Clément Autran on the left side with one of his teammates from Dream Racing, keeping a close watch on the young ones from the mini class, as we don't have currently anyone from Dream Racing onto this grid, but still Clément Autran and the likes of other drivers. You can see Roxanne Lantinga as well. They will be up next, because after this one we're going to have the next rotation of the senior drivers, and those are already waiting in the wings. My dear Anthony, back in the commentary box, did you enjoy the Mariembourg sun?
I did. It was lovely outside. I recommend it if you're watching in Belgium. Go outside and watch it outside if you're watching the racing right now, because it is a lovely, lovely day. But for these drivers, it's still a long day that they have got here. Someone who thinks it's very cold is a man who lives in the desert and then he flies out to Europe each time, is Martin Bean. So he's quite cold, still understandably, because he's used to 40-degree heat, and then he comes here and then it's freezing, apparently, to him. Right, eyes on this one. Grid 4, qualifying heat A versus D. George House and Mathis Brajo on the front row of the grid for this one. Christian Kobe and Colby Patterson. They'll be out on the grid in row number 2. Milo Cornel and Mikko Schouwers go from row number 3. They'll have Mason Kwong and Didier Dedale on row number 4. Harry Williams and Jake Kostecki will round out the first half of the field on row 5.
Then on row number 6, we have Nagui El Gahoudi, Aurelio Longanito by his side, followed on row number 7 by Matteo Campobello, Austin Newstead, Philippe Massard, Orion Meta, and Martin Sechin Gomez. The field is complete, 7 laps to go through, and we have 17 drivers out onto the track. And one name to keep an eye on from further back, Austin Newstead, who gave us a great recovery. Last time out, he was on track after qualifying. That didn't go according to plan for the young Mini driver. Well, he's very much back under power. The pace is with him. Let's see if he's going to be able once again to show that on track as the marshals get themselves ready as well. The Orange Army around the karting de Fagnes, always very much with passion and dedication, and they don't spare the hours, to say the least, just to be present all throughout the course of the weekend, because let's not forget that the marshals are not only here for racing days, they are here for practice days, for free practice, non-qualifying practice. Whenever the drivers and the teams get to the track, and sometimes even the weekend before, well, we need marshals, we need the Orange Army to make sure that everything is secure, that the drivers can be helped if they need to, and for that we can only be grateful to the men and women working tirelessly to help us out.
That's right indeed. Brilliant work from the marshalling teams over the course of the season. No matter what circuit that we've been to, they've always been fabulous. Here though, for the start of the race, there's the rest of the field. I could only see 2 karts for the majority of that bit, but they've arrived. They're gridding up quite early on. They've still got to get round turn 11. This is turn 11 now. The red line will be appearing in a few seconds. It's from this point onwards. No overtaking is permitted, and we've already seen in that previous race some drivers getting caught out with that rule, so they do need to be careful. Right then, here we go into that final sector, nice and calm. Keeping an eye on this field, like you say, keep an eye on Newstead from the front, but of course George Howe's current championship leader at the pole side of this grid. Fastest in qualifying. Can he continue that momentum into the tram lines? We are lights out and racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the inside row once again. Keep an eye on Mathis Brageot though on the outside. The Spirit Racing driver trying to get a good start to his race. He has slotted into 3rd. It's the XL of George House that still leads the way. Colby Patterson's right there in the background. He's trying to get involved in that top fight. The whole field gets through the first 2 corners though unscathed, but it's turn 4 where it really starts to get interesting. Is anyone going to run out wide? The answer is no. They stay line astern. It's a good start for Mini X30, qualifying A versus D.
That's just the way to go for the youngsters of the Mini outside of turn number 6, and well, thankfully this time around no one catches anyone's wheels. I do think that I've spoken too soon. There's one driver out, unfortunately, that got into trouble. We didn't get to see who that was just yet. But I think that might be, Matteo Campobello. Yeah, you can see here the 487 Campobello from PGM. Unfortunately, was being hidden by one tire wall outside of the hairpin. And unfortunately, that's a race done and dusted already for him. In the meantime, 1 lap completed. Josh Howes, Christian Corby. You saw them chat on the grid now. His gloves off, and around the inside goes Mathis Brageot and Corby Pattinson as well. The 4-driver battle is on. Brageot up into 2nd, chasing Josh Howes. Then the 412 of Christian Corby trying to hold on to that 3rd place with Corby Pattinson just behind. The battle of the young British teams as well. Excel against Fusion with formation from Switzerland, Spirit Racing in the mix as well. As on the inside goes Corby Pattinson up to P3 into the hairpin.
I believe XL is from the UAE.
UAE, my apologies.
There you go.
Yeah.
But no, still on that one. But no, XL Motorsport doing a brilliant job this weekend. Mathis Brageot though, purple in sector 1 and 2 very briefly. That's been taken away though from Austin Newstead, who is climbing his way through the field now on a 5-place gain. But yeah, really strong pace from them. Little wide there from Colby Patterson. Christian Kobe may have a run here, and I think he's got that done, but beautiful little driving there. Nahil El Gahoudi with a good run in this one. He had a tough race earlier on. He's on a 6th-place gain right now. There is Nahil El Gahoudi. He's behind Christian Kobe, and he's having a mighty good fight right now. But this field still tantalizingly close. Brageot is the fastest. He's on the tail end of George House right now. This is the race leaders going through. Patterson and Kobe, though, still very close just behind. They need to make sure that they can match, or if not better, the pace of the two ahead. But with him setting the fastest lap of the race, i.e. Mathis Brageot, that's going to be easier said than done at this stage.
And it always is, even though only a couple of laps completed into the escargot, the last sector of the track. Two battles at once. Ours Brageot, Pattinson, Kobe. And for the back, Williams El Gahoudi as well for 4th place. But now it's about time to wait, certainly. Wait for the right opportunity. Let's see, with a little bit of help from the toe, can Mathis Brageot go for the move? He decides against it. Maybe try to go for the move a little bit later. And the house will be slightly burning. It's not waiting around. Further back is Kobe on Pattinson. Well done to him. Christian Kobe back in the 3rd place, but not for long as Pattinson slides through on turn number 3, changing lines and beautifully made back into P3. As Austin Newstead, again, the fastest lap in the race. Where does he stand? Austin Newstead with a good recovery for him. 7 places, is currently P7. Having started from the back end of the grid, only 14th at the start of the race. So once again, very much demanding, certainly for his tires, but still the pace is strong with Austin Newstead.
Certainly is, and he is now in that kind of lead train at the moment. The problem that he will have is if he gets to the front of it, that's that first job done. The second job is that he's got an almighty gap between himself and then that next two of House and Brageot just further up ahead, and they're in a locked-in battle right now. I don't think we're going to see a move from either of these two until the very last lap, albeit Brageot running very wide there. Eyes on this one, though, side by side for it. Patterson and Kobe, wheel to wheel. Patterson again holds on to the lead of that train. Kobe can't do anything, and now it's all starting to kick off a little bit behind them as Newstead has set the fastest lap of the race. He's got himself into 5th place now. He splits the middle of that group apart.
And that's the qualification heat order as it stands, with a run inside with Brageot, Pattinson, the 122 of Pattinson getting ahead and taking the lead. Josh House back in the lead as well in the meantime. Pattinson, House, this is further back for the remaining position for P3. But the classification is Ferguson 94, Hibbert at 91 and 88 for George House. So still nothing is done yet, but for now there will be one more race to go after this one. But certainly George House, if he stays where he is, will be taking a good option on things to come. That would put him 3rd overall behind Ferguson and Hibbert with one more race to go. As on his side, Mathis Brageot is not waiting around any longer. This is the penultimate lap of this race, and it goes for the move in turn number 2. Now the question is, can Josh House finally translate his pole position into winning results? He's going to have another chance after that. 3 races to go through for the minis. And coming to the hairpin number 6, Josh House is going to have one more lap to go to try to switch those places. Mathis Brageot is doing the job at the moment. As for the back, it's still very, very close for the battles for P3 between Williams and Newstead. Now finds himself 4th place, Austin Newstead. Incredible remontada once again from the young British driver.
Yeah, certainly so, really proving it. And, well, you're seeing a bit of communication here. Brageot going defensive into that final corner. George House saying, no, don't do that, just go. It's fine. We've got a big gap. You've still got 2 seconds there, lads. So if you wanted to go for a battle in this last lap, I won't say no to it. So crack on, I would say. And I think he was going to try it there. George House, no, thinking against it. Stays behind going in towards turn 2. Turn 3, though, as another story. No defensive posture from Brageot. I think maybe they've communicated this quite well between the two of them and are feeling a little bit confident that they're just going to be absolutely fine on this one. For, you know, George House is still their 5th in the intermediate classification. There's a slightly more defensive posture from Mathis Brageot. Is this going to give George House the ammunition he needs to go for that lunge?
Couple of corners left, the last sector of the track. Anything can happen into the escargot. The double right-hander, 10 and 11, all the way down to number 12. Watch out, different line. Josh House is going for the attack. He's sniffing around, trying to go around the outside onto the curb, and with a better exit and momentum onto the line. There was nowhere to go either left or right. With a better traction. Oh, that's going to be an interesting photo finish, but the door was shut on the last moment. Mathis Brageot securing his 1st win of the weekend. Josh House for just a tiny 10th of a second just behind. He at least tried, you know, giving a bit of pressure on the shoulders of his rival. Maybe that would have been certainly very ambitious to try to go for a move with so little time and track distance left. But still, second place. That means for Mathis Brajot, first in this one, that he finds himself a P3 at the moment, with again the biggest mover of this race, Austin Newstead. I think he climbed 14 places in his previous race, a bit less than that, and now 11 places up to a beautiful P3 in front of Harry Williams and in front of Aurelio Longitano in the last few stages, the last few laps of this race. So well done to him, well done to Mathis Brajot, winner for the first time in front of Josh House.
Indeed, beautiful little race there from those two, who now head back into Parc Fermé. That is the minis done until their last qualifying heats later on today. They are due to start on track 5:10 for Mini X30. There is a list of full results. Brajot from House, Newstead from Williams, Longitano from El Gahoudi, Schubers from Kostecki, Kobe from Patterson, the top 10. Then it is Dodale from Mason Kwong, Milo Cornil from Martin Chechin. Then it is Rowan Meta from Felipe Massard, who rounds out the top 16. Matteo Campobello, unfortunately, retiring right at the start of the race. Unfortunately, not seeing that checkered flag. Well, at the end of the second rotation, it is Daniel Ferguson who leads the intermediate classification, 94 points to his name. Hibbert with 91. Brajot, with that win, steps himself up to third with 88. Newstead, his drives in this one, finished third place in that race, has put himself fourth in the intermediate classification after qualifying in 14th in the grids, and a lot worse than that, of course, with the no time set after his exhaust had a malfunction in the time qualifying. George House currently fifth from Milan Baku. Williams from Kobe round out the top 8 with the highlights on your screen. Decent start for the field, decent start for George House. I was thinking he was going to be able to drive away in this one, but Mathis Brajot had things to say about that one. The driver who started on the front row of the grid, much stronger getaway this time around, and looking way more composed and able to take that win away. The same for Christian Kobe. Well, he had a good start to his race, did the Irishman for Fusion Motorsport. Unfortunately, right at the end of that one, dropping 6 places, Guillaume. Fell right down the order, not the place I think he expected to be after fighting in and around third place for the majority of that race.
Yeah, definitely. So Colby Pattinson has a few things to be working on for the last heat on the way to the Superheat and final tomorrow. But he showed some interesting perspective and strong pace into this race, the young driver from Excel Motorsport. In the meantime, well, battles were still raging on the way to the checkered flag with the likes of Mathis Brajot, George House and Austin Newstead that would later join the top 3. But the Fusion drivers were all over the place at some point, battling with the likes of Aurelio Longitano, Nagui Alagaudi and Mirko Squares as well further back. As in the meantime, we had Mathis Brajot and George House. The explanation would last up until the very last time, the penultimate lap, when this happened, the move that would secure him the final win. But we thought for a second that George House might have a sniff around the rear bumper and be able to get ahead on Mathis Brajot in the last few corners. This wasn't happening, but as just yet, we'll see what comes next. But Brajot and George House securing results much needed when it comes to the provisional classification of the qualifying heats. Ferguson is in the lead from Hibbert, split by 3 points, but Brajot finds himself now P3 and George House P5, split by Austin and Newstead. I've just checked, he climbed 23 places in the course of 2 races, Austin Newstead, so well done to him. Is already certainly our best mover of the weekend. A little bit more than 5 minutes to wait, ladies and gentlemen, before the next rotation of qualifying heats. Here's the schedule of what comes next here in Mariembourg, as we're going to have the seniors coming up in just a few moments for the penultimate rotation of qualifying races. And then after that, we'll find the juniors in the mini for the last time for the respective groups, before concluding today's program with the most decisive of rotation for the seniors that will decide the pole sitters for the Superheat tomorrow. But for now, let's take a break, but don't go anywhere. We have plenty of more racing coming up.
it makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Mariembourg has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the IAME Euro Series in 2025. It's the final round of the championship, and we are past the midway point of the qualifying heats. We're now turning our attention to the penultimate round of heats for the senior category, which will see the likes of groups B versus E head out onto the circuit. This will have multitude of drivers who have been seeing at the sharp end of the field, not including this young man here, Victor Louis, who will be starting this one on pole position for RSD. Very committed drive so far this weekend. Second fastest overall in timed qualifying. Very competitive young man out there on the circuit, but he's had some troubles as well over the course of today in these qualifying heats, but so it's the same as every other driver. Mattis Maschouts joining alongside on that front row of the grid, giving us an RSD row 1 lockout. Row 2, still very interesting as well. Aaron Garcia, one to watch in this one. MDC's driver really piling on the pressure and looking for that championship win. There though, Mattis Maschouts is primed and ready on the front of that grid. RSD's man from Belgium on the Cosmic chassis, still delivering brilliant results this weekend. Certainly a driver to contend with. And Guillaume, I'm sure you'll agree with me saying that an RSD row 1 lockout with Victor Louis and Mattis Maschouts is going to be an interesting one.
That's going to be an interesting one for sure, considering Mattis Maschouts just joined the team of the Bieland family for the past couple of weeks now, competing as well on home soil in the Benelux IAME Series. And now that's his first outing out in the IAME Euro Series with his new colors. And those debuts, those starts have been certainly interesting. As you can see the name of Bieland on the back of Victor Louis, but this is, well, indeed, Victor Louis will be on pole position. The green flag is waving. Let's talk you through the grid. Victor Louis on pole position, Mattis Maschouts by his side, Luca Lestra and Aaron Garcia Lopez on row number 2. Row number 3, Roxanne Antinga and Matthias van der Kerkhoff, one win to his name as well as for Aaron Garcia. Row number 4, Charlie Glum and Clément Outran. Luca Montebello and Sam van der Eyden, row number 5. Row number 6, Morgan Knudsen and Marcel Matizjevic.
Yanis Boulier and Elis Lamar go from row number 7. They'll have Florent Panet and Faraz Jalil on row number 8. Aaron Vida and Gimes Merkelbach go from row 9 with Isaac Sayer and Dil Patel rounding out the top 20 on row 10. The last 2 rows will see the French vice-champion Oscar Goodshow and Noah Nolkin, who will not be out there. He'll be all on his own on row number 11. Roman Soleil also all on his own on row 12. No Luke Taylor on the grid. But looking forward to still see what will happen and unfold in this one. Reminder of that intermediate classification. Ruben Moya and Ellie Goldstein are your top 2 in the points at the moment. 144 points to their name. Aaron Garcia is 3rd. He is in this race. On that second row, he has 132 points to his name. So again, he needs to work hard in this one to try and retake that lead back away from Moira and Goldstein. Van der Kerkhoff currently 4th in the points with 130. Green with 124. Lloyd, Roxanne Lantinga and Victor Louis rounding out the top 8. So good to see what has been happening on this one. And Roxanne Lantinga in this race as well. She's had really strong drives so far this weekend, Guillaume. I'm curious to see if she can continue that pace going into the second half of the day.
Yeah, she picked up a top 3 finish in her last race. Martin Bean, our director, getting ready once again. The drivers out of the hairpin, get some tires up to temperature. But yeah, Roxana Tinga really on the charge and improving her pace at every race for the past few weeks now. She's using the Croc Promotion chassis instead of the OTK machine she had been using for the past few seasons. So, Victor Louis, Mathis Mascout, Luca Leistra, Aaron Garcia Lopez. That's some of the big names at the forefront of this grid, as this is rotation number 4 for the senior category. And the media representatives, whether it is video master, photographers, all very busy around the track here to give you superb pictures and footage that you can check out online on social media as well. Make sure to tune in and to check that out whenever you can.
It was a nice hat he was wearing. Right, here we go then into the tram lines then. Louis Victor and Mathis Mascout's RSD Racing's 1 and 2. We're lights out and racing down in towards turn number 1 as they go wheel to wheel, but watch out the outside line because here comes Aaron Garcia. The MDC driver slots into second place, but he has got Luca Lestra on that inside line. Not anymore. He's there in P2. Solid start for the Spaniard, who is hunting down that championship title at the end of this weekend. Patel, though, is under investigation for potentially working on the pre-grid. There's drama in the back of the field. There's one cut off. Yellow flags are out. We are still racing, though. We are still underway. And I can see there it was the lone CRG that was racing in this one. And I'm just trying to figure out who that
might have been
is.
also Aaron Wida at the wheel
Possibly.
of that Falcon Henza cart. But let's confirm this.
Ah, right, yes, it was Falcon Henza cart. Sorry, it was orange livery, and I always assume it's straight away going to be a CRG. Here we go then, out to the final corner. Back over the start-finish line. Good getaway for Victor Louis. He's in a good spot here, but Aaron Garcia piling on the pressure even more so, because he goes down the inside and takes the lead of this race.
Yeah, what a beautiful angle to witness that sort of a move from Aaron Garcia, sliding his way through, fighting with the wheel just to get ahead of Victor Louis. And Louis, in the process, just dropped from first to fourth with Luca Leistra and Roxana Tinga making her way past as well. Louis down to fourth place at the back of this first trail. The second one being led by Mathis Mascout, his teammate from RSD. Then we have as well Charlie Gloom joining the likes of his two teammates. So it's going to be RSD Army trying to give the chase to Garcia Lopez, Leistra and Lantinga. That's going to be an interesting one. Where is Matthias van der Kerkhove, the former winner of one qualifying heat, down to P7 from Sam van der Eyden, Clément Outram and Florent Panels down in 10th place. Some couple of big names in the second part of that top 10. Let's watch that once again into turn number 2. Beautiful piece of driving, shutting that door on the inside, avoiding the curb just to carry the momentum out on the way to the hairpin. And then you have spotted another move.
Yeah, just while we're watching that replay, I was watching the grid out the window. Roxana Lantinga, full lunge there at turn number 3. And I think just outbraked herself. And now I think she's fallen down the order. There she is fighting back through again. Certainly getting her elbows out in this one. Now is battling with Victor Louis and Mascout. Glum there as well. So if you thought 2 RSDs next to each other was bad, let's try 3 RSDs next to each other. Let's see how that goes. Isaac Sayer under investigation for potentially causing a collision. The driver from Singapore is under the microphone glass of the officials. Eyes on this one though. Garcia leading from Lestra, who is there in second place. Roxana Lantinga holding on to third for the time being, but that is a big gap now that is formed between her and second place.
Yeah, the question is, does she has the pace to really put enough of a gap between herself and the pursuers and try to catch up with Garcia Lopez and Leistra? Those two close together. Panes putting out the fastest lap in this one. Watch out, coming to the hairpin of turn number 6. No one dares to move a muscle just yet. Van der Kerkhove and Van der Eyden in the meantime went both past Victor Louis. Sad to say that for the pole sitter of this race, things are going from bad to even worse. Now he finds himself only P8. So something that is going definitely wrong here for Victor Louis. It's fair to say as well that the tires have been put under intense pressure in the senior category. Qualifying performance, 5 races, they should be in the final. They have 3 sets of tires to play with, and It's fair to say, as Van der Kerkhove get himself ahead of Mathis Merscoot for P5, it's fair to say that most of the drivers, I assume, will try to keep a fresh set for the superheat before switching to another fresh set for the final. So that means at this point in the qualifying heats, well, those MG tires have been put under a lot of pressure. That's only a supposition from my side. Yanis Bouillet, in the meantime, fastest in this race, trying to climb from P12.
Indeed, still in a strong position here. Eyes on this field though, and well, it's all going very well here for the field. Nice big moves there. Sembada Hayden stepping up with Victor Louis, Mathis Merscout down. Faris Jalil has made his move up into 15th place now as well. Same as Marcel Matievich, has just gained back another 2 places. Now he's on his recovery drive, back after dropping further down the field. Eyes on the field though, and there's still a very close top 2 here. Lestrade is right on that rear bumper. There is Van der Kerkhove making the more moves after his win earlier on. He's stepping through the field. That's him now up past, I think that's Charlie Glum now. He's made that move past. It is indeed up into 4th place. And now hunting down Roxanne Antinga, who is closing in on the 2 ahead.
Yeah, interesting to see the recovery of Van der Kerkhove once again. Didn't have the best of quali. You heard him earlier at the interview saying that they kept on struggling to find the right balance there. And right inside, beautifully made Sam van der Eyden on Charlie Glum. That means that Glum is down a place with Victor Louis putting the pressure on his teammate now. And a slight touch on the way to turn number 12. With Clément Outron watching along. A couple of big names out there as well. Outron, Merscout, 8 and 9 from Panitz. As yeah, Sam van der Eyden is trying to come close to Van der Kerkhove. And it seems to me that the RZ driver do not seem to me as fast as the rest, struggling a little bit. Victor Louis getting ahead of Charlie Glum for P6. Charlie Glum dropping a little bit in pace by the look of it. And Sam van der Eyden, it was about time just to keep on following Matthias van der Kerkhove, otherwise he would have been stuck maybe for too long into that race. As still less than 0.6 of a second between Aaron Garcia and Luca Lestra. There's something to say there between the 2 contenders for the win. As Roxanne Antinga is not far behind, 0.3 she's missing on Luca Lestra. So we keep a close eye on the battles, not only of the 2 teammates of RSD, with Clément Outron joining them, as well as Mathis Merscout not far behind, but also the battle for the lead.
Indeed. Well, keep an eye on this train. Still time very quickly running out. Oh my, like they were closing in right so on them. Right, here we go. Roxanne Antinga though on the rear bumper now of Luca Lestra, who is tried his best to try and keep up with Aaron Garcia, but in this final stages has been caught up. Van der Kerkhove though is piling on the pressure as well. Fastest lap of the race. There goes Lantinga down the inside, not wasting any time. Lestrade couldn't do a thing there to defend from Lantinga, who sends it through, and Roxanne Lantinga now up into 2nd place. Is really doing a good job in the intermediate classifications now. She's stepping herself up to 3rd in the points, having a strong weekend here for, I think, her best weekend of the year so far.
Yeah, so far very much so, as Matthias van der Kerkhove is taking Luca Lestra is this time around. So watch out for Van der Kerkhove is up to P3 as it stands, chasing Roxanne Lantinga, and Aaron Garcia is not far ahead, don't forget. So the Caps might indeed will start scrambling a little bit. Another fastest lap in the box for Matthias van der Kerkhove, flying really at the wheel of his Victory Lane machine. As he's going to try to attack Roxanne Lantinga. Aaron Garcia on his way to potentially victory number 2. Van der Kerkhove thinking about that as well. He sees the opportunity to maybe make it 2 in a row. I would put him ahead of Aaron Garcia, or close on point, shall I say. It's going to be a close one anyway for the quest for the pole position. Coming to the superheat, there will be 2 superheat obviously in each of the classes coming to tomorrow morning. But look at him coming close to Roxanne Antinga, split by just a couple of 10ths of a second now. And Antinga, we thought for a second that she was going to be the one to put pressure on Aaron Garcia, but Van der Kerkhove is joining her and putting the pressure on her shoulders.
Indeed. Here we go then into the final stages of this race. Last lap board will be out this time to the field. I don't think there's going to be enough to close in on Aaron Garcia here. Garcia looking like he's done enough, but here comes Van der Kerkhoff down the inside and does a carbon copy move to what Lantinga did on Lestra earlier on. And now Van der Kerkhoff up into second place. Can Lantinga retaliate here? Lestra is still right there as well in fourth place. The fight still very much on, but the last lap board coming out this time might stir the pot between these drivers. Let's see what happens. Out of the final corner, over the line they go. Last lap board is out. I just don't think we're going to see a retaliatory attack here from Roxanne Lantinga. I think she'll be happy with third place unless Lestra has anything to say about it as well.
Yeah, because he's coming back at her. He's coming back very strongly at his time, and though he might be running out of time a little bit into this last lap. So, as you said, I don't think that we shall see any sudden move into that last lap. Aaron Garcia, if he stays like it is, will join on victory the likes of Heli Goldstein as well as Ruben Moya, your current leaders in points in the championship when it comes to the qualifying heat on this event. But Aaron Garcia did the job from the second row of the grid, putting himself in the lead and was able to hold on to that first one. And the checkered flag is waving, welcoming for the second time first Aaron Garcia Lopez, winner in front of Matas Van der Kerkhoff and Roxanne Lantinga, securing a superb P3 finish.
Indeed, a very good drive there, and for Garcia, now leads the intermediate classification. He's doing everything he can to claim that title at the end of the weekend, but with these results, he's making his job easier and easier as the weekend progresses on. At this moment, he's in line to receive the 25 championship points, but of course, Ruben Moya and Ellie Goldstein are yet to race. They at the moment are technically leading the intermediate classifications, both of them with 144 points to their name. Both of them on a, at the moment, winning streak. Both have finished in second place, though, in previous races. There's your full results. Garcia from Van der Kerkhoff, Roxanne Lantinga from Lestra, then it is Sam van der Heijden from Victor Louis, Charlie Glum from Clement Utron, Antis Michels from Yannis Billier, Florent Panet from Elias Lamont, Gimes Merkel back from Oscar Goodshow, Faris Jalil from Isaac Sayer, then it is Aaron Vida and Roman Saleh, Marcel Matievich from Morgan Knudsen, Dylan Patel and Luca Montebello. Unfortunately, Luca Montebello, that's another tough result for him. 22nd place and out of the race. The only retirement from that race. There is the field of drivers. There is Aaron Garcia. A superb drive for him. Now leads the intermediate classification. 182 points to his name. And he is in line for a very strong end to his 2025 IAME Euro Series campaign. And but the weekend's not done yet. Of course, still one more race him to go today to determine where he will start for tomorrow's Super Heats, and then of course that all-important final tomorrow as well. Here's a look at the highlights from that one. The start from Garcia right round the outside, was able to get the whole shot through. Went round the outside of Matis Michel, put his way up into second place, later claiming the race lead. A very strong performance from him over the course of this one. You can see the hands going up in the background, sideways, under braking, in towards turns two. Beautiful, beautiful overtake there. Nice and controlled, and did the same thing. There was the big send down the inside for Roxanne Lantinga. That brief moment there put her into second place, but then it dropped her back into the clutches of the RSD drivers, where Victor Louis and Charlie Glum all fighting for position. She would later clear that, and on the way through, Van der Kerkhoff would find his way dicing through the pack. A very strong drive once again for the Belgian, for Victory Lane. He took a win earlier on, and again, P2 here puts him now second in the intermediate classifications with that result. 174 to his name, as again, one more race to go for Groups B versus E. We'll find out where they will start tomorrow. A very challenging weekend there though, for them. Wet qualifying and wet first few races yesterday. And now today, the dry conditions has meant challenging for them. And the rain has held off today, which has been very lucky for the field. Tomorrow, maybe a different story, though. But still, the forecast changing by the hour here in Mariembourg in Belgium. Eyes on these overtakes. That was the moment past Roxanne Lantinga, which dropped her back down to third place. But Aaron Garcia taking the win across the line. Now leads that intermediate classification for the time being, of course. 2 more races to go for this 4th rotation of heats. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and to Guillaume Alvarez, who is ready.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Down in Parc Fermé, a little bit less sunny than before, but still we cannot complain about the weather conditions here in Mariembourg. I'm here with Aaron Garcia. Aaron, well done to you. This is victory number 2. There was a lot happening behind, so I don't know if you kept attention to any of that, but from your point, from your side, it looked like a plain sailing sort of victory, or was it more difficult than it looked?
Well, it was difficult. We are missing a bit of pace today. We make 2 P3, we win now, so really good. We have 1 more to go, so we need to do the same and try to do our best.
Yeah, certainly like a very nice and easy to do recipe, even though the championship is at stake, obviously. Danny Caronini, who came here leading the senior class, is struggling. You're doing much better than he does now in terms of pure results. Do you think did it come into your mind at some point during the weekend that piling up the results to the points might help you in the end through course?
Well, I think Caronini and me, we are on the fight, so in terms of tomorrow, I think also today is one thing, tomorrow can be another, so we need to wait for tomorrow.
Absolutely. 1 more race to go. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, Aaron Garcia. Back to you, Anthony. The whistle is blowing. Let's go to do some more racing.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Guillaume Alvarez down there. Senior X30 Heat D versus F is the next one that will head out onto the circuit. This will have Mika Vutters and Ruben Moya on the front row of the grid. Danny Caronini also out in this one. He has just seen his championship rival take a win, has Caronini. So the pressure very much now on his side of the court. Let's see what he can do. We will talk tyres now at this point. It is getting to that point of the weekend where we will see some fresh tyres come into play. We will talk about those on the grid. Some interesting developments there with drivers choosing different sides of the cut to go for a half set. Some people deploying a full set. We'll go over those in a few moments' time. There is Groups D and F. That'll be heading out onto the track next. But still, plenty of pressure to be had on this one. Obviously, for Ruben Moya, he has just seen Garcia take the win. He's now got to make sure that he can claim a win on this one. Keep that points lead. If he can come away with a second or third, I think he'll still be okay to lead the intermediate classification. It then falls on to then Eddie Goldstein, who is yet to go out again for his 4th qualifying heat. Here we go then. Field his engines on. They make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Mika Vutters starting this one on pole position. Will be joined by Ruben Moya, who at the moment is theoretically the points leader. Andy Rattel and Bertram Sash, they go from row number 2. Andy Rattel choosing a brand new set of tyres on the right-hand side of his car. Francois Delati and Kevin Bakker go from row 3. Delati also with a fresh set of tyres on the right-hand side. Row number 4 sees Alex Pineda and Danny Caronini. They'll have Lewis Bird and Marc Granada on row number 5. Maxime Blanchemont and Florent Dreider go from row number 6. Luca Millard and Louis Mas go from row number 7. They'll have Elvis Krasauskis and Rory O'Connor on row number 8. Michael Gorecki and Esteban Wolgave go from row number 9. Oliver Meek and Mateo Kubrick go from row number 10. They'll have Alan Sedagnac and Adam Elbasoini on row number 11. Sedagnac with a full set of tyres on board. Philip Svensson of Norway, the privateer, has gone for a fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side, however. So a very interesting development then for drivers on new tyres out there. We might see some pushing through the field. We'll keep an eye on the Frenchman, Alan Sedagnac, who is there on the Cosmic machine, the 931, starting this one in P21. A full brand new set of tyres on board. It'll be crucial to see how he gets on in this one. The same as Svensson. So Philip Svensson actually had a really good race earlier on as well on the other tyres, older tyres, and now with a fresh set on board, I'm imagining we could see some good things from Svensson. Of course, only 72 go through into the superheats. 76 drivers entered into the weekend. Unfortunately, that means, yeah, 4 drivers will not be going through into the superheats, which is a big shame. And obviously, with Philip Svensson being at the back of the grid for all these races, he does not want to stay there, I'm sure. Eyes on the field, though, as they make their way round the final sector. We head into the tram lines in a few moments' time. We will be going racing. Keep an eye on Ruben Moya. He favours the outside line. He can carry the speed round the outside. He has that confidence level in his machine. Can he do it again, though, as he goes wheel to wheel with Mikko Virtas? As lights go out, we're racing down towards turn number 1. Keep an eye on Moya on the outside line. He does hold it round the outside, but this time it doesn't work out for him. But he's lost places. He's gone down to 3rd, make that even 4th place. Now Bertram Sash, who's had drama in the early stages of this one as we go on board with Mikko Virtas. Looking back now at the rest of the field, he can see that you've got the Panzer machine of Andy Rattel right there on his rear bumper. His former teammate now, Ruben Moya, is behind him here as they push through in this early stage. Bertram Sash there in 4th place now has lost out to Moya, who is now pushing himself along nicely in this race. Into the final sector then. It's tight and twisty through here, but crucially, everyone has had a relatively decent first opening lap here. No real drama to report. There's Danny Carinini. He's going to go for the switchback here. Beautifully done. He's wheel to wheel with the crop promotion machine of Lewis Bird. Bird holding on to it. Bit of dust kicked up in the background. The two still on the circuit. Fabulous control from the both of them as Rutters holds on to the lead. Here comes Moya down the inside of his former teammate. Rattel has to drop back to 4th place. Here comes down the inside Francois Delati as well. Remember, he's got fresh tyres on the right-hand side. Rattel also with the fresh tyres. Bertram Sash, though, back there into 3rd place, is trying to break away with Moya and Rutters, who are breaking away at the front of this field. There's already a breakaway. Big hit off the curb there. Is that Kevin Backer? It is. He's going to lose out to Delati, who sends it through. And now there's Danny Carinini around the outside of Lewis Bird. He's got that move done. I think Carinini's got the message now. He needs to pull the plug on this racing. He needs to push forward. Change for the lead, though. Through goes Moya out of the final corners. And it's 1, 2, 3, absolutely line astern. Moya taking a slightly tighter line there in towards turn 1. But there is a fight on our hands here. And, well, you can tell we're getting to that end stage of the qualifying heats here as Guillermo Alvarez joins me back in the commentary box. We go live on board here with Mikko Virtas. And Mikko Virtas looking very strong still in this second half. But, yeah, it's getting a bit feisty out there now.
Yeah, it's getting definitely feisty. But as for now, it seems to me that Ruben Moya is able to pull away just a tiny bit. We're talking a couple of meters, not much more than that, on Mirko Bouters and Bertram Sash. He finds himself the driver in 3rd place in a better contention than before. That's his chance maybe to pick up his best result to date in this weekend of IAME Euro Series competition. Watch out, he's going to go for the move. Bertram Sash is very close, closing in suddenly, going on the left of your screen, the right side of Mirko Bouters. Nothing that the AGP driver could have done. And he's saying to Bertram Sash, all right, keep on pushing. I'm staying with you. Let's do that together. Let's keep on working. Because in the meantime, well, Ruben Moya is pulling away. That's all he's been asking for, the Spanish driver, just to secure what could be win number 3. Let's take another look at this, not the overtaking maneuver, but it was getting close. Yes, indeed, from turn number 12. And that would be after that, he would take the toe and launch his attack. In the meantime, the move from Danny Carinini on François Delati for P6. Danny Carinini, we talked briefly about him struggling with Zenki Motorsport to get his thumbs up, the right setup and the right pace into those qualifying heats. as he came to Belgium leading the championship as for now, winner of last year's IAME Euro Series, don't forget. But now, will he be able to defend his title until the end? That remains to be seen. In the meantime, almost a second between Ruben Moya and Bertrand Satch. Still working with Mirko Wouters to try to decrease that gap. That might be a little bit too late, halfway through that qualifying heat. And again, Ruben Moya is spinning the fastest lap in this one, so it's showing everybody that he's certainly here to pick up that final win of the season, building towards that, and building towards an overall lead in the classification. Unless those two can decrease the gap, well, I don't see anyone else than Ruben Moya picking up that victory this time around.
Indeed. So Bertrand Satch, though, keeping the pressure on here. Mirko Wouters, who is struggling to get past at this point. Rattel on those fresher tyres. Delati also on the fresher tyres, seemingly not taking full advantage of the situation that they've got right now. Of course, they've got those fresher tyres, but they don't seem to be working. The delta doesn't seem to be making a big enough difference to see what they can do. So that's very interesting. I do want to check, though, on the update on Aaron Sanignac. He has got a full set of tyres. He's still there in 21st place, so he's not made any ground up in this one. What about Philip Svensson? He's got the fresh up on the one side. Now, he's got a 7th place gain right now. He's there in 16th place. But he has done this in the previous races, of course, as well, where he's been able to push through also. Danny Carinini, though, he's the one I want to watch in this one. Different person, different man in this race from what we've seen in other races. Seems to be much more controlled. Pace is there now. Fastest laps of the race. He's 2 seconds behind the actual race leader, and he's right at the back of this train now, hunting down Andy Rattel, who has got fresh tyres on board.
Yeah, half of it on the right side for the driver from Pantano Racing. As Carinini is very close now on Andy Rattel. Let's see if he can launch a move into turn number 2. Usually that second corner is preparing for the hairpin, and you can see that Rattel is having none of it and decides to go for Wouters and opens the door for Danny Carinini. Watch out, Carinini is gonna try to go on the inside. Happening a little bit further as we are on board here with Wouters, and who just lost the place to Danny Carinini. Well, the RGP Racing driver was trying to hold on to that place. Carinini is very much back on the power and showing better perspectives here when it comes to race results, unlike what we've seen so far from the Italian. But as we said, you know, Carinini is an old wolf of the IAME expert here international races. He knows what it's like. He knows that we're talking long game, and despite maybe not securing the results he wants in qualifying heats, he's there to pile up on the confidence, work on his kart, and goes around once again on Andy Rattel, picking up the pace and another place. Finds himself now in P3, and when comes the right time, as for now, one more race after this one for Carinini, plus the superheat. We'll see where the Italian will finish this weekend, in what position, and when it comes to the championship, well, never count him out. And as I say that, he goes around Bertrand Satch, taking Rattel with him. So they find themselves 2nd and 3rd, and Bertrand Satch down in 4th.
Yeah, indeed. Very strong performance from him in this one. This is a night and day difference to what we saw in those earlier qualifying heats for Danny Carinini. Checks over his shoulder, sees Andy Rattel saying, hey, don't worry about me, you go. You've got some pace here now. I'll follow you. We are nearing the end of this race, though. We're going on to lap number 9 now. Time very quickly running out. The gap between Carinini and Ruben Moya is 1.6 seconds. We will keep an eye on those gaps as it progresses through. He's slightly faster as Carinini in Sector 1 over the course of this race. He has gone 2/10 faster in Sector 1 alone in this one. The gap already down to 1.4. So again, I think Carinini might have enough time here as long as Rattel doesn't re-attack.
Yeah, working together once again, that might help their cause, even though Rattel might have other ideas if he realized that the time is running out, and then Danny Carinini is not quite able to pull him towards Ruben Moya, catching up the Spaniard. 1.3 seconds with 2 laps to go from the checkered flag. That might sound ambitious. We've seen that in the past. A quick look over the shoulder. But another 3/10 taken away from the gap of Ruben Moya now. Went from 1.3 to 1 full second now between Moya and Carinini. Interestingly, the pace is good. The pace is strong from the Zanki driver. 55.1. This is his best lap and the fastest in the race so far for the championship leader and last year's winner of this very series. And the Rattel trying to keep up as well with him. Down in third, then Bertrand Psach, Mirko Buter, Stellati, Granada, Krasovskas, Pinera, and Maxime Blanchemin in the top 10. There's got a couple of climbers as well through the second part of the pack. But now, Rattel holding on to that third place. Doesn't have to fall asleep just yet because Bertrand Psach is not far behind with Mirko Buter and Delati on his tail. But this man, Danny Caronini, climbing 6 places up to P2. His best result so far this weekend. Would have hoped for better, certainly. As Albacioni is being put under investigation for causing a collision. Currently in P16, P17 now. Adam Albacioni from XM Motorsport. As once again, halfway through. Look at that. This is the final lap, ladies and gents. Ruben Moya, Caronini. Half of a second behind and half of a lap to go.
Indeed, very, very close now between these two. Caronini surely with this pace must think, I've got to go for a lunge here. I've got to go for a move because there's a big difference between the second and the first with these points. And, you know, for Danny Caronini, points will literally mean prizes for him at the end of this one. But time very quickly running out. Don't think it's going to be enough. Ruben Moya looking to claim another victory here ahead of Danny Caronini across the line.
There's going to be a close finish and one last move just for the show, certainly, and for showing Ruben Moya that, well, I'm back, baby, very much into the hunt for that victory. 55,000 of a second on the line, but Ruben Moya still able to secure what will be victory number 3 and very much the leadership of the classification for now. Ruben Moya, 194 points, 12 points clear from Aaron Garcia. That one is second hit just before. But Ruben Moya once again delivering when expected and showing that despite changing teams very lately before this race, is still able to deliver. The biggest move in this race, Elvis Krasovskas, 7 places gained from 15 to P8. Along the likes of Max Granada and Danny Caronini, 6 places up to the top 3 finish into this qualifying heat. This is now that the schedule of this day of racing here takes another turn because time is slightly running out for some of the contenders in the senior class to change their faith because this is the penultimate rotation of qualifying heats. There will be one more at the end of the day. But now, Ruben Moya with 3 wins lead the point board in front of Danny Caronini, Andy Rattel down in third, Bertrand Psach 4th place from Mirko Wouters, François Delati, Marc Granada, Elvis Krasovskas, Alex Pinera, Maxime Blanchemin running up your top 10, 11th place for Lewis Bird from Kevin Baker, Louis Mas, Luca Moulin, Esteban Walgraf B15, followed by Florent Tirda, Adam Elbacioni, Michael Gorecki, Oliver Meir, Matteo Kubrick, P20, and Aaron Serignac, Rory O'Connor, and Philippe Svetsen running up the full classification. All 23 drivers made it to the checkered flag. That's what we like to see. And on top of this peloton, Ruben Moya from the KB Racing Management, Carol Bass, the team from the former World Karting Champion. Now, let's have a look back at how things unfolded into this qualifying heat with a good start from Mirko Wouters from pole position. The inside, Bertrand Psach at the wheel of the Enza machine, trying his luck on the coming to the inside line on turn number 2. There's another look back from Wouters, our pole sitter, with the pressure from Andy Rattel. And you could see the 204 of Ruben Moya and Bertrand Psach as well from the outside line. It was a good getaway. Rattel just behind on his tail. Bertrand Psach and Ruben Moya side by side, pretty much trying to hold on. And then would come that moment as things would start shaking up, and the recovery from Danny Caronini from P8 on the grid, finishing P2 at the end, as 377 of Elvis Krasovskas making his way past as well, taking advantage of that open door. Andy Rattel and Mirko Wouters, the Belgian driver, dropping a couple of places. First to Bertrand Psach and Rattel, then Caronini into that corner number 4, lap number 7. He would finish all the way down to P5, Mirko Wouters. But there was no stopping Danny Caronini into number 6 on Bertrand Psach, taking Andy Rattel with him just to finish on the tail of Ruben Moya for just 500 of a second at the checkered flag. maybe one more lap or less than that could have led to a different story between those two. Ruben Moya was able to secure win number 3 as Dani Caronini showing certainly bringing his best result up to date so far this weekend. And Mariembourg showing that despite all the struggle in his previous qualifying heats, well, he's still very much the reigning champion, still very much the leader of the classification with a lot of ambitions coming towards the conclusion of this weekend and season. Now, let's get down again to Parc Fermé with you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, down here in Parc Fermé. Not with our race winner, but a man who was very close to doing so, Dani Caronini. Great race for you there. That's exactly what you needed. A tough start to the weekend, but it seems to be coming back. Where did that pace come from?
Yes, sure. The beginning was not easy. We changed the chassis for this race and we need to understand better. Now I think we are fixing everything. The speed now was really good, only that I always start outside and in the place 8, and it's not easy to recover. Now I find a good place to overtake and everything, and the speed was really good.
Yeah, you're obviously fighting for the championship. You're the champion last year, of course. You're wanting to retain that title this year. How is that looking for you right now? Because of course drop scores is going to make it a bit interesting when it comes to the end of the weekend.
Yes, for sure. It will not be easy because Garcia have many points. We are close and he's in the front on this moment, I think, on the ranking. But here the weather is always strange, the race is always strange. Until the Sunday evening, for me, everything is open.
Yeah, it's still going to be a close fight all the way to the end, I'm sure. But it's great to see you back out now fighting at that sharp end. We look forward to seeing what you can do later on this weekend. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Excellent stuff there for Dani Caronini and the seniors. Plenty more racing to go, though. Guillaume, back over to you in the box.
Thanks very much, Anthony, and grazie mille to Dani Caronini, second in this race, as you could hear from the Italian driver from Zanchi Motorsport. Now, the progress is starting to show on track. They've been working quite a lot in the background, in the tent as well, to try to get things in order and to try to bring a little bit of pace into the machine. And yeah, this work behind the scene is starting to pay off for Dani Caronini. As we said, the reigning champion of the IAME Euro Series is not losing faith into the outcome of this year's season, and that's going to make it certainly all the most interesting coming to the final phase of this weekend with the superheat and the final. Only the 36 best drivers of the senior class will get the golden ticket for the last race of the season, and out of the 76 entrants that we had starting this weekend. Now, you can see the next grid is up and ready. Waiting for the check the whistle and the green flag for the drivers to make their way onto the track. Kevin Lantinga and Zach Green will be sharing the forefront of that grid for this A versus C qualifying race. Still very much with the seniors. After this one, we'll get our attention to the juniors and the mini for the last rotation of qualifying heats, and the seniors will come back a little bit later on from almost 6 o'clock local time for the last race. The one that will be deciding who gets to get away with the championship points and who will be starting on pole position for the superheat. Now, Ross Hepton just blew the whistle. The green flag is waving as well on the track. Here's a look at the grid. Kevin Antinga from Croc Promotion and Zach Green will be sharing the front row of the grid. Ellie Goldstein and Freddie Lloyd, row number 2. Row number 3, Angelo Meli and Marlon Bayer, Marco Piccolo and Nicolas Simic, row number 4. Row number 5, Marcus Glum, as well as Sam Woolley. Otto Paikkonen and Alexis Constant on row number 6. Row number 7, Rafael Lenders and Luna Clary. Then further back, Max Radek and Piotr Gorecki on row number 8. Row number 9, Rafael Bourlard and Yves Rees. At the back end of that grid, on row number 10, Emmanuel Liudakis, as well as Tom Scholz. And row 11, Maxime Prudent and Marco Miguel Sarmiento. And we have Tristan Butcher and Morgan Moore on the last row of the grid. And unfortunately, the information just came out. Luna Clary is not on the grid. She was supposed to start indeed from P14 on the starting grid of that heat. And the Pantano racing driver is nowhere to be seen. So hopefully she will be back for the next. But it's never a good sign when a driver is missing on a qualifying heat. Hopefully we'll get to see more of Luna Clary through the course of that weekend. It's fair to say as well that so far it hasn't been certainly up to our expectations in terms of proper results. Now, 11 laps to go through, E versus C, That's for the senior class, as the sun is still very much with us, back through the clouds. Kevin Lantinga, your pole sitter at the moment, has 1 win to his name. Hasn't won today yet, as he finished yesterday's racing schedule with the victory in the pocket. Eddie Goldstein is one of the men to beat. 2 wins to his name so far. As for Zach Green, he was the fastest, one of the fastest in qualifying. But can Kevin Lantinga maybe pick up his 2nd win in qualifying heats for what has been his first ever pole position in the senior class in this championship? A lot of questions, and we need a lot of answers, with Goldstein just behind the pole sitter, Zach Green by his side, and Freddie Lloyd, Ackersdorf winner last time around, just behind in 4th place.
Indeed, this is going to be a mighty fight on this one. Goldstein needs to retaliate on what Moya did earlier on. Let's see if that's going to be doable. Into the tram lines, lights are out, we're racing. Good start for the inside row, and again, that's going to help out Goldstein with Kevin Lantinga breaking away. Now, have they sorted out that setup on that car? It's quick at the start of the race, but it dies off in the second half. Can he last the whole race here at the front of a grid? That's what we want to see for Kevin Lantinga. You can see he's throwing it into those corners right now. That car looks like it's on rails here. A little bit wide in the background. That's one of the mole racing machines. Is that Marc Granado, who had drama earlier on in the qualifying heats? Well,
I think that might have been Maxime Prudent, actually, from Gym
possibly
Racing.
so. Yeah, indeed, rightly spotted. And this one here is still looking very quick. But Goldstein's still there in 2nd place. They still have the likes of Zach Green holding on to 3rd. Lloyd there in 4th place. His pace has been quick, but not right at that sharp end quick so far this weekend. He is looking to claim those last few tenths. Here we go though, Eddie Goldstein on the attack, down the inside at turn 1. Is that all he wrote, and is that all he needed to do to take back that lead, or is he going to have to fight for a bit longer? Well, Lloyd's going to have to fight here. He's got past through Zach Green, splits those 2 up, and now we'll go on the attack of Kevin Lantinga, who's holding on to 2nd place.
Yeah, 2 moves in 2 corners. Goldstein in the lead, Freddie Lloyd up to P3. Lantinga, will that be the start of maybe worse things to come for the Dutch driver? Oh, and slight contact. The door was open, and that's 2 more positions lost, I'm afraid, for Kevin Lantinga. Zach Green and Freddie Lloyd fighting their way past the Dutchman. There was a slight hesitation by the look of it into the braking point. A contact, we might need to see that again, but it allowed Freddie Lloyd to moving way past the Dutchman. Zach Green saw the opportunity, just went past as well with his fellow countrymen. And for Kevin Lantinga, Marco Piccolo and Charlie Gloomer are the next one to put the pressure on the quad driver. Look over the shoulder, and Lo Piccolo is going for the move as well on the corner of the picture. Yes, indeed. Lo Piccolo, another one getting past Kevin Lantinga. And as I say that, look at him going past as well. This is further back, Otto Paikkonen and Angelo Melli attacking. This is a 314 we're running on board with. This is a little bit further back into the ranking there, with Angelo Melli, Paikkonen fighting their way through that top 10. But Lantinga, as you said, Anthony, once again, great start to his race. Impeccable lap time in qualifying, but not quite able to build on that performance in the races.
Yeah, it's a big shame for him. Hopefully he can get it dialed up by the end of the weekend. Big movers, though, in these early stages. Morgan Moore is having a really good race. 10 places already gained. He's inside the top 15 now after he started P24. Looking very, very strong. It might be something to do with the fact that he has got a brand new set of tyres on board that is assisting him through this field. We'll keep an eye on his progression as the race goes on. Goldstein, though, is not out of the woods yet here, Guillaume. Lloyd and Green are right there, and they are going to be piling on that pressure very, very soon, I'm sure.
And it's certainly important for Freddie Lloyd and Zach Green to try to show what sort of wood they're made of against Eddie Goldstein. Green goes on the inside of Freddie Lloyd. Watch out not to bang wheels into that very tight hairpin. But at this stage, you know, you have 2 young guns from Britain, and you have the old wolf from Belgium. Eddie Goldstein has been around for so many seasons, winning on home soil, winning internationally as well. This very race, this very competition back in 2022. So you have experience against young new names trying to make a name for themselves at this level. So for them, certainly, as Sam Woolley has picked up an investigation for causing a collision at this level, well, they certainly would be keen on shaking up a little bit Eddie Goldstein to see if that can be possible, and they can lead the fight to the final. with Goldstein at the moment. 7/10 of a second from Zach Green and Freddie Lloyd. Those two working together. Marc Lopiccolo, in the meantime, is closing in on those two. You can see him as further back. Oh, that's a nice move, the 226 of Otto Paikkonen. That gets ahead on Kevin Lantinga. Those two using the same chassis. Lantinga and Paikkonen now up into P5, the Finnish driver.
Yeah, Otto Paikkonen needs a good result now at this stage of the weekend after that retirement in his previous race. Heavy damage to his nose cone after contact with Ilkka Vutters earlier on. Yeah, he'll be liking the fact this is happening. Green now on the charge to try and close in on Goldstein. However, 7/10 of a second is the gap. And the pace from Goldstein is faster than Green. I think that gap will be extending even more as it goes on. 7/10 there. Well, it's come down a fraction on this lap. But again, I think it's just a case of let's see what it can do. Time very quickly running out. And of course, that gap still at quite a significant level. Lloyd not looking like he's going to attack anymore in this one. Marc Lopiccolo, though, we saw him do quite well earlier on in the weekend. There he is on your screen. He's also closing in on Freddie Lloyd. So we could see a new fight here at the front end, but it's not the one that Green wants to see. It's definitely the one that Marc Lopiccolo would like to see, though.
Yeah, in order to catch up as well and take Otto Paikkonen with him. Let's give it a close call as we get into lap number 7. 8/10 of a second between Goldstein and Zach Green. Freddie Lloyd still very much with his fellow countrymen. And Marc Lopiccolo tried to do the same. Otto Paikkonen is very much on charge with the fastest lap in the race for the Finnish driver from Cross Promotion. Lantinga is nowhere to be seen in this race. Oh, yeah, more than 1 second now that he has behind Otto Paikkonen. So not only was he overtaken by Paikkonen, but now he's dropped momentum and is about to get the pressure from Marcus Glum from further back, the 296. Who's getting really, really close to Kevin Lantinga, with Angelo Medi up into P8, Alexis Constant, Nicolas Simic and Max Radek just outside of the top 10 as we speak. But the move might be coming out very, very soon. It's not just about one, but it's two drivers who can join the party there with Lopiccolo and Paikkonen. We still have a couple of laps before a checkered flag to try to make a decision. And for now you can see, you can feel the strategy at play between Freddie Lloyd and Zach Green. But despite all of the efforts in trying to work together to try to rejoin with Ali Goldstein, well, it's not paying off at the moment, with Goldstein responding to the attack with not the fastest lap in the race, but still with consistency. As around the inside goes the 226 of Paikkonen on Lopiccolo. But as I said, Green and Lloyd are trying everything they can, but not quite able to catch up with Goldstein.
No, indeed, but still in a prime position right now. But let's see what happens in this race, because there's still a long way to go still. We are lap number 8 of this race. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for these drivers to see what they can do over the course of this one. Plenty of pressure will be piled on to these drivers as we go into that final round of qualifying heats later on. But still, that sun shines here at the Mariembourg circuit. It's actually turned out to be a really lovely day for racing on this one, and these drivers have enjoyed these conditions today, despite the fact that this morning, Guillaume, was very cold, it was very windy, and I thought there were lots of cars around. I thought we were going to get rain on right at the start of the day, but no, it held off.
It did hold off indeed, as the Mariembourg weather can be surprising sometimes and play with everybody's nose. But, you know, we've seen in the past some very nice weather on the Saturday and then pouring rain on the Sunday. But we would have expected more rain today and dry tomorrow. Should be the same as, yeah, much better condition than expected or feared for today's racing schedule. Now, 1.1 second between Goldstein and Zach Green. You can see and feel that the drivers and especially the tires have been put under a lot of effort now. It's not as easy as it used to, maybe to reduce the gap or really give the attack, fight as much as you can on those tires, considering that they're coming at the end of a long day with one more race to go still. So I might explain also why both Green and Lloyd still very close, even though Zach Green was able to detach himself from Freddie Lloyd. I might explain why, despite all of the efforts, Goldstein is very much out of reach at the back. A good battle as well with the 375. Alexis Constant, who is trying to put the pressure on Marcus Glum. This is a battle for P7. As we enter the last lap, ladies and gentlemen, for Ellie Goldstein, Zach Green, Freddie Lloyd down in third as well. If it doesn't change, that will mean victory number 3 for Ellie Goldstein on equal points and results to Ruben Moya, who is your current leader in the classification, but things will change very, very soon. But Goldstein has delivered what was expected of him. As for now, there will be both of them on 194 points, with 3 wins as a second place to their name. So certainly one of the most interesting stories that we had last time we were here in Mariembourg 2 years ago between Moya and Goldstein. And I was pitching the scene to some of the colleagues earlier to have the final with those two on the front row of the final race. That's something that's really worth looking for, ladies and gentlemen.
It certainly is. Goldstein heads to the line then, claims another qualifying heat win ahead of the rest of the field. He once again joins Ruben Moya, joint with 194 points. However, there is one more race to go for these drivers later on today. The penultimate race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the X30 Senior qualifying heat A versus F. We'll see Moya and Goldstein go wheel to wheel one last time today to determine who will take pole position for the superheats tomorrow. That is going to be an exciting race to watch. Make sure you don't miss it. That race due to start 6:10 local time this evening. Make sure you do not go anywhere. Plenty more races coming up. Goldstein taking the win ahead of Zach Green. Otto Pukkanen from Freddie Lloyd. Mark Piccolo and Kevin Lantinga. Marcus Glum from Alexis Constant. Emmanuel Leodikis from Meliangelo. And then it is Nicholas Simek who rounds out the top 11. Morgan Moore from Max Radek. Rafael Ballard from Yves Rees. Then it is Marlon Bayer from Peter Gorecki. With Rafael Linders finishing in P18. Sam Woolley from Maxime Prudhomme. Tristan Butcher from Paco Salamento. And Tom Schultz, who rounds out the 23 finishers. And unfortunately, Luna Claret missing from the grid. Hopefully all is okay and we see her out maybe later on this weekend. There though, Ellie Goldstein, another win. Now has one more important job to do, and that is beat Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya has the same job to do. He has to beat Ellie Goldstein in their final race of the day. That will be groups A versus F. Here's the highlights from that race. And again, a good start for the inside road. Lantinga on the initial getaway, absolutely fine. He opens up a gap. He looks in control and can break away in those early stages. But then just later on, at the end of the opening laps, just finds himself getting caught out and just getting caught out in trouble with the rest of the drivers. There was the first overtake. That was Goldstein through. Then later, you see Lloyd and Green started fighting away. Despite that, still wasn't able to open up that pack. Again, he showed great pace in qualifying. Really strong performance in the early stages. We know, and he knows the package is good beneath him, but something just seems to be a misfire in these races. And there you see not one but two. There, Lloyd and Green both through. For Lantinga, we'll later have to fight back with the rest of them. There was Otto Pukkanen pushing his way through. Really strong performance for the driver from Finland. Pukkanen an 8th place gain. That's his best result of the weekend so far for Pukkanen. Really strong performance after that DNF earlier on, and that may have assisted him actually in this one. Fresher tyres, of course. They won't have been used as much as what the rest of the field had done. Goldstein, though, continuing his winning streak, joined Moya both on 194 points. The showdown, the Moya-Goldstein showdown, will be later on today. Like we mentioned, 6:10 for that race. Let's head down, though, to Parc Fermé and to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thanks very much, Anthony. We're here in Parc Fermé once again with Ellie Goldstein. Ellie, you told me before the weekend that you were here just for the pleasure of racing, for the fun. But so far, you've been showing us that this is not entirely the case. With 3 wins to your name so far, you're one of the contenders out there as expected.
Yeah, for sure I'm here for the pleasure because I still love racing in X30. It has been my category for many years now. But I'm also here for the result, just to show everyone that the material is the best that you can find out here, and yeah, to show up a great performance.
Yeah, a marketing mission as well, as much as the pleasure for racing, certainly for you, Ellie. A track where you've been winning for so many seasons, as you said, national title, IAME Euro Series as well. So is coming back home, it feels like home, and then you're ready to give it your 100% until the end?
Yeah, for sure. I will give 200% if I can also. Yeah, really happy to be here at my home track, and yeah, for sure it's a great pleasure to be here also for the IAME Euro Series, that which is always a great event and a great level. So yeah, let's see what we can do for tomorrow, and I hope for the best result as possible.
You took a bit of a break, obviously, with X30, doing other series on international scene. Coming back here, what's your take on the level of racing you're experiencing in seniors? A couple of new names giving you a hard time as well on track.
Yeah, I mean, I changed category last year. I switched to KZ class, which is really different from what I knew before. So yeah, just to get back in the feeling and in the right position on track in the beginning, in the first few laps was quite hard. But I mean, yeah, I still have the same fun as before when I jump into the X30 class. So yeah, happy to be back, but I will for sure be happy also to be back in my category next week.
Lovely to have you, that's for sure. And good luck for the last qualifying heat, Ellie Goldstein, and the final phase tomorrow. Back over to you, Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, down there. Great to chat with Ellie. And of course, rightly so, he is a driver who is well known within this category. Good to see him back here showcasing what him and the team, of course, have got. Juniors coming up next. Junior X30 qualifying heat A versus C is the one to head out. No reports of any fresh tyres out there. Everyone's still on their original set. Of course, they've only done the 2 races that we saw earlier on. For the juniors right now, this is their last chance to put their points on the board to secure what could potentially be a pole position for a superheat. At the moment, it is Dan Alleman who leads those. Alleman is in this race. He's on the front row, but he has got Archie Owen for company alongside. Owen, who sits second in the points, has had good wins, but he's also had that second place. He is joint with Jesse Phillips on 94 points. Phillips is not in this race. He is in the next one. So this is going to be an important one between Alleman and Archie Owen. The fight is most definitely on. As you see there, Phillips actually on the sidelines there with his helmet. He's just walking away because he'll be jumping in his car next. And that's going to be an exciting one for him. Right, field makes its way out. Let's take you through that starting lineup. Archie Owen and Dan Alleman. This is an important one for them. They lock out the front row. Who could start on pole position for the Superheats tomorrow? Lou Bazare, currently second in the championship there on the second row of the grid. He's got Czech Peters for company alongside. Alex Martinez and Ludwig Granquist go from row number 3. Granquist, thankfully, in this race. He had a bit of a tumble earlier on going skywards at turn number 1. Noah Grenier and Antoine Duval go from row number 4. Max Endicott and Bing van Schleidel go from row 5. Edouard Godfroyd and Jan Rodriguez go from row number 6. They lock out the first half of the field. Devin Michuna and Maurice Vicruz go from row number 7. You'll have Matteo Mellis all on his own in row number 8. Adrien Canal, after the dramas earlier on, unfortunately not out on track in this one. Bruno Grüling and Freddie Wood go from row number 9. They'll have Max Delacroix and Antoine Bout on row number 10. They lock out the top 20. Igor Ivanchenko and Harley Musk go from row number 11. They'll have Lorenz Villau and Hugh Rana on row 12, with, of course, Riley Cranham not being out there on the grid. He'll be watching from the sidelines over the course of this weekend until he will pick up that trophy later on this weekend indeed. Eyes on the field then, as the sun continues to shine here at Karting de Fagnes in Belgium. we're looking strong for a good start this time around. Like we say, though, this is the Alleman-Owen battle on this one. Both of them on the front row of the grid. There they are. They're not lined up just yet. Now, I'm pretty sure they've done their formation lap on this one. They should be in 2x2 rolling start, or maybe this is just their first lap, so they are just going around again. So maybe that's just me not counting properly, not too sure. So they're going around for another one. And let's just see what happens here for the field. They had slowed right down at that point, now sped back up. But like we mentioned, still Alleman and Owen Phillips at the top of that board. Martinez, who's in this race. Alex Martinez for the Axion Racing team of Spain. He is currently 4th in the points, 77 points to his name. He's ahead of Stig de Rademaker, who is not in this race. He'll be out in the next one. Finlay Lines is 6th in the points with 70, just 2 points behind de Rademaker. Maxiul as well has had a very good day. He is there 7th in the points. Big Line as well, 66 points to his name. Currently 8th in those points. They're all looking to take a few more championship points away from anyone else. Of course, Louis Bazare does not sit inside that top section. He is 2nd in the points, but he has had a challenging weekend so far. A couple of mishaps in those points. Jesse Phillips, who sits just a couple of points behind, just over 10 points behind, less than 10, I should say, behind in the points. It's his job now to really put a dent in Louis Bazare's chance to get 2nd in the standings. Guillaume Alvarez back in the commentary box with me now. Guillaume, eyes are going to be on this one. This is going to be an exciting one between Archie Owen and Dan Alleman on the front of the grid. Possibly a drama there for Czech Peters. He was bouncing up and down in his car, but I think he's all good. Into the tram lines. Oh no, they're breaking out. It is a problem for Czech Peters. They're going around again. It's a false start. Czech Peters' kart is grinding to a halt. I saw him bouncing up and down in the kart trying to G it along. And unfortunately, he has ground to a halt on the entry to turn number 1. Czech Peters is out of this race with marshals to the scene and assisting him, but he's going no further in this race. He is out. That is a huge shame for the driver from the Netherlands, who did a great job in time qualifying.
Now, what a shame indeed. Czech Peters no longer will he go past turn number 1. Mechanical failure by the look of it, unfortunately for Czech Peters, as we're starting from 4th on that grid. Look at him, and the frustration can be felt all the way up here in the commentary box. He's going to have to wait by the sideline with the marshals until the end of that qualifying heat before being allowed to get back to the Parc Fermé. But such a shame for Czech Peters. We didn't have the easiest of weekend, being shaken up a little bit in some of his qualifying races, trying to work on his pace. But that will certainly not help his cause, as the formation lap is about to come to another end. Let's try to go second time of asking for the start. Archie Owen, Dan Alleman on the front row of the grid once again. They have to reduce the pace quite significantly so that everybody can regroup in time.
22 runners now left in this race. Are we racing this time? Yes, we are. It's a solid start, but there's more drama at the back. Some karts not getting fired up, but crucial, it's a good getaway for Archie Owen and for Dan Alleman, who tries to go the long way round at turn number 2. Surely that's not going to work, and it's not. Oh. He slots back. There is drama in the mid-pack, though. One kart facing the wrong way. It's the 122, unfortunately, that now I believe has got exhaust damage on that one. That's a disaster there. I think that is actually Antoine Duval for the Euro karting team of the 123. And oh my goodness me, that exhaust is very much, it sounds great. I think they all should sound like that, but I think we'd be in trouble with some local sound restrictions. But yeah, that's a big shame for Duval and the home team here. Out of this race as well.
Yeah, and you can hear still the exhaust onto the track. You know, it gives to Mariembourg a proper 100cc from the 70s and 80s vibe. But Bruno Grelling, as you can see now, this is the driver coming back from the Falcon Racing team. And seems to me that the one having to, this is Ludwig Rankist actually, who is nowhere else to be seen. So a couple of drivers into trouble into those opening stages. Ludwig Rankist, as you heard, there's a look at what happened to the exhaust and all the despair for Ludwig Anquist, as the frustration as well with his mechanic, and frustration, despair, and anger as well for what just happened. Unfortunately, that's not what we'd like to see. Ludwig Anquist being forced out of this race for a reason certainly outside of his power, as Chuck Peterson and Adrian Canal as well joining the drivers on the sideline. And we picked up as well some damage, some trouble, shall I say, for Antoine Duval, as you mentioned, and Bruno Grilling, still both on this track with us, but at the back end of the classification. So a lot of things to pick up in those early stages. In the meantime, back with the leaders, Dan Halleman, Archie Owen on the left side, diving themselves into that turn number 1, trying to protect themselves from a return from Martinez just behind. Martinez on the inside, gonna try to pick up second place. Archie Owen shuts that door.
Martinez in his own race right now. Archie Owen and Dan Halleman are in a close fight between themselves. Unfortunately, because of that, it brings the whole field into play here with, look at this train here. The timing can't make the difference between first all the way down to 13th place. That is a big group of karts there, all fighting for position. And the long old train here, any move that Owen makes, Martinez is right there to take an advantage from that if he makes a mistake. It is just, you cannot breathe at this stage of a weekend. You cannot even think about going for a move. You're fighting in the background there. They're going wheel to wheel. I think that may have been Noah Grenier and Louis Bazare going wheel to wheel, but they seem to have squared it away. Owen to the inside though, and now Dan Halleman's going to have to try and hang it around the outside. Unfortunately, the train will try and come through now. Martinez goes through. This now plays into the hands of Archie Owen, who I think now would take the lead of the intermediate classifications. I am correct, he would. With 144 from Halleman to 141, he would secure at this moment pole position, because no one else would be able to beat him.
Yeah, that would be good news for Archie Owen. 1 win in a second place, that will make it 2 wins, and could be enough indeed, as you said. But now, remains to be seen. Dan Halleman still has something to say in this race, just behind Alex Martinez. Don't forget, we're going to have another junior race after this, B versus D. Things will still change in the classification, but as for now, Owen, Halleman are both very much ahead of the rest of the pack. So it's between themselves to secure that top spot in the classification and the pole position that comes with it for the first of the 2 superheat. Louis Bazire being pushed slightly outside, wide outside of turn number 1, just behind Bazire, Angelo Melis and Mandecot as well. Noah Grenier not further back. He just made his way past Grenier, but he's going to fight against the Frenchman on the left, the 83 on the inside of the TB car driver from Rave Racing. Beautifully made. Bazire back into P6.
That's a nice move there, but my goodness me, Owen is just backing them all up into each other here. They're all going to trip over each other, I'm sure, at some point right now. Time running out, but Archie Owen is looking to secure pole position for the Superheats tomorrow. He's looking to claim 25 championship points at the end of this race, out of the final corner to the start-finish line. He's going to hug that inside line. Martinez to the outside. He'll try and get the switch over. He's got the inside line. Martinez dives down the inside, knowing it's not just going to lose out on first, he's going to lose out on second, maybe even third, because his fellow teammate is there as well. You've got Max Endicott there also on the BMR machine. Now he's got a rear gunner. Maybe he could help him at this stage, but the fight's not over yet. Martinez leads the way. With Martinez there, he stays third in the intermediate classifications. He's not going to have enough to push himself forward in this one at all, but now Halleman's gone through. Off the track goes the BMR. Now, was that Owen or was that Max? I think that was Max Endicott who went off the track. Where is Archie Owen now in all of this? Is he there in second place, or has he tumbled out of our view? I think, no, he's there in second. He's ahead. Okay, so it's Halleman, Owen, still 1-2 right now. They've broken away. Endicott there is holding on to third. Martinez lost out. Matteo Melis is on an 11th place gain right now and is there in P4.
Yeah, incredible ton of event. What's racing is all about, if not battles at every turn. That's what we like to see. But for now, Dan Halleman back in the lead. That changes completely in the classification of the points. 150 for Dan Alleman. That would mean victory number 3 for him into the junior category. That would mean also the leading 25 points at the end of those races and the pole position for the first of 2 superheat. Considering, as you said, that the only driver that could have been a threat in case of a win the race after would have been GC Phillips. But if he stays where he is, Dan Alleman should be secured with that pole position and the maximum points for the championship. Because if GC Phillips win the next race, well, he will be a couple of points short from the driver in the lead, but that could still secure him pole position for the second superheat. All to be confirmed, calculations as they go live. But this is the last lap, ladies and gents. Dan Alleman takes the first one. That could be win number 3, still in P1, under the pressure of Archie Owen. He knows that there's a lot at stake here. Second place would still be a good result, but maybe not enough considering he had the win in his hand at some point. As for the back, Undercut and Melis battling along for that third place, with Melis down in 4th, Undercut just in front. Antoine Duval, after his trouble in the early stages, picking up the fastest lap in the race for what's left of this qualifying heat, unfortunately. The last few meters, the last attack maybe from Melis Undercut. The British driver is going to do everything that he can to keep that third place, but as I said that, into the last sector, Melis gets past.
He does indeed, but this one here is signed, sealed and done. Dan Alleman is going to take pole position, as I think there's been an off somewhere. There's dust all over the place out there, but Alleman takes the win ahead of Owen. It secures pole position, it secures 25 championship points for Dan Alleman's chance to take second in the championship. Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful stuff indeed. Dan Alleman did the job. Still, as you can see, the dust being flown around here on the track. You don't get to pick up exactly what happened there, but certainly it wasn't any disturbance to this young man. Dan Alleman, Archie Owen split by just 1 6/10 of a second, so not much on the line, at the advantage of the Swiss driver, who, as it stands, is your current leader in the classification of the heats. 12 points clear from Archie Owen in second, with Martinez climbing to third, but GC Phillips was the only one not competing in this race, with still a chance within the top 8 to snatch that overall lead. Now, he will have that occasion with the victory of Dan Alleman. Archie Owen second, Mathieu Melis down in third, Max Undercut fourth from Louis Bazire, Alex Martinez, Noah Grenier, Bing Van Schedel, Jan Rodriguez, Antoine Duval. 10th place still for Antoine. That's where that pace came from, with a good recovery for him after the trouble in the early stages. 11th place for David Stefan. Then we have Arlen Musk, Max Lacroix, Anton Boots, Freddie Wood, Maurice Verkreuz, Jürgen Rana, Edouard Godefroy, Lorenzo Villao, Bruno Grilling, all the way down to P20 after the trouble he went through. Igor Ivanchekov running up the classification. A couple of drivers, unfortunately, who didn't see the checkered flag in Adria Canal, and Ludwig Grankist, unfortunately, after his exhaust problem. Dan Alleman on the picture as well, with Mathieu Melis in the Parc Fermé. Let's have a look back at the replay of this race, shall we? Good start from Dan Alleman. Archie Owen and the rest, good getaway for everybody into that turn number 1. Some of the drivers trying to find an interesting line. The opening lap so crucial for the rest of your race, and didn't go according to plan for the young Antoine Duval from Eurokarting. You could see him being going into a contact, a big contact there, but luckily for him he was able to carry on into this qualifying heat, and even more lucky he was not to being hit by anyone into that field. As you could see on the left side as well, Ludwig Grankist from the Falcon Racing team, unfortunately coming back into the pits with that exhaust problem, and there was really anything that the driver or the mechanic could have done. So quite an unfortunate turn of event for Ludwig Grankist, and the frustration that you can see from the mechanic and the driver after what happened. And yeah, you're careful with that front fairing. You might need it for some of the races later this weekend, but it's easy to understand about how frustrating a DNF that early in one of the most decisive qualifying race of the day and the weekend can be. Now, back on the power, back on the track, and run the inside. 51 was going for the move. Alex Martinez climbing at some point and battling for what could have been a win before tumbling down to P6. Dan Alleman was in control mode at some point, even though some others were trying to snatch a little bit of what was left of the cake. At some point, Alleman was back in the lead with Martinez left fighting, and a little bit of an off there for the 26 of Max Andecott, who got into trouble there, trying to make a move happen into the penultimate lap. But in the end, we were left with that battle between Matteo Melis and Max Andecott at the advantage finally of the driver for TP Kart. Final lap, and then despite all of his efforts, Archie Owen couldn't get past Dan Alleman, and he knew, Alleman crossing the line, that the job was done. With 3 wins to his name, well, that's maximum points at this point, and for the championship as well. Let's hear from one of the protagonists of that race with you, Anthony, down in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, indeed, down here with our race winner in not only 1 race, but 3 races. 150 intermediate classification points, pole position, and 25 championship points secured. Dan Alleman, congratulations. How are you feeling after a very good day in the office?
I'm feeling very great with the chassis, even if the last race was chaotic. Yeah, and I'm very happy to receive these points because I need it to the championship. I know that I can't go finish first in the championship because Riley was too good in the season so far. So I need to battle for the 2nd place in the championship, and if I continue like this, it's very nice.
Yeah. Tomorrow is another day, of course. You've got superheats to deal with. You know you're going to be starting on the front of that one. You know you can do well from the front of a grid. Tomorrow, though, a different day. Have you been checking what the weather's going to be like? You've been checking what it's if there's going to be any challenges for you?
Yeah, I was looking, but both I'm fast, so I'm very happy because this track I know I was also fast in the mini, so I'm very happy.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, brilliant job for you, and we'll see what you can do tomorrow. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Plenty more racing to go. I believe 6 more races to go in total. Guillaume, back over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Indeed, we are heading towards the conclusion of today's schedule, but not so fast. And stay with us, because now we're getting into the most interesting part of the day, that's for sure, with the one more race in the junior class, the B versus D, that will come in just a moment on the track with some of the protagonists, including Stig de Rademacher and GC Phillips, alongside on the front row of the grid. There's still one big result at stake. That's 2nd place into the classification behind Dan Alleman. You heard from the Swiss driver. He has the maximum points. He has the 25 units for the championship. He has the first of the 2 pole positions up for grab for the qualifying heats. But there's pole position number 2. And for that, well, GC Phillips is still very much in contention, the 22 that you can see now waiting on the grid. If he wins that one, well, that would mean a victory number 2 for him, but also enough points to get ahead of Archie Owen in the classification and get pole position for the superheat number 2, superheat B. But now, we're not there yet. The mission is there. GC Phillips has what it takes to accomplish it, but he's going to have stronger position with Rademacher, as we said, Aurelio Agustinelli, Didier Krieft further back as well from Fusion Motorsport. Now, the next race for the juniors, then we're going to have the last rotation for the mini category, and then we'll come back for 3 more races for the seniors, and this is in all of those races that the pole sitters will be decided for tomorrow. So stick with us. There's going to be plenty of more racing coming up. Here's the grid in full as the drivers make their way onto the track. The green flag has been waved and the whistle has been blown. Now, on pole position, Stig de Rademacher, GC Phillips on the front row, Aurelio Agustinelli and Didier Krieft on row number 2. Row number 3, Lias Herbers-Doble and Laurens de Kock. Row number 4, Theo Policon and Gabriel Canal. Row number 5, Daniel Oliver Sanchez and Nilas Malik. Row number 6, Finlay Lenis and Aurélien Lemaire. Row number 7, Max Ulil and Zoltan Kony. Row number 8, Benjamin Westwood and Mathis Mouche. Then we have row number 9, Jules de Koen and Flavio Keira. Row number 10 for the back, Jonas Bendis and Jacob Bachelor, followed by Zuurt de Vries, Alexandre Point, and row number 12, Roque Pinera Rossignol and Veer Chopra. As we do have everybody on board for the next 8 laps, 24 drivers, and what a scenery, what a scene that is on the Karting Define. The best conditions we could expect here for plenty of racing. 19 degrees Celsius, dry track. That's just the way we like it. As for Stig de Rademacher, is still no win for the Belgian driver from Fusion Motorsport. Despite showing some great things into qualifying, it was one of the fastest in the opening group of qualifying. The classification as it stands, Stig de Rademacher is not within the top 6. We'll see how things play out for him, but Dan Halleman is very much your overall leader and pole sitter for the first of the 2 super heats tomorrow. But keep an eye on GC Phillips. He still has a chance to pick up 1 of the 2 poles up for grab in this race. But that means for him, well, winning that race. Now, which one will it be, my dear Anthony, as you're back from the sun, working on your tan, I'm sure, down in the Parc Fermé?
Always.
Always, I'm sure, yeah. You're lucky enough to travel quite a lot and see a lot of the sun as well, so you look very tan, must tell you.
Thank you. It's very random, but thank you. You look tan too.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, thank you very much.
Right, here we go.
This has been a long day, ladies and gents.
Brilliant. Here we go then. Last junior race of the day. Live on board, Didier Krief looking back at his teammate. I don't think we're going. We could look back and see that they were not formed up at all there into the tram lines. So false start for this one. Martin Bean sends them round one more time.
Yeah, it was indeed good enough by the race director. Once again, the need to go racing. Stig de Rademacher was a little bit too soon on the power. Once the drivers get past the red line, no overtaking, but they are not allowed to accelerate just before the yellow line on crossing the starting straight. That's part of the rule book. They know it, they've been briefed, but sometimes when you find yourself as a pole sitter in a heated moment, the temptation is there just to, you know, kick that throttle slightly earlier than you might have thought, and but that doing that will not allow the drivers just to regroup quite sufficiently enough for the procedure to be good. So now let's try one more time. Rademacher, GC Phillips, Aurelio Agustinelli, Didier Krief. There are a lot of Fusion drivers that you can see now with Laurens de Kock further back, presenting the Benelux effort of the British team. Here we go again, try number 2.
Let's see if this is better. Looks like it. Into those tram lines. Lights are out. We're racing in towards turn 1. It's a good start for the inside road. It's a good start for Didier Krief. But sideways there. It's gone terribly wrong for Didier Krief. Well, no, it's not Krief. He's fine. Is that Stig de Rademacher? I think it possibly could be. Is that the pole sitter that's gone off? I need to clarify that one.
Could have been Laurens de Kock as well.
He's there. No, Stig de Rademacher is still there. He's there in second place. It was Lilius Ebersdobler and Laurens de Kock. So that was the Fusion Motorsport card I was seeing going off. There was a couple of Fusions there, all with similar helmets, and it was a bit difficult to see. Didier Krief is still in the race, so is Stig de Rademacher. They are absolutely fine. There, though, is Finlay Lines, who now has a sticker kit on that nose cone, and he is piling on that pressure to the back of Didier Krief, but not going for the full attacks in this early stages. There, though, just behind in the Mick Barrett Racing colours. Still very strong start in this race, but we'll keep a close eye on how it goes. But Max Yule has just been dominating these starts here, Guillaume. Multiple places gained as he tries to attack once again. Didier Krief, though, under pressure from the likes of Aurelio Agustinelli, who he's just passed. Agustinelli now starting to fall back, and now you can start to see the MDC driver of Daniel Oliver trying to get involved in this fight.
Some of them are trying to get 4x4 when there's room only for 2 into turn number 4. Very hectic form of racing there for the juniors, as GC Phillips 0.2 of a second faster in front of the Rademacher, Agustinelli, Yule, and run inside.
Oh dear.
It was Yule, beautifully made on the...
Polecan.
Yeah, it was indeed. Further back it happens, as on the way down to turn number 12, a good recovery there from one of the BMR. Max Yule as well as further back. The drivers lining themselves into that field. On the inside, he's going to try to protect the 81. That's Finlay Lace and Daniel Oliver Sanchez further back behind for battle for 6th place. And Lucas coming knocking. Benjamin Western, Jules de Koen as well, 8 and 9 respectively. We have up to 6 drivers pretty much, and a contact with a 104 of Cognier. Unfortunately, Zoltan Cognier dropping down the order from Spirit Racing. He was on the battle for potentially a position within the top 10. and now he finds himself P13.
Just misjudged that exit. The speed, a driver going slowly in front. It's so easily done. Off the track, though, is the victory lane. Heavy damage to the rear of that kart. Now, I can't quite see the kart number. It is indeed, yeah, Alexander Point. He's tumbling down our order now. Eyes on this one, though. It's all kicking off here, Guillaume. Seemingly unsure why, because they are fighting for positions in this one. But, of course, they can't get pole. Jesse Phillips at the moment has got control of that one with his 144 points. However, this could be interesting. Sid de Rademaker could change the outcome of who has pole position in that second qualifying heat.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's take a look back on the starting procedure, as some of them were maybe a bit...
So it's the third row of the grid that we need to keep an eye on. So yes, there you can see Lilius Evans-Doppler taps the back of Lorenzo Koch, and then unfortunately they collect each other again on the exit. This is a prime view of it, because there they are, both on your screen. Going into the corner, is there a twitch? Yes, there is. That small rear twitch was enough to send those two off, and that is such a huge shame. I mean, for Lilius Evans-Doppler, he's been caught out in so many incidents on this one that seemingly not all of his fault at all. In any stretch of the imagination, he's just had a torrid weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, 3 tenths down now in the meantime between the two Fusion teammates. Phillips in front of Stig de Rademaker. Now, as it stands, de Rademaker is 4th in the ranking, and the point difference between a P1 and a P2 in a race like that is 6. So that means he's currently at 116. So even though if you were to get ahead of Jesse Phillips and win that one, yeah, that will be enough. Let me make the quick calculation there. But as for now, you can see that the strategy is very much playing, as Phillips finds himself now sitting on pole position. I'm curious to see how things will play out. If this must have been talked about before entering this last race. Calculation is being made within the 10th as well. As for now, Phillips has the upper hand, and I do wonder if Stig de Rademaker will go for his chance, or has been kindly asked to go for the team and secure the best result he could, but not fighting while they are on the lead. As the VTK driver further back, it's Flavio Chiera battling with the likes of Benjamin Westwood, as well as it was Rock Pinera Rizinol climbing 14 places into this race. Someone has put some certainly fresher rubber to get into that last race for those respective groups, which will be as well the very last race of the day for the juniors.
Yeah, indeed. Veer Chopra being one of those, and Alexandre Point, problem is Alexandre Point not having the race he wants in this one. Down in 23rd place at the back of the grid with fresh tyres on board, so not worked out for him at all in this. Eyes on this one though. Rademaker not attacking his teammate, is keeping Jesse Phillips there. Now, is this a tactical play going into tomorrow? I mean, de Rademaker is 4th currently. If he gets ahead, it won't benefit him, to be fair. So de Rademaker will probably know that. It won't benefit him. He won't move up at all. In fact, it will diminish Phillips's pole. So I think it will just be a case of he'll sit behind him.
Yeah, definitely so. And considering that Dan Halleman qualified better than GC Phillips at the start of the weekend, and why am I saying this is because in case of two drivers at the end of the qualifying heats on equal points, this is the quality performance that makes a difference. And as for now, Dan Halleman was 3rd overall in qualifying, just in front of GC Phillips. So as you rightly said, if they switch positions, that means 6 points less for GC Phillips, and that would mean that 6 points more, but nothing changes for Stig de Rademaker. But that means that Archie Owen might actually find himself back into a 2nd overall, because he was the fastest in qualifying. So now they have to stick as it is, otherwise GC Phillips will lose the pole position for the Super Heat number 2 tomorrow.
Precisely. So, and that's why I don't think that Rademaker's going to go for the attack, because he won't gain anything and he'll just make it worse for his teammates. So, yeah, I don't think we'll see anything from this one. Final lap board is out, however, and Jesse Phillips is looking to be in line to receive a nice chunk of championship points, and also a pole position start for the 2nd of those 2 superheats tomorrow for the juniors. He is primed and ready to face the music tomorrow. Checks over his shoulder, sees it's his teammate, sees he's not going to attack at all. Out of the final chicane, Jesse Phillips will take pole in Superheat 2 tomorrow in the Junior X30 category at the final round of the IAME Euro Series. De Rademacher finishes second ahead of Didier Kreeft. Max Yule from Aurelio Gussinelli. Finley Lines from Daniel Oliver. And Florio Carrier rounding out the top 8, 10 positions gained. Aurelien Lemaire finishing in 9th, and Roc Pinheira with a 13th place gain for the Auto Club RC2 Valley team, finishing inside the top 10. Beautiful race for the juniors, and weekend only just starting for the class. Very busy day tomorrow for the category, of course, which will have Riley Cranham watching from the sidelines and vying on and cheering on, I'm sure, his fellow teammates and competitors to see who will claim second in the standings. With that, then, Dan Aleman adds 25 championship points to his name, puts him on to 175. That bumps him up quite nicely, of course. Louis Bazare and Jesse Phillips. Phillips, who's there third in the points ahead. He will claim a good chunk of championship points. He will, I think, inherit the second in the championship with that. Dan Aleman would move up to third in the points. Tomorrow's Superheats, another 25 championship points up for grabs for the person who leads the points at the end of those two races. And at the moment, Dan Aleman is leading those. He could take another chunk of points away from Jesse Phillips. But right now, Phillips has done enough. Thumbs up. He knows he's done good. And tomorrow will be a brand new day for that young man who steps up into the junior category. A man who dominated the world of cadet racing in years gone by, and now pushing hard in the junior category here with his team. Well, plenty of action still to come, though, here in the heats day. Mini's coming up next. Let's take you through the highlights, though, from that race. A relatively calm race for the front runners. Drama, though, for the third row. Lilius Ebersdobler and Lorenz Lecoq. Unfortunately, drama there. And just both of them off into the wall at turn number 1. This was the rear view camera from Didier Kreeft, and that slight tail kick from Lilius Ebersdobler just put him into the side of Lorenz Lecoq. Unfortunately, sent them both into the wall. Big shame for them. That opened up a bit of a gap between the likes of Didier Kreeft and then Tia Polican, Gabriel Canel, and the likes of Finley Lines, who had already gained a fair few places at that point in the race. This was him fighting all the way at that sharp end. You could see the top 5 were clean and dry. Lines having to defend that 6th place spot before, unfortunately, him dropping down just that little bit. Did maintain that 6th place spot at the end with a good 5th place gain throughout the race. Big move is happening there. Flavio Carrier pushing through. Roc Pinheira also as well, having a very good race. 10 and 13 places gained apiece as the two fusions went across the line, 1 and 2. Didier Kreeft, the third of those fusions, in 3rd place. Secure a pole position for Jesse Phillips. For Stede Rademacher, he will secure a front row start alongside his teammate Phillips. Dan Aleman and Archie Owen will face each other again in their superheat tomorrow. That's going to be an exciting one to watch here at Karting de Fagnes International Raceway. Perfectly placed sign there for me to read off. Plenty more races to go, though. Like we say, Mini's coming up next. But before that, let's head down to Parc Ferme and to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Here in Parc Ferme with Jesse Phillips. Jesse, the sun has been with you, the performance with you guys at Fusion, but you did what was necessary into this race, securing pole position. I know what you're going to say, not Superheat 1, Superheat 2, but still a good result for you today.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. Overall, it's been a good day. Pace has been amazing. It's just annoying in the first superheat with Dan. Just forgot to defend in turn 12 at the end of the lap, but we learned for tomorrow into the superheats and final, and hopefully we won't make the same mistake again.
Yeah, tomorrow is another day, that's for sure. We talked about in the box about the two of you with Stig de Rademacher staying and not overtaking each other. Was something that you guys discussed beforehand, considering that there were points and position at stake?
Not really. I think for the first couple of laps that we were all pushing to try and get away. But yeah, at the end it was try and fight for the win. Obviously, I wanted to win as much as he wanted to win because I needed to get pole for Super Heat tomorrow because could still get second in the championship at the moment, and that's what I want to go for this weekend.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck to you. Two more races to go to Super 8 and the final, and you're ready to give Dan Halleman certainly what he's expecting from you. A lot of racing and strong maneuvers.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to it.
Fantastic, and so much so are we looking forward to tomorrow racing. Thank you very much, JC Phillips. Back over to you, Anthony, because we're not done quite yet for the program today, as we have the minis and 3 more senior races to come.
We certainly do. Thank you very much, Guillaume Alvarez down there in Parc Fermé. Indeed, the last races of the day for Mini X30 now heading to the track, Groups A versus C. This will see the likes of George House and Mason Hibbert on the front row of the grid. Reminder of those intermediate classifications. It is Daniel Ferguson and Mason Hibbert leading those points. It is Ferguson, though, with the 94, Hibbert with 91. A win here for Mason Hibbert would help him out massively. And then the ball falls into Ferguson's side of the court, where he'll be fighting with Milan Baku, Colby Patterson, and Mathis Brageau on the front row of those grids. There is Martin Bean, joined by Gonzalo Planta, who is, I'm sure, pretending at this point to do some important work. But he has been very busy over the course of this day, has Martin Bean, keeping an eye on all of the races, and has been delivering some good starts for the drivers here. George House currently is 5th in the points, 82 to his name. Now he sits just 3 points behind Austin Newstead. Austin Newstead, who has been fighting from the back of the field, I would say, over the course of this one, has put himself ahead. Mathis Brageau currently 3rd in those points as well. Now, Brageau is not in this race either. He is in the next one, so that's going to be a very interesting one to take. But there you see George House, current championship leader at this moment, can have a calm weekend. He's got a good points buffer ahead of the drivers in second place in the points, which at this stage is Milan Baku after his win. Well, he's had 2 podiums this season, has Milan Baku, the same as George House. He's won 2 finals. Baku finishing 2nd and 1st in his, so still very, very close in those points, but we'll have to wait and see what they can do. Harry Williams currently 3rd in those points ahead of Austin Newstead. Kobe and Ferguson and El Kahudi round out the top 7. They're the drivers who are in the best chance of gaining good points in this one. Abraham Shelvis, Mathis Brageau and George Clark round out the top 10, but seemingly under 100 points, while the rest of those drivers are all above or over 100 points at this moment. So they can still gain a good amount of positions for their racing this weekend. And of course, with Mathis Brageau currently doing good stuff and being in a great position after time qualifying, he could be a driver who could definitely break up higher up in that top 10 in the points standings. But we are seconds away from going. As the whistle blows, green lights flash, engines fire up, field heads out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the grid for X30 Mini, qualifying Heat A versus C. George House and Mason Hibbert on the front row of the grid. Christian Kobe and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio go from row number 2. Milo Cornil and Charles Urel go from row number 3. They will have Mason Huang and Denver Boss on row number 4. Harry Williams and Johnson Stewart on row number 5. They'll have Nihil El Gahoudi and Kim Min-jae on row number 6. Matteo Campobello and Andy Stewart go from row number 7. Felipe Massad and Roslyn Mai go from row number 8. And they'll have Martin Chechin go from row number 9, all on his own. Still a very busy grid and a very busy day for the racing. Guillaume Alvarez back in the commentary box with me after his cycle down to the Sebastopol Park and area. it's still a lovely evening out there, but now Minis, pressure is on. It's very close in those points right now.
It will be very close until the end. And as for now, just 3 units splitting Ferguson and Hibbert in the lead, as you can see, with Mathis Brajot not far behind. Same points as for the other classes. The driver gets 50 points if he wins, 44 and 41 for the driver in the second and third, and so on and so on. So the next 2 races in the mini class will secure the drivers starting on pole position for the superheat, as well as the points attributed for the championship. So it's all to play for in the youngest of the categories as part of the IAME Euro Series. And if you're joining us right now, well, you certainly have made the right choice, because we're entering the last phase. The juniors are done. We have the pole sitters, GC Phillips and Dan Halleman. Now it's down to the minis, and then we'll have the seniors. And believe our long experience in the sport, when it all comes down to the last senior qualifying races on a Saturday, well, expect mayhem. Hopefully not too much. We still want to have the drivers and keep them tomorrow in one piece for the superheat and the final. But it's all to play for. There's nothing to lose. The points are needed for the championship, for the weekend, and for the pole position as well, hopefully leading to a good Sunday of racing. So stick with us. We're going to see plenty of more action live from Mariembourg.
Let's see this one unfold then. Mini X30, the last time we'll see Groups A and C out before their superheats tomorrow. George House and Mason Hibbett, lockout row number 1, lights are out, we're racing. It's a good start for both the front rows. Watch out, Mason Hibbett round the outside. Can he carry the speed? The answer's yes. Can he take the lead away from George House? No, he's still on the outside. House with the optimal inside line holds on to the lead. Where is Kobe? Where is Di Peter Antonio? They are all still up at that sharp end, but it's been a good start here for the field. Guillaume, crucially, House holds on to the lead, which will be good for his intermediate classification points advantage.
Yeah, that's a perfect start and getaway that he could have hoped for. George House at the moment being chased by the fusion drivers of Mason Hibbert and Christian Kobe. Now, it remains to be seen if he will be able to hold them behind him for 7 laps, a bit less now. But everybody on board in this opening course of the track. Watch out, maybe a slight attempt of a move coming down to turn number 12. Now the toe will certainly be of a help there for Mason Hibbert. Watch out, expect maybe an attempt coming to turn number 1. It's coming from further back behind as Milo Cornel just made his way past Mason Hibbert for 3rd place. And this is Christian Kobe, who's harassing George House at the moment. So change for further back positions as on the inside in turn number 3 goes the 471 Charles Rural on Nahid Al Gahoudi for 7th place. In the lead, it hasn't changed as just yet, but now the pressure is on George House. He's going to go defensive. It's still early to try to build a gap, and he's not quite able to do so because the door is open and Kobe and Hibbert just get it through.
Yeah, indeed, nicely done this, and this, well, would have put George House in the lead of the points, but it'd be joint with Mason Hibbert. Now Hibbert's in the lead of the points with 135. So now the ball will be back into, of course, Ferguson's side of the court when he goes out for that race later on. So Hibbert now leads the points, 135 in that 2nd place spot. But keep a close eye on this. If he can get into the lead, this would help him out even more going into that race later on today. And for him, still in a really strong position. George House, though, right there on that rear bumper, is not going to give this one up. Di Peter Antonio as well, just behind. He's also thinking of a move, but now he's got the likes of Harry Williams just behind as well on that Fusion Motorsport team. The good thing for House is that that is a fellow XL Motorsport driver behind him, which will help him, push him along. It's a rear gunner to help him, and he's quick as well. Down the inside, House goes through. Di Peter Antonio tries to follow through as well. Can't do it. Now he's been separated from his teammate, and now it's a lone XL surrounded by a gang of Fusion cards, all vying for one thing, and that's to put their teammate on pole position for tomorrow's superheat.
Yeah, definitely. So George House is going to have to really fight tooth and nail in this one to keep his 2nd position alive. With Christian Kobe down in 3rd place in the classification. There's the response from George House. The door is open. That was enough for him to dive in. Taking back P1 and taking with him as well Well, Hibbert and Ari Williams in the meantime as well. Watch out for the 410 getting into the mix as well. Into turn number 3. A lot of fusion drivers indeed, as you said, with further back as well. Lorenzo Di Pierantonio is joining the party. Gonna have a 5-driver battle, and he goes through. He goes to Di Pierantonio. Lovely overtaking maneuver there, just on the outside, on the inside of turn number 4. And now find himself P4, chasing Christian Corby, with Ebert in the lead in the meantime, with Josh House behind. So, there's going to be so many changes between those 5. I mean, we are only on lap number 4. Still a little bit of time left for any of those drivers to make a change. As a run inside, goes Di Pierantonio on Kobe. That's for P3. Well done. The door is open, and there goes Williams as well. And those two gonna have to watch out not to take each other out. Oh, that was a close call over there. But I think he managed his way through.
Yeah, certainly so. Now they need to think about trying to make 3 karts work for, better than 2 karts here. If they could try and close in on Hibbert and House, who have broken away. Hibbert now in the lead, now 141 points. But Ferguson, of course, has 94. A win would still put him on that pole position. Now, that's what Ferguson needs. But we have to wait for that race. That comes after this one. Right now, Hibbert doing everything he can possibly do in this race. But House is going to try and take that away from him. If you get in front of him, he's in a really strong spot here. But he would need to back him up into those 3 drivers behind Di Pierantonio, Williams and Kobe. They need to get involved in this fight at the front to really shake things up. But right now, Hibbert and House are in control. I don't think we're going to see anything from these 2. And no, we're not going to see it. Williams is going to go for the move on Di Pierantonio. That's going to keep that second group away from this, which will assist Hibbert in their own right to go to work. Now we're starting to see something here, though. House is starting to take a slightly different line.
Yeah, considering the gaps that we have in the classification, Josh House, even though he would put himself in the lead, that would not change anything. That would put him at 132, while Hibbert will lose 6 points and will be at 135. So yeah, I'll take that back. Actually, that would switch the places indeed. But let's not forget that Daniel Ferguson is the one coming up after with another chance to get his hands on one of the 2 pole positions. If he wins the next race, we're not there yet. But as for now, will we see a move from Josh House? And Mason Hibbert still very much in the lead as we're going to enter the last lap of this last qualifying heat of the mini class for those 2 groups. 1 more in the same category just after 1 lap to go. Mason Hibbert, Josh House. Oh, a little touch by the look of it from the XL Motorsport driver. As further back, look at the battles with Pierantonio, Williams, Kobe, and we have Kim as well as Ural just further back, grouping them. Oh, and the 412 is going wide, I'm afraid. Christian Kobe being pushed on the curb as those 5-6 drivers will group very much into that last lap.
Certainly so, taking the limelight away from the 2 at the front here. Hibbert and House still line astern, but that 3rd place battle absolutely raging on right now, but Lorenzo Di Pierantonio is holding on to that spot. For these 2 here, Hibbert, I think, will do enough right now with 141 points to his name. Will, at this moment, secure pole position for Subheat 1 tomorrow. Can he hold on to it? Because it's close between him and House, but Ferguson is yet to play ball here. Line astern, across the line. It's close. It's Hibbert. He takes the win, and at this moment is in line to take 25 championship points.
Yeah, well done to Mason Hibbert. He was able to hold on to that lead until the end, 2/10 of a second from George House. So that means, as you said, at this point in the classification, 141 points to 126 of Josh House. But depending on the results coming the next race from Daniel Ferguson, if he wins that one, he will be on 144, which means overall lead and points and the first pole position of the 2. But still, that would mean pole, but for the Superheat number 2 for Mason Hibbert. So let's see how things will play out in the last qualifying heat of the mini category. But one thing for sure, Mason Hibbert has done the job with 2 wins and a 3rd place. Certainly pushing to his maximum to collect those results and secure the provisional lead position. Biggest mover in this race, Minji Kim, with 6th place gain from 12 to 6 at the checkered flag. What a beautiful piece of racing again that we've had from the mini category, with Mason Hibbert, the winner of the A versus C. Second win for the young British driver from George House, Lorenzo Di Pierantonio third, from Harry Williams, Charlie Ural, Minji Kim, Christian Corby down in 7th, certainly not the best of affair for him. Nahel Al-Gahoudi down in 8th from Denver Boss, Matteo Campobello, Andy Stewart outside of the top 10, followed by Mason Kwong, Jordan Stewart, Milo Cornell, Marty Stechin Gomez, Philippe Massard, and Rosalind Eniker at the back end of the ranking. Here's your young driver from Fusion Motorsport, Mason Hibbert, 2 wins and a third for the young driver that came this time around, as it was classified a little bit further back. Mason Hibbert was 11 before the big finale of Mariembourg in the championship, so not a championship contender, unlike the likes of George House, Milan Beku, or Harry Williams. Let's take a look back at how things unfolded in the highlights here, as Mason Hibbert and the rest of the pack. George House, Christian Kobe, a good getaway from House from pole position, keeping the inside line closed into turn number 2. Then things were starting shaking up further back behind, with the 471 of Charles Ural making his way past on the inside, trying to climb that field as quickly as possible. But it was Excel against the Fusion boys, as the 412 will take the lead in the first place. As before tumbling down the order, Christian Kobe was a contender before not being able to secure the result he would have expected, as George House was still struggling against 2 Fusion drivers just behind, in the likes of Mason Hibbert, as well as Ari Williams getting into the mix before Lorenzo Di Pierantonio would join him to have a strong explanation. And then that was the moment where George House was trying to hold on to that lead, but the 439 of Mason Hibbert would take P1 back. Antonio, the 418, fighting his way through as well for what would be a 3rd place finish in the end in this qualifying heat, but in the lead away from the rest, as the battle was still raging between the 410 of Ari Williams and Lorenzo Di Pierantonio for P3. In the lead, well, that was a job well done for Mason Hibbert, who was able to keep George House at bay for the remaining of the race. The last few laps has been about them really racing very, very close together, but in the end, Mason Hibbert did the job, securing victory and overall lead for now. But before we get ourselves ready for the last mini race, let's get down to the pack family once again with you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Perfect timing once again. An engine fires up behind me. Mason Hibbert, congratulations. What a day you've had. Great results there, and that's put you in the lead of the points. There's still 1 race to go, but at the moment, you're looking very good. How are you feeling so far this weekend?
I'm feeling very fast and very confident in myself.
Tomorrow's another busy day, of course, superheats and those all-important finals. There's a championship at stake as well. Are you looking forward to getting involved in that?
Yeah.
100%. What's your plan for tonight before tomorrow?
Just to do my best I can do and just drive.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mason. We'll see what you can do tomorrow. Congratulations. Well done. Let's bring in George House very quickly. George, you come on in. We'll swap over. George, busy day for you. Hey, hasn't it been? What are your hopes and predictions for tomorrow? Of course, you're still points leader at the moment, but it's been a tough weekend.
Yeah, it's been really tough so far, but I think the points we've got from the heats and the quali has been quite good so I'm looking forward to the superheat and to see where I start. Hopefully we can have a good start in the superheat.
How's the team feeling? Are they all cheering you on? Are they all giving you some good advice and wishing you best of luck?
Yeah, everybody's cheering me on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what happens tomorrow. Brilliant job from you. Congratulations. And yeah, tomorrow's another very busy day.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for both Mason Hibbert and George House. A very busy day tomorrow, but it's not over just yet. 1 more Mini X30 race to go that could see Daniel Ferguson take that pole position away. We're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the Mini X30s very, very soon.
it makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
And we're back live, ladies and gentlemen, from the karting defining of Mariembourg. Thanks for tuning in once again, wherever you are. We got you covered on YouTube and Motorsport TV. Not to miss a single bit of what's left for the schedule today and tomorrow. Mini X30 up next with the qualifying heat B versus D. 7 laps to go through. The last one before the superheat and the final tomorrow for the youngsters of the category here in the beautiful sun of Mariembourg. This young man on your picture, one last check from mechanic, Milan Beku, one of the young heroes on home soil from the Eijkmans racing team, the Eijkmans family. That's so not only Wim Eijkmans, but also Ian Eijkmans for the past few years doing wonders behind the wheel. And the family efforts certainly producing great talents on the international and national karting level. Milan Beku, watch out for this young fellow, as he will be starting from the first position on the grid, pole position inherited after his good performance in qualifying. But it's all about now giving your best for that last race of the day for Milan Beku, who so far secured a P1 result earlier today. So it will be one to watch against Mathis Brajo. But the one as well to keep a good eye on is Daniel Ferguson, the 426, because Ferguson, who will be starting from third on the grid, is still mathematically in contention for one of the 2 pole positions available for tomorrow, because there's 2 superheats in each of the class. The first one should be secured if nothing changes too much by Hibbert, that you just heard at the interview, but mathematically there's still a chance for Daniel Ferguson, if he wins, to get his hands on that pole. Again, still very much provisional, waiting for the race to unfold to see what some of the drivers will be able to do. Now, the green flag is waving. It's about time to get through the starting grid.
It certainly is, and this will have Milan Beku and Mathis Brajo on the front of that grid. As you were just mentioning, Daniel Ferguson, the job is simple here. Can he take the win? Can he take that pole position away from Mason Hibbert and or George House? He starts this on row number 2. Colby Patterson joins him alongside. Edouard Berger and Mika Chavez go from row number 3. They'll have Mathis Pitsons and Dida Didale on row number 4. Martin Rodriguez and Jay Kostecki will round out the top 10 on row 5.
Row number 6, Luis Paternot and Aurelio Longhitano. Row number 7, we have Arthur Jozogne and Ossem Newstead, Maxime Van Kran and Orion Meta on row number 8, and Charles Clos on the row number 9. Watch out from Austin Newstead. He's been one of the best movers so far this weekend, piling up position after position in each of those races. Let's see what he can do this time around, as the drivers are about to complete the formation lap, get themselves ready for some racing. One more lap to go to get some temperature into those tires, Comet tires, while the juniors and the seniors are driving along with the MG. But yeah, the classification as it stands is most likely to be shaken up a little bit. Now we have Mason Hibbert at 141, George Haas at 126, as Daniel Ferguson at 94. If he wins it, that will get him at 144. So that would mean potentially the overall lead and the first of the 2 pole. But now, as you said, what he needs to do is to win this last race. And the likes of Mathis Brajo, Colby Pattinson and Milan Beku, another kind of youngsters to let that happen quite easily without giving him the time of his money.
Yeah, indeed. Well, nearing the end of the formation laps now. This is where we get to the business end of this weekend. The first round of championship points will be up for grabs after this race. And like we say, can Ferguson take those away from Hibbert and House. Can he try and close in that championship gap? But like George House mentioned in his interview after that race, he's in a really strong position. We're not going to be going racing on this one. The leaders are miles ahead from the rest. Now they're coming in. We'll see if we're going racing. We see if they get lined up. They're lined up now, so we might be good. We are good. Here we go. We're racing down in towards turn number 1, and it's a good start for Milan Baku. Again, just kind of sweeps across the nose of Mathis Brageot there. Just denies him a chance of getting through, and successfully managed to open up a little bit of a gap between himself now and Daniel Ferguson, who is there in second place. Now, where would second place put Ferguson? That's the question that I want to know. I think it'd be joint with Hibbert, but Hibbert, I think, out-qualified Ferguson, so I think he would be still on pole position. So we'll have to wait and see when they cross the line and see what happens, but right now, it's still a good start for the front runners. Fine and clear for the rest. There, Colby Patterson on the drive, another one of the XL Motorsport drivers, up into third place from P4. He's had a pretty decent start to his race as well. Into the final corners, they're looking clean, they're looking fine, and it's a good start and a good opening lap for the final Mini X30 race of the day.
And to pick up on what you suggested, Anthony, if he stays where he is, well, you have your answer, 138 points. So if he stays where he is, Daniel Ferguson will be on pole position before the superheat number 2 and will be only second to Hibbert in the overall classification, with not the 25 points in championship that he might expect as well for the one that came here, not as a championship contender, P6 overall, but still very much in the charge when it comes to the victory here. So he might go for the win. He wants to go for the win and takes that P1 on the inside of turn number 6. Daniel Ferguson is the man to beat in this one. He's about to demonstrate that. Just went ahead of Milan Baku with Mathis Brageot and Patterson just behind. Watch out from Edouard Berger joining the rest of the field, at least trying to. He's leading the second train of drivers here. As you have Mikko Schreiber, Didier Derdal, Jacob Stecki and the rest. As Mathis Brageot from Spirit Racing is going to try to give a bit of a hard time to Patterson just behind. Watch out, this is battle for P3 as Milan Baku is aligning himself on the inside of Daniel Ferguson. Beautifully made from the RGMMC racing driver. That's going to be one heck of a battle until the checkered flag, gloves off, but actually it goes around, and we have another driver in the lead in the form of Mathis Brageot, I think it is.
Yes, it
indeed.
is, yeah.
Now finds himself P1.
All right, at this moment in time, Mathis Brageot now in control of this race. Ferguson back down to second. Bit of a gap between the two of them, but of course, with Brageot on his own, he will get caught up by the train. There, what you saw very briefly, the points before it just changed. Hibbert now back to P1. Brageot now goes up to second. Ferguson goes to third. House and Baku will drop down. So Hibbert's still fine, but George House would lose out on vital championship points that he needs going into tomorrow to maintain that lead that he has got. But eyes focusing on this one. Still, though, Ferguson briefly when he was in the lead did lead the points. Here he goes, down the inside,
nice.
And that is Ferguson securing 25 championship points actively right there.
Yeah, it's about the big challenge is to try to keep those 25 points alive, because Milan Baku, who's fighting his way through back to second place, is having other ideas in mind. And could we see Austin Newstead joining the party as well? Is all the way to P6 already with 8 places gained and the fastest stop in the box. So again, a splendid demonstration of pace and driving ability from Austin Newstead, coming all the way back from P14 on that grid and already within the top 6 position. So watch out from Austin Newstead for the back. As now the focus is very much on Milan Baku, chasing Daniel Ferguson in the lead. Patterson down in third. Mathis Brageot from leader to P4. No one dares to move a muscle just yet into turn number 12. Going on the inside into that sector. That's also, you know, being willing to sacrifice a little bit of space and toe that you can take into that line. As on the inside, who's making the move? Well, I'll give you Austin Newstead. Another one in the pocket for Austin. That's worth counting the amount of position that is being really climbing through the field or through the course of the day. But impressive performance from the young Briton.
It certainly is at the moment. Again, continuing to push his way through that field. But the crucial thing is on this one is that Ferguson is effectively sitting on a landmine here right now, and right now it's just gone off because down the inside now, Baku's retaken the lead. Patterson goes through as well. Now Brageau trying to get through and has done so. Ferguson now down to 4th. That massively changes things around. Hibbert goes back to the lead of the intermediate classifications. Baku now goes 2nd. Ferguson drops to 3rd. And there, I think, was that a VDK going slowly? I think
yes,
possibly
indeed.
Martin Rodriguez, unfortunately, the Portuguese driver for VDK, is now at the back of the grid. That is a tough one for him. But crucially, all these drivers will make the superheats. All these drivers will make the final as well. So that's the only thing you can take away from this one. Eyes on this, though. Aurelian Longatano there in the middle of that pack, trying to push his way through. He's on a 3-place game right now. He's got Charles Clough for company alongside. He's on a 7-place game right now, so they're having relatively decent run. But eyes on this one, all still chopping and changing, but Ferguson is still there in 4th place, and he's losing touch of the drivers ahead now. The gaps are starting to form as Newstead is battling away with Didier Dedali here. And they continue to push their way along. There's the qualifying intermediate classifications. And like you say, Hibbert leads those from Baku, Ferguson 3rd from Brageau, and now House would drop down to P5 now with that one. So that's even more points that House would lose out on.
Yeah, certainly not what he had been expecting. He's watching from the sideline and praying from any other move, certainly to switch on to shaking a little bit that order. But the battle is very much on. Mathis Brageau stuck behind Pattinson, entering turn number 2. This is the final lap, ladies and gents, and oh, look at how close they're coming on Milan Beku. This race might not be over just yet. This race might not be over. Milan Beku in the lead into the last lap. Pattinson and Brageau very much on his tail. Ferguson and Newstead have dropped a little bit too far to expect anything from this last lap, but watch out into the last sector. Turn number 6, the hairpin. The battle for first is very much raging. There's a battle for 1 or 2 pole positions at stake. Milan Beku, if he stays where he is, will start superheat number 2 ahead of the pack. But he needs to shut all those doors into the escargot on the way down to turn number 12. A little bit of a push, maybe one late braking move. No one dares to move, and that will be victory and pole position as it stands for Milan Beku.
It will do indeed. He'll claim 22 championship points with this one across the line. It's Milan Beku. He wins and secures pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. The checker flag's gone out, but I think they're still racing right now. But Patterson will take 2nd. Great work from him. That puts Colby Patterson up inside the top 8 now. Patterson would come away with 9 championship points at the end of this one. Georgetown's dropping to 5th. Still gets 15 championship points to his name. However, he's going to lose out to Milan Beku, who's going to claim 22 points to his name. Now he's going to close that gap even more. Ferguson, of course, with some, and Hibbert's going to gain 25. Now, Mason Hibbert is 11th in the points, so he's not in contention for the sharp end, but for Milan Beku, he does take a small chunk away from George House. Tomorrow is a brand new day, and we will have to wait and see what happens. Baku takes the win ahead of Colby Patterson, Brageau from Ferguson, Newstead and Dedale. Longatano from Kostecki, Charles Clough from Mattis Pearsons, who rounds out the top 10. Schubers from Berger, Meta from Jasson, then it is Van Crooyen from Rodriguez, and Louis, who rounds out the top 17. Louis Paternotte, unfortunately, not finishing that race, the only retirement from it on the last lap of the race, which is very unfortunate for him, only 1 lap down from the rest of the field. Which is a big shame. Minis done for the day. Mason Hibbert secures pole position. Milan Beku will also secure pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. For Daniel Ferguson, he'll join Mason Hibbert on the front row of the grid. For Mathis Brageau, he will join Milan Beku on the front row of the grid. Exactly the same scenario they would have had in this race here. Eyes on the highlights then, and immediately you could see that Milan Baku was on the defensive there, rushing across the front of Matis Brajot, who was certainly a contender in those points in the intermediate classification. Unable to find a way through in those early stages. Aurelio Logatano having a relatively decent race. 5 places gained at the end for him. The Swiss driver finishing in P7. Ferguson really pushing firm in those early stages, got that race lead, later lost out to the train. Unfortunately, you lose 1, you only tend to lose 2, and as Milan Baku went through, so did the likes of Matis Brajot. Brajot, for a brief moment as well, took the lead of the race. That brought Ferguson back into P2. Baku went down to 4th place then at that point. But you can see how close and competitive they were in those early stages. You were thinking it was going to be a close fight all the way to the end. Then it did break away from the main pack, full cut breakaway, which saw Ferguson again retake the lead onto lap number 3 of the race. Later on, going on to lap 4 and 5, still a very interesting scenario still for the drivers. You saw the likes of drivers going up and down in those orders. There you see Jake Kostecki having a relatively decent race as well. 2 places gained. The same for Charles Clough for the XL Motorsport team as well. 8 places gained. He pushed himself up into the top 10. This was the moves as well. Moments down the inside, those early stages. Everyone pushing through. Dida Didale for the Belgian racing team pushing through. Checker flag though coming out. Milan Baku claiming that win, claiming 22 championship points and claiming pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Indeed, I'm here with Milan Baku. Milan, once again, beautiful job. Well done to you. It wasn't certainly easy to start this race with, but you managed a beautiful performance, and now you find yourself on pole position. What do you think of that at the end of the day?
I am very happy. It's also helped me a lot in the championship because now I score good points for the championship, which I really need. And I'm really happy to start on pole for the Superheat 2. And I hope that I can maintain my pace in the Superheat and the final.
So we do certainly hope so for you. Have you made some changes throughout the weekend and throughout the races to always feel better with your kart and with yourself? Have you worked a lot with your mechanics?
Yeah, also EGP helped us a lot, my dad and Oak Power, to make the setup really good.
We can see that it's working pretty well. You mentioned in the championship, that's true that you're one of the contenders for the victory here, but you're still very strong when it comes to the championship with 22 points for you, so confidence is there for tomorrow.
Yeah, a little confidence is there.
All right, you being modest, but that's good. That's good spirit as well. Hartelijk dank. Thank you very much, Milan Baku. Your winner here and pole position secured for the second superheat in the mini class. We're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere. We have 3 more races to go. The seniors is up next with pole position still up for grab. We'll come back.
it makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Mariembourg has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching live coverage of the IAME Euro Series 2025 here, live at the Karting de Fagnes circuit in Mariembourg, Belgium. It's the last three races of the day, and the last time we will see the seniors out today before their battles tomorrow. Superheats and finals, of course, and a championship at stake. And these last three races will mean the difference between drivers claiming 25 championship points or not. One driver who is certainly in a strong position so far this weekend is the man on your screen right there, Mika Vurters, who at this moment has been doing a good job, but has struggled a little bit here and there. Does not currently stand inside the top 8 in the intermediate classifications, but has had some good results. Now, you can tell we've got to the last race of the day because everyone's gone for brand new tyres in this one. You've got some that have deployed a half set. You've got some who have deployed a full set. One driver who has deployed a full set of tyres is that man there on your screen, Matis Maschaltz, RSD Karting. He is there with a full set on his wagon. Mika Vurters has also deployed fresh tyres, but only on the right-hand side of his wagon. So there you can see brand new tyres are fixed on board multiple drivers, including the man who is fighting for the championship lead, Aaron Garcia, third in the points currently right now in the intermediate classification with 182, second in the championship points behind Danny Caronini. He has also got a brand new set of tyres on board ready for this race. It is going to be a nail biter, this one, so I suggest you sit back, relax, and be ready to watch some ultimate karting here at the fourth and final round of the IAME Euro Series. It's qualifying heat T versus E, and it's Mika Vurters and Matis Maschaltz on row number 1, Andy Rittel and Aaron Garcia on row 2, Francois Delati and Matthias van der Kerkhoff will round out the top 6 on row number 3. Alex Pineda and Clement Outron go from row number 4. They will have Lewis Bird and Semana Hayden on row number 5. Maxime Blanchiment and Marcel Matievich will round out the first half of the field on row number 6.
On row number 7, we have Luca Muller and Elias Lehmann, followed on row number 8 by Elvis Krajelskas and Fares Jalil. Row number 9, Michal Korecki and Heimus Merkelbach. Row number 10, Oliver Meek and Dylan Patel. Aaron Sariniak and Noah Malkin is not here on this grid. And Philip Svetsen on his own on the 12th row on the grid, with Luke Taylor not part of this racing event anymore. So that makes a total of 22 drivers onto the grid, ready to go for battle. The green flag is very much waving. The tires will be put up to temperature, as now it's pretty much now and ever for some of the competitors of the senior class, as you mentioned, Anthony. It's all comes down to those 3 races. The third most important moment of the weekend after the final and the superheat, obviously in that order. But this is here that the championship points can be taken. This is here that only 2 of them will get to start from pole position for the superheat tomorrow. And as it stands, Ruben Moya and Eli Goldstein on equal points at 194. Just 12 points from Matthias van der Kerkhoff, Aaron Garcia, sorry, in front of van der Kerkhoff. So that could all be shaken up in just a few moments. 3 races to go before the conclusion of today's racing. Let's see what Mika Vurters can do.
Indeed. The drivers who will need to keep an eye on in this one, Aaron Garcia, Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Andy Rittel. They are inside that top section of the points. They're the drivers who could do the most damage in these last rotations of racing. Of course, Moya Goldstein, they'll be in the next race, which is going to be an almighty one to watch, I can tell you that for free. And, of course, Zach Green, Roxanne Antinga and Freddie Lloyd, of course, all yet to race this evening. They'll be the other drivers who will be watching at that point of the weekend. Right now, eyes will focus on these drivers, and there, Nico Wouters, again, cool, calm, collected at the front of the field here, is primed and ready to go. Field's a little spread out there, but they're going to get themselves squared away now as they get formed up, ready to go racing. It is the last race of the day for Senior X30 qualifying Heat D versus E, with 2 more to go after this. We'll find out who's starting on pole position and who's taking 25 championship points. Lights out, we're racing. It's a good start for Nico Wouters once again on the front. Can the whole field get through turn 1 cleanly? They can. Can they continue that trend into turn 2? Well, look at that round the outside. I tell you this, Andy Rattel, what a move into the race lead. The Pantano Racing driver leads the way with an outrageous move round the outside at turn number 2.
Ah, fantastic move. We're going to need to see that again twice just for the fun of it. But Andy Rattel, and further back, a driver going off slightly. You might see a bit of dust being kicked out on the racing line just in a moment.
A bit of dust?
Yeah, quite
Lots.
a lot of dust. A cloud of dust around the track here. As Mati Wezic, unfortunately, being
there it is.
under investigation. That's a tornado, pretty much, of dust here. But, okay, nothing to worry about now. It's going away as Nico Wouters leading at the end of that opening lap. As you can see now, this is, oh, sorry, my apologies, Andy Rattel, but Nico Wouters just behind and gesturing to Rattel. All right, keep on pushing. Let's just get that pedal to the metal, because behind, Mathis Merscoot and Garcia Lopez are ready to give the chase as we see a move.
Garcia's got through, into 3rd place now, and that's going to help him out massively. So let's have a look at that intermediate classification as the drivers go through all that dusty part that got kicked up on that previous lap. Garcia now would lead the intermediate classification, 223 to his name, ahead of Van der Kerkhoff and Rattel. There would be 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Big move down the inside there. For Aaron Garcia, trying to get his nose down, but now he's on the back foot here. Michel will fight back, I'm sure, but Wouters not giving way to Garcia at this stage. He runs a little wide on the exit there, might be under pressure, going down in towards turn 1 this time around. Keep an eye on Garcia. Will he go for the move? No, thinks against it, as Van der Kerkhoff does, though. He goes down the inside of Mathis Merchout, sends him up into P4.
And Clément was trying to do the same, but the Frenchman is going to have to wait a little bit. Maybe next time around. Yeah, on Merscout, beautifully made the Dream Racing driver just on the inside into turn number 4. That might open the door as well to Pinera and François Delati. Delati dropping a place to 9. Sam van der Eyden in the process, getting through. Oh, and contact between Wouters and Rattel. There might have been a slight touch and yellow flag being waved. The other drivers got involved into that incident. Might be separate, might be related. But we've seen them touching in the breaking point. Wouters and Rattel still very much in this race 1 and 2, but that could have led to a disaster, as we've lost indeed Alex Pinera and Sam van der Eyden, and the other two coming together. As in the meantime, the battle is raging for the lead with Wouters, Rattel, Garcia Lopez and Van der Kerkhoff pretty much glued together. The Belgian is going for the move first on Rattel, up into P3.
Van der Kerkhoff now with that move, but here he comes now. He's going to look to the inside of Garcia there at turn 2. Thinks against it, slots back into place. But now keep an eye on Clément Outron. He's going to go for the moves down the inside, and look at that. Beautiful stuff for the likes of Andy Rattel. He manages to hold on to that position there. Back up into 3rd place. Beautiful stuff from him. Van der Kerkhoff now dropping to P5, 2 for 1 for him. But Aaron Garcia now in the lead. That's what we want to talk about. Aaron Garcia now will do everything he can to claim those points. 232 is the maximum he can get right now. He has still got to beat the likes of Moyer and Goldstein, but of course they're going to be fighting each other in their own race. One of them's going to be losing that race. One of them could be winning it, or both could be losing it. We'll have to wait and see. We've gone back down the inside of Rattel, has retaken that position away. And now Clement Outron on the charge here, pushing through. Clement Outron is on a full set of brand new tyres. Garcia is also on a full set of brand new tyres. Rodgers only has a fresh set on the right-hand side, so he's only got half a set there. And that's why you're seeing these differences. That's why you're seeing a lot of drivers move up the order. That's why you've got Svensson on an 11th place gain. He's deployed his other half set of tyres, and this one he deployed half a set earlier. He's deployed his other half now, and he's still having a very good race there, up 11 positions. Le Mans under investigation for potentially causing a collision. That could be how we lost Alex Pinheiro.
Yeah, certainly so, as Sam van der Eyden was the other one involved as well, so might be involved too. But yeah, looking at the number of drivers who put on fresh boots here for this last race, let's have a look back at what happened in the hairpin on the inside on the Kharkov. That's the contact first between Wouters and Rattel for P1.
Yeah, just
nothing to worry about there. It's happening further back. You can see the yellow flag waving. That's out of reach for the cameras, unfortunately. But in the meantime, the battle is raging. The 205 of our Clément Outron getting through the inside of Mirko Wouters, up a place. Outron now in second position. The fastest lap to Aaron Garcia, one of the contenders, one of the favorites to the title this time around, and finds himself in P1, climbing the positions and building his gap. That's what he needs to do, considering that Moya and Goshen, as you said, will be side by side, again opposed against each other for the race to come. One of the two, if he wins, will be secured pole position. Which one? That remains to be seen, as Van der Kharkov is aligning himself for a move. On the inside he goes on Andy Rattel, and there's nothing that the Pantano driver will do to prevent that from happening. Driving with his head as well, knowing that there's still a couple of laps remaining into that heat. With Mathieu Merschoot doing the same. Oh, that might be something that Andy Rattel didn't expect happening. He certainly saw himself as getting the position back, but Mathieu Merschoot was there to launch the attack in turn number 4. That was. As the battle for second place is raging. Mathieu Merschoot in the meantime up to P5 and Rattel down to P6.
Indeed, still a very strong battle here on our screens. Outron now leading that train, but still no pressure from the back of them. Alex Pinheiro still in this race has just gone fastest overall, 55.4. Very good time there, and he is now up into 21st place. Gimes Merkelbach, I think, has had an issue out there because he has just tumbled down to the back of the grid, and now there's a technical flag going out, and unfortunately, that's going to Lewis Bird, the Crop Promotions driver, who's there in 8th place. Now will be out of this race, and that's going to mean a very tough day for him tomorrow.
Yeah, sadly indeed, that's not the way you want to finish a long day of racing here. As again, 1.4 seconds is the advantage pulled by Aaron Garcia with another fastest lap. He has no one behind, no one in front. He can go qualifying mode as much as he like. And technical flag confirmed for Lewis Bird, who's going to have to get back into those pits within the next 3 laps. Fortunately for him, as he's running at the moment in P8, having climbed slightly in front of Maxime Blanchemin. In the meantime, Mathieu Van der Kharkov being chased by Mirko Wouters, Mathieu Merschout, Andy Rattel, François Delati. That's all the drivers that we have in sight. Now, who's going to try to go for the move in the last few laps? 2 remaining until the checkered flag. Garcia Lopez has done what he needed to do. Secure that win on the inside. Van der Kharkov on Clément Outron. That's the battle for second place. He was slightly faster than the Frenchman, and the Belgian could pick up that second place back. Let's see if Clément Outron is going to try to do the same, entering that hairpin in turn number 6. I have to wait a little bit.
Apparently so. He's now focusing on that train. Outron still piling on that pressure. There is Lewis Bird out of the race. Technical flag out for him. Trying to see what the technical flag was for. Maybe a bumper end there, maybe was missing, not too sure on that one, but he becomes the first retirement of the race, which is a big shame. Gotta say, really impressed with Aaron Garcia at this stage. The young lad, he has done what he's needed to do here, not felt the pressure. He's at a circuit that, you know, these drivers have probably not raced on for a couple of years. Some of them, of course, would have probably been on this many times in between those two. But, you know, it's a big step for him to go wheel-to-wheel with Danny Carinini for a championship. And he's done that over the course of the season. Like you say, for both of these, just continuing to impress that the pressure does not get to the young Spaniard. Here, though, still the fight is on. Francois Delati battling away with Andy Rattel. Rattel looked really quick at the start of this race. Guillaume seemingly just dropping back in this dying stage.
Yeah, definitely so. Not the end of the race that Andy Rattel had foreseen in his head, that's for sure. Still missing a few tenths of a second on the lap. Currently P5 in the overall classification. Andy Rattel, as the drivers have entered into the final lap of racing. For those two groups, we're going to have 2 more races after that, still in the senior class, doesn't go anywhere. Van der Kerkhove trying to catch up a little bit with Aaron Garcia, just to give himself a little bit of a push, and putting as much distance as he can with Clément Autran. There is Aaron Garcia, wearing the MDC Racing colors from Spain. One of the young competitors who has impressed the most, climbing through the ranks of IAME International Racing for the past few seasons. And now is about to conclude the deal with win number 3 out of 5 in the qualifying heats. That will put him provisionally in the lead. There he comes, checkered flag. A quick look over the shoulder. Monster advantage, 1.6 seconds for Aaron Garcia in front of Matthias van der Kerkhove and Clément Autran down in 3rd place. As for now, as we said, win number 3, the lead in the classification. But, and that's a big bet, because Ruben Moya and Goldstein within the top 8, as well as Zach Green are the ones that we're going to have coming on track later, just the race after and after as well. Philip Svetsen, the biggest mover, 14 places gained into that race from 23rd to 9. Well done to him. A couple of big movers as well into this race. But it's fair to say that the amount of drivers that we had with a fresh set of tires, or half a set of tires for this one, maybe the advantage of putting fresh rubber has been slightly annihilated, considering the amount of competitors that chose the same strategy. And it's not very often that you see that amount of competitors in the last race, that many in the field, deciding to go for fresher tires. Aaron Garcia Lopez picking up his 3rd win of the day in front of Matthias van der Kerkhove, Clément Autran, Mirko Wouters, Mathis Merschout in P5, from François Delati, Andy Rattel, Maxime Blanchemin, Philippe Svetsen, your best mover into this race, and Fares Jalil in P10. 11th place for Elvis Krasauskas, for Marcel Matijevich, Elias Lehmann, Sam van der Reyden, Michael Korecki, Axel Pinera, Oliver Mick, Luca Moulard, Aaron Serignac, Dylan Patel, and Remus Merkelbach, the last driver to see the checkered flag, as we lost Lewis Bird. You saw him earlier, unfortunately being called back to the pits for a technical flag. Now, the replay are in order, and with a good start and get away from Nico Wouters, Matthias Merschout by his side, but it was Andy Rattel who would run the outside first of turn number 2, and then better momentum onto the curb and taking the advantage. Look at that again, just with Mirko Wouters by his side, clipping the curb, but Andy Rattel chose the outside line. That paid off for the early stage of that race with him leading. Then you saw Matthias van der Kerkhove further back as well, making his pass on Mathis Merschout. Battles are plenty into this last senior heat for Group D and E, with Clément Autran fighting his way through the field as well, up to P2 at some point before losing a couple of places with the return of Matthias van der Kerkhove, as well as the battles of those 4. Van der Kerkhove on lap number 3, first on Rattel, then he would keep on fighting, chasing Clément Autran next, but the battle for the lead wasn't finished just yet. A little bit of a trouble from the Kerkhove at some point, being pushed slightly on the outside of turn number 3. Clément Autran in the meantime giving a hard time to Andy Rattel, would finish all the way down to P7, as Autran would find as well a bit of pace to get on the inside of Mirko Wouters, 4th in the end. Van der Kerkhove doing the same in turn number 1. Good recovers as the protagonists kept on overtaking each other from left and right. Clément Autran on Andy Rattel. Matthias van der Kerkhove, that's the moment he went for 2nd place, getting ahead of Mirko Wouters before chasing Clément Autran that will happen on the 2 laps from the finish. But in the end, while they were busy battling for positions, no one could catch Aaron Garcia Lopez, the young Spaniard, picking up his win number 3 and putting him very provisionally in the lead of the classification. Before we get ourselves ready for what's next, the last 2 senior races, let's hear from Anthony Jordan down in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, a very, very busy race in that one. But Aaron Garcia, you come away with, I think, a great race there. Great results for you. You lead the points at the moment. Of course, there's more racing to go, but you're keeping your head cool. How are you feeling? You've got that championship fight to deal with.
Well, I think we make a good job today. A good point for the championship. We need to wait for tomorrow. Everything can happen, so yeah. Really happy, and let's hope to win the championship tomorrow.
What would you say highlights of today have been? You've had a lot of races to get through. That's your last one done. You've done everything you can. What would you take away from today as a plus, or what would you take away as something that you need to work on for tomorrow?
Well, I think we have the pace. We struggle a bit today. I think the problem might be with the tires, so really good. We put new now. We don't push at all, so yeah, really happy, and on to tomorrow.
Excellent. It's going to be a busy day. We'll see what you can do. Best of luck and well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Aaron Garcia, currently leading those intermediate classifications, but like we say, still 2 more races to go, and this next one is going to be an exciting one. Again, we'll head back up to you in the box because we're going to see Eddie Goldstein and Ruben Moya go wheel to wheel.
And let me tell you that I cannot wait to see it happening on track. Kevin Lantinga and Ruben Moya will be alongside each other, but Eddie Goldstein, Bertrand Sach, and the rest will be behind. The X30 Senior qualifying heat E versus F is up next, and a lot of drivers again out there onto the grid who have decided to go for fresh rubber, including Kevin Lantinga for both sides. So a full set of new tires for Kevin Lantinga. Same goes for Ruben Moya. Only the left side will be new for Ali Goldstein. We're going to run on board with the Belgian driver for this one. Full set as well for the pretty much the entire outside line of that grid, apart from Louis Mas and Florent Dirda. Otto Paikanen decided that he would keep the fresh tires for what comes next, considering if he's still in contention for qualifying for the superheat. I think he is, but some drivers decided to keep fresh boots for the superheats coming tomorrow morning. But considering that the seniors have 2 sets of tires from quali to the superheat and 1 extra in the final, well, they have plenty of options to explore in terms of maximizing the performance. And it's fair to say that especially with the rain yesterday, they were able to keep the slick tires a little bit longer and not using them for the first qualifying heats yesterday. That's an advantage. Let's see how this will play out as the drivers make their way onto the track for the last time for those 2 groups. Kevin Lantinga, Ruben Moya on the first row of the grid. Eddie Goldstein and Bertrand Sach on row number 2. Angelo Meli, Kevin Baker, row number 3. Marc Lopiccolo and championship leader and last year's champion Danny Caronini, row number 4. Row number 5, Marcus Glym and Marc Granada. Otto Paikanen and Florent Dirda, row number 6. Row number 7, Rafael Lenders and Louis Mas. Row number 8, Max Radek and Rory O'Connor. Lap number 9, Raphael Bourlard and Esteban Walgrave. And at the back end of this grid, Emmanuel Liudakis and Matteo Kubrick on row number 10. Row number 11, Maxime Prudent and Adam Albacioni with Christian Butcher at the back end of the grid. A total of 25 drivers here, 23 drivers, shall I say, making their way onto the track. 11 laps to go through, that's not a lot, but that's all they have to try to switch positions or get the points that they need. And at some point we left Aaron Garcia as the current and provisional leader of the classification. But keep in mind that Eddie Goldstein and Ruben Moya won equal points at 194. Adding the 50 points of the victory, well, we put one of the 2, in case of a win, as overall leader and pole sitter at 244. So with a strong advantage on Aaron Garcia. We are on board with Eddie Goldstein from TB Kart. Not only has he become the prime driver of the factory team from Italy, but also the team manager and scout as well, cruising around, traveling around Europe in different series as well to extend the brand influence through different new teams. And as you heard him at the interview, he's here for the fun, but he's here also to show what TB Kart is all about. And it's fair to say that considering his experience of the track, his natural skills and talent and pace, well, it's a job well done so far. Now, will he be able to secure that overall lead and pole position? He's going to have Lantinga in front with fresh boots on his kart. He's going to have Bertrand Sach and Ruben Moya, his old rival, just in front of him.
I can tell you what karting's all about. It's all about going full send, and something tells me we're about to see that in this race. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Penultimate race of the day. Lights are out. We're racing. It's a good start for the inside road. Kevin Lantinga once again gets the whole shot into turn one. How long will he hold on to it? Goldstein there in second place, and who's right behind him? It's Ruben Moya, but there's already a gap that's opened up between the two of them. Moya is having to defend from the likes of the Falcon of Bertram Sach. Bertram Sach, who's had up and over days of up and down results, right now in this last race of the day, needs to put the foot down and see what he can do. Big moves happening throughout the field, but crucially, Guillaume, it's a good getaway, and so far, it's clean and dry, and it's still Kevin Lantinga who leads the way from Goldstein, Moya from Bertram Sach.
It's a good getaway indeed, and they went through the hairpin number 6 alive in one piece. That's what we need to see into this opening lap. Kevin Lantinga, Eddie Goldstein, 1 lap completed. There's 10 to go after this. For promotion against TB Kart. Let's see what's going to happen as Goldstein is aligning himself for the move. Running inside in turn number 1, and as lap number 2 commences, Eddie Goldstein get himself in the lead. P1 for him as he crossed the line in second. Still, that would make him the overall leader of the classification. On board with the Belgian driver as Ruben Moya, in the meantime, just got himself into second place. He saw the danger coming. He knows that Goldstein will be his closest rival. He couldn't allow himself to lose time, seeing Goldstein getting past the leader and not doing the same. He just did that. And again, Lantinga going from first to fourth with Bertram Sach finding his way past the Dutchman once again as Ruben Moya is coming close. We are still on board with Goldstein, your leader. Ruben Moya very much on his tail. New colors, new team. Rather different livery as well from the past few years back from Eddie Goldstein, who's been with TB for the past few seasons. But look at the pace they're having. Entering turn number 1, Ruben Moya might have missed maybe half a meter to align himself on the inside, but he's going to go for the attack.
Yeah, it's moments like this is why I fell in love with this sport. Karting's so close, so unique in the style of racing. And you see these two big names in the world of karting, big names in the world of racing and motorsport in general. And, you know, they're going wheel to wheel here in Mariembourg in the last qualifying heat for them. And look how close they are. Brilliant views here. 2 angles for your viewing delectation. The live on board. Looking back from Goldstein and seeing Moya right on his rear bumper. And, of course, the live camera feed on the right-hand side of your screen. Great work from the crews and production teams here this weekend to provide these images. Brilliant stuff to see, and you're seeing 2 titans go absolutely wheel to wheel here at the front of this field.
And here we go for lap number 4. Still plenty of time for drama to happen. Hopefully not for any of the 2. Let's keep it fair and square, but Ruben Moya is putting the pressure on Eddie Goldstein at the moment. The Belgian, with the fastest lap in this race, is not letting himself scared whatsoever by the Spaniard. Bertram Sach dropping momentum a little bit by the look of it. Down in 3rd place is half of a second behind. Now 7/10 of a second behind Goldstein. Then Lopiccolo down in 4th. Kevin Lantinga dropping another place to the Frenchman in 5th. And we have Danny Caronini. Otto Paikkonen climbing 4 places is now currently in 7th place from Baker, Granada, and getting past Marcus Glum on the edge of the top 10. A couple of good climbers as well. That's how the classification now looks with Goldstein in the lead. 244 points, just 4 points in front, 6 points in front of Ruben Moya. Now Garcia dropping from 1st to 3rd.
Danny Caronini on the charge through past the likes of Kevin Lantinga now, and he is working his way through that order pretty nicely. He's got Otto Paikkonen for company as well. Lantinga, sorry, just ahead of him still. And let's see how this will all transpire. Danny Caronini really needs to push up in this one, so he's up into P5 now in that 3-place gain. Lantinga and Pukanin just behind in this one. Mark Lopiccolo will be his next target. Now, Danny Carinini still doesn't sit anywhere within the top 8. Garcia, his championship rival, is still there, third in the points. But remember, there is another race to go after this one, but I don't know how much that will affect the top runners in the intermediate classification. At the moment, it's still all about Goldstein and Moya in this one, as they are first and second in those points. And literally the difference between one of them finishing first, one of them finishing second, will determine who gets 125 championship points. So Goldstein, he doesn't care about the points. He just wants the pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. That's all he's looking for. And right now, he's getting that, but for how much longer? Here comes Pukanin down the inside of his teammate Lantinga. Kevin Lantinga going down now into P7. Eyes on the front though, still 0.2 of a second that separates Ellie Goldstein and Ruben Moya. This could just be a run to the end on this one. They might not even fight. They might think, hey, we're first and second. There's no need for us to fight. Let's just do it.
That's an entire possibility, absolutely, because calculations being made. There's no one else within that top 8 that will be competing for the next race with still a chance to get their hands on the pole position. So mathematically speaking, it stays as it is. We shall have Goldstein pole position for the first Superheat and Ruben Moya pole position for the heat that comes next tomorrow. But that will mean also for Ellie Goldstein picking up the 25 points in the championship, in which he started this weekend. He has been competing this season. Ruben Moya is not among the contenders for this year's title, unlike the likes of Aaron Garcia, Danny Carinini, or Kevin Lantinga. Moya is only down in the P5 in this championship so far. This will slightly change. But Danny Carinini, talking about the championship contender, currently P5, fastest lap in the race, and he's trying to, shaking up a little bit Mark Lopiccolo. That could be interesting as well. Let's keep an eye on Danny Carinini. He's very much on the tail of Lopiccolo with Bertram Sach not far behind. We could see Carinini pick up one of his best results so far this weekend. Still not within the top 8 positions. That can still change the amount of points. But Carinini, as you heard him at the mic earlier, there he goes for the move on Lopiccolo in turn number 1. That's a close goal. But Lopiccolo is opening the door and not shutting it on the Italian.
Yeah, that's nicely done there. Good close fighting, but Carinini needing to dig just that little bit deeper to try and push through. Still nothing between Goldstein and Moya, and something tells me, like you say, they might take this one to the end like this, or they could wait for the very last lap. Carinini now there into third place. If Carinini can close up to those two, my goodness me, Ellie Goldstein, Ruben Moya and Danny Carinini, what a trio of names to go wheel to wheel. And that, I think, was the first little attempt there from Ruben Moya.
Yeah, this is only the first of a couple to come, hopefully. But yeah, that's very much sound and looked like a final before the hour. And Carinini carrying his momentum and pulling away from Bertram Sach and Marc Lopiccolo. Lopiccolo, the Frenchman, diving through the inside of Bertram Sach. That's for P4. That's beautifully handled on the inside of that first hairpin from Marc Lopiccolo. It allows Danny Carinini to give himself a bit of a breather. He's a little bit on his own, the Zenki Motorsport driver, as you can see him just outside of turn number 3, as the top 2 made their way outside of the podium corner. But still no attack, at least not efficient enough for Ruben Moya to destabilize your leader. Goldstein in the lead, Moya second. And they've made the calculations certainly before getting onto that grid, knowing that this results as it is will be enough to secure for them pole positions and the points that will come with that championship, even though Goldstein is not taking any part in the battle for the title. But now the checker track is getting near. Goldstein, Moya, Danny Carinini still missing 1.2 seconds from the leader. Then we have Lopiccolo, Sach, Paikonen, Baker, Lantinga still down in 7th place. I had a quick word with Kevin Lantinga before coming back up before the start of that race, and he was feeling a bit desperate about why exactly the pace has not been on his side so far this weekend. They've been trying all sorts of different solutions on the technical front, trying to get some pace and get some momentum back as well through the course of his heats, but doesn't seem to be working, at least not the way he expects. Just by the look of it, maybe there will be some some things to take out as well from that last race, and some Yeah, some feedback to be taken out and entering the superheat and final for tomorrow. But Kevin Ntinga certainly not where he was supposed to be.
Well, we go on to the last lap of this race, and seemingly Goldstein and Moya have stayed true to their word of keeping it on the straight and narrow. Brilliant racing from them both, being so close. Despite that, Moya, I think, took a slightly tighter defensive line there into turn 3. Again here, he's taking a tighter line. He's defending now, and I don't think he needed to. Moya's right on his rear bumper, and he's going to try and go for the move. No, he's not close enough. And now Moya on this last lap, I thought they were just going to stay in position. How wrong could I have been? Look how close he is. He is on his rear bumper now. He switches to the outside. He's going to try and get the switch over here. Danny Carinini has closed in. It's a 3-car battle now for the lead on this last lap with only 2 corners to go. Surely it's going to be Goldstein. It has to be. Out of the final corner. Goldstein's going to take it. Goldstein's going to take pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Moya will take pole for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Danny Carinini will start along, Danny Carinini will be in a really good position for that final tomorrow, but it will be Aaron Garcia starting alongside Ellie Goldstein. It will be Matteo van der Kerkhoff starting alongside Ruben Moya. As it stands, of course, one more race to go, which will see the likes of Zach Green. He was quite high up there in the points as well. He could certainly put a dent in the rest as well. Freddie Lloyd, Luca Lestra as well. Roxanne Lantinga, she was up there in the points as well. Keep a close eye on her. She could certainly make a dent in that fight as well. But that is a job well done for the drivers. That last lap there, Goldstein and Moya so tantalizingly close at the end. It's going to give us an insight of what we could possibly see tomorrow in those superheats and finals. There's your full results then. Goldstein and Moya clear and separated by 0.07 of a second ahead of Danny Carinini, 2/10 behind. Marta Piccolo from Bertram Sassos, Buchanan from Kevin Bakker, Kevin Lantinga from Mark Granada, and Marcus Glum will round out the top 10. Max Radek and Angela Melli round out the top 12. They'll have Louis Mas and Emmanuel Leodikis, Rafael Linders, and Adam Elbasoini on the top 16. Florent Dreider and Esteban Volgrave. Then it is Raphael Boulard and Maxime Prudhomme. Matteo Kubrick and Tristan Butcher, Rory O'Connor rounds out the 23 finishers. There is Ellie Goldstein. Job well done. That is pole position secured for tomorrow. I believe Moya, yeah, no one can touch him on that one. He's clear as well. That is a job well done for him. This is the onboard shot here. You can see struggling to get away initially. There was Angelo Melli, I should say, the Belgian on the TB karts as well, struggling to get the power down at that point, and yeah, just dropped back into the rest. Moya immediately up into second, wasted no time there, collected into the back of Ellie Goldstein, and those two drove away into the sunset, really, from the rest of the field. Danny Carinini had a good race in that one as well. 5th-place gain, again committing to the results he had earlier on. I think he's really woken up now at the danger that Aaron Garcia is posing to his championship title here. And, of course, he wants to retain that title from last year. Of course, senior X30 IAME Euro Series champion in 2024. Danny Carinini wanting to continue that trend in 2025. Mark Piccolo with the moves as well. The PB kart racing machine having a good run there as right to the end. Only tenths, hundreds, thousandths separated the top two there. Goldstein, Moya and Carinini. A fabulous little fight, and we will see that fight continue tomorrow, I'm sure, into those superheats and finals. Well, plenty of action is to come for the rest of this weekend, but only one more race to go today, which will be Senior X30 qualifying Heat B versus C. That will be the next one that will take to the track. We will be, in a moment, of course, heading down to Guillaume Alvarez, who was just getting the interview ready, which is now ready. So let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thanks very much, Anthony. For the last time, let's have a word with Eli Goldstein. Eli, a job well done. 5 races, 4 wins, and that's enough for you to secure the points that you won't need in the championship, but still very much for the pole position for tomorrow. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm really happy about the day. I would like to thank TB Kart and FF Engines for the great material this weekend again. And yeah, it was a perfect day for us with 4 wins in a row. So yeah, let's start from pole for tomorrow's Superheat A, and let's see what we can do from there.
Yeah, it's about securing potentially the pole position for the final, and then let's see what happens. Great racing that you guys gave us with Ruben Moya. We thought for a moment that you guys would stay quiet, but the last lap was a bit hectic.
Yeah, I knew that he has 4 new tires on. I had only 2, so I knew that for sure at the end the grip will be a bit better for him. So I knew that he could catch me a bit in the end. And that could be a race until the finish line. So yeah, I closed a bit in the last lap, and just to secure my position.
Job well done. We cannot wait to be tomorrow and to see the next chapter of your battle. Thank you very much, Eli Goldstein, as we're going to call Ruben Moya, the other protagonist, into that last race. Ruben, fantastic job for you all throughout the day. You came close to pick up that win in the last one, still enough to secure pole position for the second superheat. So the pace and the confidence are very much there for you today.
Yes, it's not bad to start on pole in superheat, second superheat. Anyway, I wanted to start on pole in superheat A because I'm far, but I'm still on the fight for the championship. So we lost some 5 points today, so I think it's 5. So yeah, not super happy, but also I didn't want to risk a lot. I know Eli sometimes gets a little bit crazy, so I didn't want to crash because he's only here for the win, the race, the final, not the championship. So I didn't want to risk everything we built during the week. So I stayed calm and said, okay, second is not too bad. We would try to win superheat and hope he gets second or something like this.
Well, a good night of sleep on that, and we cannot wait to be tomorrow to see what's next between the two of you and the rest of the field in the senior class. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Ruben Moya. As you heard from the protagonist of the senior class, it's all done and dusted when it comes to the pole positions, but we have one more race to go to decide the definitive grids. Over to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume Alvarez down there, and strong words there from both of our drivers ready ahead of what will be a very busy day tomorrow, I'm sure, in the senior category. One more race to go, as we were mentioning, X30 Senior qualifying Heat B versus C. That heads out onto the track next, which will see Victor Louis and Zach Green on the front row of the grid. A lot of new tyres been put in onto this grid as well. Victor Louis is one of those drivers, the only driver in the top 2 rows and the top 4 drivers who has deployed some new tyres only on the left-hand side of his kart, though. But we'll go over that full list very, very soon, because there, well, are many of them that have gone for it. It's been a very busy day for the field, of course, 24 races in total. This is now race 24 of the day. Of course, they had the 3 races yesterday, so in total, this is race 27, so again, a very, very busy day. Victor Louis and Zach Green on row number 1. Luca Lestra and Freddie Lloyd go from row 2. Roxanne Lantinga and Marlon Bayer round out the top 6. They go from row number 3. Row 4, we'll see Charlie Glum and Nicholas Simic. They'll be ones to watch in this one. Again, new tyres on board for nearly all the drivers from this point onwards. Luca Montebello and Sam Woolley on row 5. They're going to have a busy one. Morgan Knudsen and Alexis Constant on row number 6. Yanis Boulier and is on his own on row number 7. No Luna Claret on the grid. Florent Panet and Peter Gorecki on row 8. Aaron Vida and Yves Rees go from row number 9. Top 20 rounded out by Isaac Sayer and Tom Schultz, both of them brand new tyres. Oscar Goodshow and Paco Salamento on row number 11. They'll have Romain Soleil and Morgan Moore on the back row of the grid. And Morgan Moore, who deployed his tyres earlier on in the day, hasn't got those fresh tyres now. Everyone else around him, Soleil, Goodshow, Schultz, Isaac Sayer, Aaron Vida, all brand new tyres. There is a look at the intermediate classifications very briefly. Goldstein, 244, cannot be caught. Ruben Moya, 238, cannot be caught. Aaron Garcia there in 3rd. possibly can be caught. But we need to wait and see what happens, because we can only see the drivers within the top 8 of that intermediate classifications. But we know that Zach Green was up at that sharp end earlier on. We know that Roxanne Lantinga was up at that sharp end in the intermediate classifications earlier on. So we'll have to wait and see if there is any effect in that top 3, but something tells me it's signed, sealed and done for those front runners there, and it's just going to be a long wait until their superheats tomorrow. As we get ready to go racing for this one, field makes its way into that final sector as we get ready to go racing. Of course, unsure what's happened to Luna Correa over the course of tonight. I'm sure we can find out, or maybe you have an update for me, Guillaume.
Yes, indeed I do. I just had a quick talk with Luna down in the paddock. Nothing to be concerned about. The results and the weekend didn't go away. So she decided not to take part anymore into this weekend's racing. And she stepped down from last 2 qualifying heat, having decided that enough was enough. It's not my weekend, and she will be back stronger.
There we go. So big shame there, but well, hopefully we'll see her out at IWF and later on this season as well. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Last race of the day. It's a good start. Lights are out. We're racing down in towards turn number 1. Green on the outside. Can he maintain that momentum, get into the race lead? He's right on the outside there. He goes wheel to wheel with Victor Louis. Victor Louis on the inside line seals that door, denies him down the inside. Drama off in the background. Multiple carts going off the circuit. Heavy damage. I think that might be Morgan Moore. It's a premium karting. And yeah, so he's out. So Sanamento, Soleil, Morgan Moore and Sam Woolley all having drama there. But I think Morgan Moore may have got a bit of damage there, more than I think he'd like. So that is a big shame for them. But they all continue in this race, albeit at the back of the grid still. So big shame for them. Eyes on the front though. Victor Louis in control for the time being. Green still there in second place. But let's see what happens to the points when these drivers go through, because I'm going to keep an eye on the likes of Roxanne Lantinga, who might have a chance here to step up in the order. They do. Green goes to 5th. Victor Louis goes 6th. Lantinga goes 7th. Lloyd goes 8th. So they're still fighting, all within inside those top 8 for championship points as well.
Yeah, it keeps on changing with the points still up for grab for some of the contenders. As you said, Zach Green up into P5 now. This race is only getting started to conclude today's schedule. But Victor Louis 2/10 of a second in front of the rest of the pack. Look at him now, being chased by not 1, by not 2, but up to 3, 4 and 5 drivers just behind. Beautiful piece of racing and footage once again. And there's a change for the lead. Luca Leistra just in the middle of the escargot in turn number 9. That's the spot that he chose. He saw the opportunity, just went for it. And Victor Louis is about maybe to lose even more, because Freddie Lloyd and Zach Green are there to give him the chase. Louis seems to be in a bit of a trouble, was caught up napping, so to speak, and the door is way too open into turn number 1 that allows Freddie Lloyd, Zach Green, but also Roxanne Lantinga, by the look of it, to get past the young Belgian driver. Victor Louis is going to have to fight back. Yes, he dropped a place behind Roxanne Lantinga, so finds himself now in P5. And look at the battle that keeps on raging in the lead. We have now Luca Leistra with Freddie Lloyd. Zach Green who tries to go around the inside where there's no space at all. And there's contact with Lloyd, there's contact with Lantinga on the inside of the hairpin. Zach Green clipping the curb, trying to resist. That's the last one of the day. That's where the points need to be picked up if they want to have a chance to start as high as possible into the superheat. Gloves off, that's for sure. But we came close to a bit of a mayhem here into the breaking point of that hairpin.
At turn number 5 as well. Big send down the inside. We've seen multiples of those from Roxanne Lantinga over the course of this one. And right now she's just pulled off another one down in towards turn 12. In towards turn 1 though, she leaves the door open. Victor Louis is going to go back down the inside. Cell Green, everyone like that. So they're all fighting for position. Lloyd now leads the way. He's got in front of Luca Leistra, so he has pushed his way to the front here now. What is this going to do to that intermediate classification? Well, it puts Lloyd now up to 5th in the points. Lloyd's going to come away with 15 championship points here.
Yeah, certainly the best he could expect at the end of those run of qualifying races. Just outside of the hairpin with the sunshine on the horizon right now, the sun going low. And that gives us some beautiful scenery here with the quarry just in the background of Mariembourg region. But Lloyd and Green just putting himself 5th and 6th in the classification as for now. But it's not over yet, far from it actually. Freddie Lloyd and Luca Leistra seems to be out of reach. As right inside goes Charlie Glum on Simic. New tires that proved to make the difference for Nicolas Simic as well from 18 Motorsport, climbing 4 places up to the top 4. And it's gonna have to fight his way through to keep. Oh, and Glum being pushed on the outside of that turn number 4, and some others as well on the left side of the track coming to the podium corner. That wasn't easy, that's for sure. But left and right, a little bit pushy. As Simic, Louis, Glum, Lantinga were in the same picture. Starting to get hard to distinguish who is who with the light being so light on the horizon, but we'll make our best. A little bit of cloud comes along above the trees, that's help. But now, Freddie Lloyd and Leistra split by 7/10 of a second. We might have a battle on our hands for the win in this one, and that will certainly be the result that Freddie Lloyd has been working towards, considering that we're putting 5th overall.
Here we go though. Action over the start-finish line again. Drivers continue to fight. Marlon Bayer, Oscar Goodshow, Florent Panet battling away pretty nicely in the field here on your screen. This is the fight at 10th place downwards right now. Everyone trying to get involved in that one. Luca Montebello there as well for the RSD. He's had a pretty tough day today, has Luca Montebello. And hopefully a good result in this last race will gee him up ready for a busy day tomorrow. Eyes on the rest of the field though. Lloyd has broken away at this point now. Freddie Lloyd in this race has not deployed tyres. He does have no fresh tyres on board. Victor Louis does have fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Marlon Bayer's got a full set. Charlie Glum's got a fresh set on the left-hand side. Simek's got a fresh set. William Montebello, all fresh sets, yet they don't seem to be keeping up with the likes of Luca Leistra, who hasn't got a fresh set, Zach Green, who hasn't got a fresh set, and Freddie Lloyd, who hasn't got a fresh set. So, again, it's that interesting scenario that maybe, maybe the track wasn't feeling a fresh set of tyres right now.
Yeah, definitely so. And as I said earlier, you know, having that amount of drivers putting on fresh sets and tyres for the last race is a way of counter-attacking the advantage that they can provide. Neutralize in a way the fact that if everybody's on the same level with fresh tires, well, what's the point of trying to go for that strategy, you know? But at some point it's about trying every trick of the book, and I might have applied to some of them. In the meantime, this is Luca Leistra and Victor Louis. This battle for 2nd place, split by 3/10 of a second, with the advantage of the driver representing MCK Racing, RSD just behind with Victor. And those two battling along, forgetting pretty much about Freddie Lloyd up in the lead, 1.4 seconds for the Green karting driver. That would be win number 1 if he stays where he is for Freddie Lloyd this weekend. As he himself P5, that means that he will be on the row number 2 on the first superheat, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed. As Yannick Bouillet in the meantime from PGM getting on the fastest stop in the race from 7th place. Was good run. 6 places gained for Yannick Bouillet. As we keep a close watch on the battle. Look at them clipping that curb, that little bit of a kick on the inside of that 3rd sector. As Leistra is keeping it steady at the moment, not letting himself impressed by Victor Louis. Simic down in 4th place. Then we have Charlie Glum, Lantinga, Bouillet, Green, Constant, as well as Oscar Goodshow. Where did he come from? 11 places gained thanks to those tires for the driver who had a little bit of a trouble into qualifying, and his weekend has been all about climbing through those qualifying heats. And the run inside, that's the move we have been expecting for the past few laps, with Victor Louis up into P2.
Yeah, we've waited a while, but we have now seen it as Goodshow sets the fastest lap of the race. And obviously, yes, in that subject, I mean, Oscar Goodshow, very quick driver, vice French champion as well in 2025. You know, but again, it all falls down to qualifying. If you have a tough qualifying, it really makes the heats, you know, fall apart really for you, because you've got to work your way through it. You're using those tyres as much as you can. Puts you on the back foot when it comes into later on in the day. You have that stress of risking nose cones, because of course if you get multiple overtakes, it's the higher the risk of getting a nose cone out there as well. There's so much at play, but Goodshow's done a brilliant job of it over the course of today, and that has proved the fact why he is a vice champion in France as well. Eyes on this one. Lap 10 of 11. Last lap board without this time. Freddie Lloyd is clear. 1.9 seconds is continuing to break away. Victor Louis, Leestra and Simek still in position. Glum, Boulier, Roxanne Lantinga has unfortunately tumbled down to 7th place in this one. Zach Green's tumbled down to 8th place. Good Show is the next one just behind. But cool, calm, collected race for Freddie Lloyd. Obviously, this is only his 2nd appearance in the championship in 2025. Former junior champion as well in the IAME X30 categories. So he knows how to pedal around these European tracks. He knows how to drive these cars. And he's looking to see if he can try and get a good position in the championship. Said it was possible to get 3rd in the points after only racing in this round and the previous round at Wackersdorf where he won the final. But we'll have to wait and see, because that might be easier said than done. But as we're on the final lap, it's all clean and dry for the drivers. But this is where it's going to heat up, though, just that little bit more. Oscar Goodshow on the charge. Another fastest lap. Gets past Green and is now well inside the top 10. 13 places gained and is now into P8. I don't think we're going to see a fight from Victor Louis or from Louis Calestra. I think they're going to stay line astern. Freddie Lloyd is clear and dry now. 2.1 seconds as they'll exit out of the final corner. It will be Lloyd stepping up to 5th in the intermediate classification and taking 15 championship points across the line. It's Freddie Lloyd from Victor Louis, Luca Leestra from Nicholas Simek, Charlie Glum from Yanis Boulier, Roxanne Lantinga from Oscar Goodshow, Zach Green from Alexis Constant will round out the top 10. But Lloyd did all he could there. They weren't going to break into the top 4. They were covered. Goldstein will join Aaron Garcia on the front row for Superheat A. Ruben Moya will be joined by Mateo van der Kerkhoff in Superheat 2. That is going to be some feisty racing tomorrow. And then, of course, we will go into those finals where that's where all the fireworks will be, Guillaume.
Yeah, definitely what we've been working towards and what we're going to be expecting tomorrow, as Eli Goldstein is leading your way, will be leading the peloton as well in the opening qualifying superheat, as well as Ruben Moya in the superheat number 2. But for now, Freddie Lloyd picking up his first qualifying heat win to conclude today's program from Victor Louis, Luca Leestra, Nicolas Simic, Charlie Glum, Yanni Bouillet, Roxanne Lantinga. 7th from Oscar Cuccio, Zach Green and Alexis Constant running up your top 10. 11th place for Aaron Muida. Florent Panes follows from Isaac Sea, Marlon Bayer, Piotr Gorecki, Yves Rees, Luca Montebello, Morgan Knudsen, Tom Scholz, Sam Wally, Romain Sadeseis, as well as Miguel Sarmiento. Two drivers that we didn't have, the one that we didn't have at the start, Lina Claret and Morgan Moore, that we lost through the process of that last qualifying heat. Well, that's about it, ladies and gentlemen. One last look at the highlights of that last race, shall we? And the time for the drivers to have a bit of a rest tonight, and so we'll do the rest of the team here as Freddie Lloyd, wearing those Ricky Finn colors, but competing and representing premium karting this time around, can be a happy man after what has been a tough day at the office, but still climbing to 5th overall in the classification that will put him in a prime position on the starting grid for the first superheat. Let's have a look once again at how things unfolded, with a great start from pole position from Victor Louis. Would have liked certainly to finish as high as possible, but having to make do with 2nd. But a little bit of a mayhem. Drivers trying to find a line into the first hairpins, as Zach Green keeping himself in 2nd place, and contact. 4 drivers involved, unfortunately, and one of them being stuck on the grass. Morgan Moore would finish there, but the rest could take the position back on the track, but with all hopes really done and dusted. Yeah, indeed. Morgan Moore, the only retirement from that race, as more dust kicked up in those early stages. His fellow Premium Carter teammate, though, Freddie Lloyd, certainly fighting at the sharp end of the field, did take the race win at the end. That moment there, Zach Green, that was a big moment where he looked to the inside at turn number 5 of all places, near flat-out corner. In fact, I think it is like a flat-out corner. Very fast indeed for the drivers, and yeah,
trying to go for that move down the inside. I thought that could have ended in tears. Thankfully, it didn't, as the battles did continue, though. There was Lloyd getting past the likes of Luca Liestra, who would later finish down in 3rd place. Still a good result for him, as, well, it was an RSD battle here, wasn't it? Victor Louis later closing in. Charlie Glum was there as well. We saw more as well with the RSDs of Luca Montebello. Unfortunately, at the end of that one, did drop down once again in this one, but he had a good, strong start to the race. That was the moment for Victor Louis up to 2nd place. That fight went on for some time, but yeah, no change between those top drivers. They stayed line astern. It was a calm race, and that gave Freddie Lloyd a commanding win of 2.1 seconds.
Yeah, a job well done indeed for Freddie Lloyd, finishing high on the Karting de Fagne in front of Victor Louis and Luca Liestra among the contenders of this last qualifying race for the senior class and for the day. Now, it's about time to conclude this day number 2 of racing here
That's
in
the
Mariembourg.
end of today's on-track activity. Lucky with the weather, stayed dry all day. Some good racing. Thank you for your help. Alex, please pass on my regards to your marshals and yourself and the medics. Appreciate your help and support. Have a good night, and we'll see you all again in the morning.
Lovely evening message there from race director Martin Bean there at the end of a very, very busy day of racing. And I think, yes, that rain did just hold off at the end. That was very, very lucky. We certainly look forward to seeing what will happen tomorrow, though. Again, weather once more on a knife edge. Now, we will be starting tomorrow on track at 10:20, which means we'll be live at 10:15. So make sure you set your alarms ready for that one. You won't want to miss it. Super heats for the minis, super heats for the juniors and the seniors, and of course those all-important finals. The championships are at stake in mini and senior. Who's going to take it? We don't know, but we'll find out tomorrow. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Guillaume Alvarez, it is goodbye for now, and we'll see you bright and early for the finale of the IAME Euro Series in 2025.